is ticking. So what this means is that we need to save on time to start our engagement. So feel free to interact on your respective tables. Don't be so gloomy. This is, we are winding a year and we need to smile. So celebrate success. The year has been long and this is our space. We are partners, we are collaborators, we network, and that means that this is an opportunity for us to know each other. My name is Ronald Matanda. I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum. I'm going to be deeply engaging most of you today in today's session because we need to demonstrate that we're a team which is working closely together for us to make meaning. Charter for Change is here. I like the working group because of its ambitions, because of its mandate, but also we appreciate Relon for the collaboration in hosting this event, but also all of you, the actors, the donors, the private sector, the local actors, the international organizations. Thank you very much for standing and realizing the localization agenda. So I would like to give I would like to save on time, and as we save time, we are going to do brief introductions. And these introductions are going to be made in our respective clusters, because it's important for us to know and recognize in this space who is here. And so the invitation I got is that we represent different platforms, different stakeholders. And so we'd like to know, as we start our engagement this morning, who is with us in this space. We have an online audience which will be joining in. So the Secretariat, please share these logins with our colleagues who have not made it, because we want to make this dialogue a fascinating one, an interactive one, but also a memorable one for us to celebrate the journeys we've made throughout this year. And as we start our dialogue today, I would like to remind you of the theme. The theme is about rethinking localization, tracking progress, and charting the future. So it's about celebrating, but also being able to position ourselves for the future. What a great theme for us to reflect upon, but also challenge ourselves. Are we walking the talk? Are we doing in our respective portfolios what we are supposed to do? In our respective offices and roles that we are playing? This morning, I would like to appreciate the chairperson for Charter for Change, Mrs. Joyce, for being proactive. I've seen her move up and down. Please come and take your seat. I'll request that you come and take your seat. It's like that we are able to start. I will be extremely impressed when I see you settled in your seat. The Secretariat will support you in mobilizing, organizing, but you know, usually when you're the leader, success and failure is on you. So the proactiveness that you're undergoing, we all understand it. Amidst us, as we start the introductions, perhaps before we start the introductions, it's good that in our respective, on our respective tables, I need to listen from you. One is that you're going to give me one or two or a sentence of your interpretation of localization. Localization. We've come a long way. We've talked about localization. Is it something that we can ably and proudly say we are realizing? I'm going to randomly choose 2 tables to represent, because I've realized we are many, we have many tables. I would like to, a table Karamoja. The table from Karamoja. I've seen colleagues from Karamoja. I've seen on that table there is a colleague who has just joined, but you're welcome. So that table is going to give me what their interpretation of localization. I'm also looking at, the front table also. Please, in your respective, on that table, what is localization? Your understanding, only that. As they ponder on that, I'll request you to stand up. Please, stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and I would like to request Moses or Tim to give us an opening prayer.
Let us pray. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Heavenly Father, we want to say thank you for this great day that you have given us. Thank you for the blessings of the rain. And thank you for protecting us all through the night. Thank you for the journey mercies that you've accorded us from various places, and you've united us here. This morning, Lord, as we gather to discuss issues of localization and tracking the progress that has been made in our country, Uganda, it is our prayer that may you give us wisdom. Bestow in us the knowledge that comes only from you. Unite us, O Lord God, in one language. And as we proceed with this discussion and the meeting, send your Holy Spirit to guide us from now until the end. We cover each and every one by your blood. We pray for good health and great deliberation. This is our prayer, for in the mighty name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Wow. Thank you, Moses. Please take your seat. When offertory time comes, I'll pass the basket, and I'll be the one to manage. Yes, without any further ado, I would like to enable members introduce themselves. So we're going to introduce ourselves in our respective identifications. We have the donors, we have the international NGOs, we have governments, we have private sector, we have the local and national actors, and also the academia, in case they're available. So, I'm not going to follow that order. I would like to guide that we're going to introduce ourselves from the local and national actors. I would like to take stock of who has made it. And we are going to introduce ourselves as per the following regions. I'll start with West Nile. So local actors, local and national actors, Relon from West Nile, please you raise up and introduce yourselves. Right. Who is helping me with the, okay, Moses, please help. Your name and your organization.
I'm Jane Kenye from Palmer Memorial Health Hope Center from Arua. We operate in Arua City and Obongi.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Leon Sande. I work for West Nile Development Association, an association of local governments for the whole region, and an apex body for civil society organization and private sector. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. Morning. I'm called Yosa Stephen, Refugee Desk Officer, Arua City.
Karibu.
Charity Farida are my names. I am leadership and governance champion working under West Nile Development Forum. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
My name is Obitra Steven. I'm the district chairman of Maracha district, but here I present political leadership of WENDA, West Nile Development Association. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Dichiru Centenary. I work as a community development officer in Arua City.
Right, thank you. I'll request the local government colleagues that are standing, your time will come to introduce you. This is for the local and national actors who are the NGOs or CBOs or Relon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Kola Nyama Charles. I work for Moyo District NGO Forum. It's an umbrella body for the civil society operating in the Moyo District. Thank you.
Karibu.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ronald.
Yes, Ronald.
Of Fairoth from Nebi District NGO Forum. Nebi District NGO Forum operates in the Greater Nebi District of Pakwach, Zombo, and Nebi itself. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Thank you very much. I'm Tabana Isaac, work for Dapo Piara, Dynamic Action for Peace and Rehabilitation, based in Rhino Cam Refugee Settlement. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Call me Luate Dennis. I work for Refugee Active Peace Building Initiative, that's RABI, based in Rhino Cam, West Nile. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm called Emmanuel Logala. I work for Community Empowerment Network Senate in Rhinocam Refugee Settlement.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Aloro Gordon Paul is my name. I am the vice chairperson for Relon West Nile team. At the same time, the team lead for African Youth for Community Empowerment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome from Relon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Call me Samuel Atati Justin.
Yes,
I'm the executive director of HUD Uganda. We are based in Terego District, Rhinocam. Thank you.
You're welcome. We have one more lady standing. Oh, okay. More colleagues at this side.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Emily Drijaro. I work for Integrated Child Service Consult. We are based in Arua City, but we have operations in Terego District, and we're in Rhino Camp Refugee Settlement. I am the Executive Director of Integrated Child Service Consult and also the Regional Coordinator for Charter for Change for West Nile Sub-Region. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, Emily.
Morning, members. Andrew Twach is my name. I work for Shared Initiative for Peace Organization, SHIPO, Rhinocam, a refugee-led organization. Thank you.
You're most welcome. We welcome West Nile with a hand clap. You're most welcome, and please just feel at home while in this dialogue. I'll go straight to Northern Uganda. Northern Uganda, that is basically Gulu. Yes? Not Lango. I was... Please follow my instructions. We have colleagues. Yes.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Otto Ben Adol from Gulu University. I am also a member of Charter for Change, promoter. I have an organization called Amaro Research in Development, and Joyce has been pulling our hands in the Chole sub-region. Thank you so much.
You are most welcome.
Happy to be
Doctor.
here.
You are most welcome. Please, come over. Matei, do you need some coffee? No. Your energy is so low.
Looking for Gulurians.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I work for Kiru Women's Action Forum. We are local actors in Gulu. We are also endorsers of C4C.
Yeah.
And we have been taking active part in its activities. Thank you.
You're most welcome, sir.
My name is Andrew Simbo. Did I say my name?
You've said it now. You're welcome, Andrew.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paira Boni.
Yes, Bonnie.
Coordinator Charter for Change, Acholi, sub-region. I work for Humanist in Northern Uganda. When you said Gulu, I ask myself if us from Omoro are also going to be included. But I said, no, I'm standing up.
Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
So thank you so much. Good to be here.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm called Odoch Innocent.
Yes, Innocent.
An agricultural engineer. I work with the Community Agricultural Network. We are currently operating in Lamo and Ajumani district.
Okay. You're welcome. Okay, scanning through the room. Let's welcome the team from Northern Uganda, from all those districts that I will not mention. With a hand clap. Some of you are very biased. You're not even clapping for and welcoming. In what I know about this country is we are a welcoming country. So, and one of the ways to do it is we usually clap and celebrate while welcoming visitors that are joining us. Yes, let's go to Karamoja. Karamoja sub-region. Yes, please, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name, Naiti Akelo.
Yes, Naiti.
From Karamoja region. I'm the Executive Director, Mego Makwin, Abim District. I'm happy to be here.
You are most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Paul Ochap. I'm the CEO of Rangelands Development Services. I am also the chairperson-elect of the Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Chair-elect. That means you've not sworn in? All right, we'll get those dynamics. Yes.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
My name is Gladys Logel. I work as a project manager for Karamoja Women Umbrella Organization.
Yeah.
And I'm also the resource mobilizer elect in the Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Call me Logit Jeremiah. I'm the Executive Director by the INGO Development Forum. I'm also the Secretary for Karamoja Humanitarian Platform. So I'm glad to be with you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Jerry?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Angela Ana Flora. I work for Karamoja Women Advocacy for Transformation, Moroto District.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Alum Luana Oloya, and I'm the director for Caritas Moroto Diocese, and we have just revamped the platform for Karamoja, and I'm so proud that the new members of the committee are around to well represent the region.
Wow.
Otherwise, thank you and good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thanks, Lum, for coordinating. Wow. Let's welcome Karamoja sub-region. Right, from Karamoja, I'll go to Lango sub-region.
Good morning once again, and we are glad to be here.
Good morning.
Next time you mention Northern Uganda, Lango is not very far from Gulu, so you join us together. When you go to Karamoja and come back, you're wasting transport for nothing. By the name of Moses Otim Augustine, I am coordinating Lango sub-region. I am an executive director of Noble Youth Foundation, Uganda. Thank you so much, and we hope for the best in this discussion.
You're welcome, Moses.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Mercy Tino,
yes, Mercy.
Executive Director, Rock Community Foundation, based in Dokolo. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jimmy Felix Okulu. I work with National Youth Empowerment. We are in Lango sub-region. We are operating in Apache district.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's done? Let's welcome. Okay, it's fine. Let's welcome Lango sub-region with a hand clap. All right. From there, let's go to the east. I'm following the. So if you know you come from Eastern Uganda, you know yourselves.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're welcome. I'm Damsok Alice Jackie. I work for AJ Uganda. AJ is AIDS Education Group for Youth. We are based in Kamuli, but working in different districts of Busoga sub-region. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Atim Deborah. I work as an executive director for Needy Outreach Uganda, operating in Serere District. I also double as a secretary for Serere District NGO network. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Goret Nafuna.
Yes, Goret.
Yeah, coming from, I work with Community Holistic Development Organization. In short, we call it CHODO in capital letters. It's found in Sironko District. Sironko District is part of Masaba land, or Gisu land, or call it Mount Elgon area. Thank you. Nice to be here and to interact with everybody here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Yeah, at least some energy. My name is Mate Jokas. I work with Wilmot Development Foundation Uganda and also the acting coordinator for Eastern Region C4C. Nice to be here, as well as the Elgon Humanitarian Platform. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Eastern Uganda, any other colleagues? We welcome you. Okay, let's welcome them with a hand clap. We know you're synonymous with the kadodi and the dancing. You'll excuse us, we've not prepared. Yes, so you see, friends, how rich this space is. We still have other regions, and we have Central Region. Colleagues from Central Region, where are you?
My name is Michael Okiro Madid. I work nationally as a country director, Down Syndrome Foundation, Uganda. I'm also a representative Down Syndrome International, an organization that coordinates all the activities of Down syndrome in the world.
Okay.
Down syndrome is everywhere. Please do not hesitate to get in touch with me.
Okay.
Because I work nationally, I can help you open an organization or an association for Down syndrome in your respective places.
Okay.
As I talk now, the petition is in Parliament. You want to recognize 21st March as an International Day of raising awareness on Down syndrome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member from, or members from Central Region? Okay. Goes once, goes twice. Let's welcome the one-man's army representing the region. Okay. I would like to further allow the following to introduce themselves. The members from international NGOs. Please introduce yourselves.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michael Opio from Care International. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'm called Edward Mwebaze Sembide, and I work for Oxfam in Uganda as part of the Oxfam International. Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
My name is Anne Namakula. I work for Oxfam based in Kampala. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My
morning.
name is Stella Cole. I work with CRS Uganda.
Okay. You're welcome, Stella.
Good morning, comrades. My name is Mugisha Richard, and I work with Care International in Uganda.
Welcome, Richard.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Abdul Lawyer. I work with CRS. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Geoffrey Wino. I work for Oxfam in Uganda. We love you all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. I need to see the one introducing themselves. Oh, I've had the...
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Aliyah Mohammed. I am from Innovations for Poverty Action, IPA. Pleasure to be here.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Helene van der Beek. I'm the country director for Cordate, based here in Kampala.
You're most welcome.
Good morning. I'm called Evelyn Akum. I'm from World Vision International.
You're most welcome.
I'm Jimmy Nyeko. I work with Dan Church Aid Uganda, and I'm here to represent the country director. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Okay. You want to introduce yourself? Please, the microphone on this table.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Same Jibwa Anguzo, Country Rep, VNG International.
You're most welcome. All right. You want to?
I've been told that Western Uganda was forgotten.
Not yet forgotten. Not yet forgotten.
Gentleman just said Western Uganda was forgotten.
Thank you for being proactive. Not yet forgotten. Can we welcome our colleagues from the INGOs with a hand clap? Yes, you're most welcome. And we are so privileged to have you in this space because this is our space and we acknowledge every effort we are putting in realizing the localization agenda. I would like to further welcome and allow colleagues from local government and local governments, please. Okay, at least the team from Western Nile with our able chairperson did introduce himself. Do we have any members from ministry, from local governments, MDAs that are present? All right, as we go further, we'll introduce you as you come, or as they come on board. Because some of them are following through, perhaps, the conversation online. Private sector. Do you have any colleagues from private sector? Okay. Once you're also present, I know you have a very big role to play, especially the media, academia for research, and even those in business. We need those resources for corporate social responsibility. We are here to serve and engage and partner with you. Western Uganda. Western Uganda across, I'll not mention which sub. But as long as you are here representing from Western Uganda, please introduce yourselves.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Gad Bender, the country director of World Voices Uganda. I also coordinate the region, the Western region on C4C. I also sit on the steering committee of the National Platform for Humanitarian Actors. And also, as World Voices Uganda, we host the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform. Happy to be here. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
I salute everyone in the room. My name is Fiona Nijena from Western Uganda, Executive Director for Capstone Action for All, a refugee-led organization based in Nachiva Refugee Settlement. I also sit on the Refugee Advisory Council that is part of Oxfam. Thank you for listening.
You're welcome.
Yes, morning everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Angomia Rebecca. I work with the Joint Effort to Save the Environment, Jesse. We sit on the executive for Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, and I'm a program officer. I'm glad to be here today.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Husna Kietum. I'm the executive director with Zesha Women Initiative. It's a women rights, women-led organization in Western Uganda and Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is John Baptist Biaruhanga. I work with World Voices Uganda and coordinate Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maska Fatna. I work with Great Lakes Peace Center in Kasese District and coordinate Renzori region on Charter for Change. I work with Great Lakes Peace Center as a programs director. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sophie Kaseregenyi.
Yes, Sophie.
I'm the executive director of Feeble Care Uganda. We transform lives of the feeble and persons with disability within their communities. We advocate for inclusion, basing on the principle of leave no one behind.
Yeah.
We are based in Hoima, that's Western Uganda, in a remote village called Bulindi. We are based in the remote village because we have a special inclination to those PWDs who are ostracized from polite society and they are hidden in the villages. So as Feeble Care Uganda, we scout the remote villages, identify them and include them in our programs. We act locally there, we provide local solutions, and we are touching lives. Thank you.
Wow, thanks for giving us that brief. Well, we then welcome Western Uganda with a hand. We still have one.
And myself.
You still have more.
Good morning.
Good morning,
everyone.
sir.
My name is Mutambi Samuel. I work with Young Agro Green Africa Network. We are based in Western Uganda, Kasese. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
My name is Catherine Nakasinde. I work with an organization called African Women and Youth Action for Development, a women-led women rights organization. And I'm also the chairperson for Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, part of the Committee for Charter for Change. I'm glad to serve. Thank you.
You are most welcome. Let's welcome the team with a hand clap. Okay, we have our colleagues and friends who come from the donor community, the development partners. Please introduce yourselves. Okay, it goes once, it goes twice. In the special way, I would like to appreciate Relon for being part of this agenda, facilitating and making sure that this space we are in is lit like this, funding this process. Let's clap for Relon. Thank you very much for aiding this. But also in the special way, I would like to thank the Charter for Change Working Group leadership. Thank you very much for steering and mobilizing all of us, but also ensuring that we do work. Let's welcome and thank the leadership of Charter for Change. The chairperson knows the people she works with, so in her speech, she will acknowledge. In a special way, I'd like to thank the coordinating agency of signatories, that is Care International in Uganda. Thank you for being able to hold forth and facilitate this process. There are hurdles, there are challenges, but here we are here to celebrate. And we'd like to thank you, Care International, for being able to work and build our capacity in this journey of localization. So let's clap and appreciate CARE for this coordination framework. Also, in a special, I want to thank CAP AIDS, which is the Secretariat for Charter for Change, for doing the secretarial work, coordinating, mobilizing, and also making sure that we are able to walk the talk and be active in our respective regions. So let's thank CAP AIDS. I would like to give you a breather as we wait for our able chairperson. It will be around 3 minutes. You can, actually 5 minutes. You can greet your neighbor. I gave an assignment to 2 tables, so as we listen from the tables, this is the time you can ably stretch. Our washrooms are just out, our rooms of convenience. On your left, as you get out from here. So you'll find it in that location. So the 2 tables, are you ready? Or we postpone the assignment? The coursework is hard. Eh? Sure. 1 microphone on that table and another one here. Good morning. Please switch on the mic.
Once again, I'm from Eje, Uganda. I'm
Yes.
Namsok Alice Jackie. They are asking what is localization. In our own understanding, my colleagues will add on, is building capacity of grassroots organization, supporting them, collaborating with them, and the partnership.
Wow.
When you don't build the capacity of local organization, you waste the time. Reason being, you give them funds when they don't have right policies, and the money is swindled because they don't have procedures, they don't know what to do. So in my own understanding, localization is building our capacity, collaborating with us, partnering with us, and avoiding big brother syndrome. Just standing there and say, you have to do this. We are the one giving you funds. I'm the donors, and so forth. So partnership, brotherhood, and system building. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say sisterhood. Let's clap for that table. Thank you. I was seeing the passion you wanted to go on and on and on, but thank you for at least breaking the ground for us. Yes, madam.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Gladys Logel, representing Karamoja team. Karamoja, where are you? Yeah.
Oh.
So in our own understanding of localization, as the Karamoja team, localization is a shift of power and decision-making resources from the central authorities or from international organizations to the local actors.
Wow.
It emphasizes so much on empowering the local actors, local government, and local communities to make decisions and solve challenges in their areas by themselves. Thank you so much.
Wow. We are so rich in terms of content on localization. Thank you very much for... Oh, let's clap for Karamoja. Gladys, thank you. You brought this very well. This morning, I and Kathy, please come over. Abled and empowered Kathy, we are going to be engaging you. And we are privileged that please just feel at home, speak to us. In case there is any further clarity that you require. If we are not able to give you all your titles, our apologies. But at least we'll recognize your presence and your contribution. So, Kathy, do you have a word to our audience?
Not really, but maybe to, first of all, appreciate them for accepting our invitation and being here with us. We do not take it for granted as Charter for Change. Then also maybe to also send a word of thanks to our donors in the space, especially our coordinating INGO, CARE, who is in the house with us. It is really nice to have you with us. That shows that truly you have us at heart, so we don't take it for granted. And last but not least, to our chairperson, thank you for always having us at heart. We love you so much as all of you. Greetings from Western Uganda, and we love you so much.
Wow, this is great. Without any further ado, please, we welcome our chairperson to come and speak to us.
Thank you very much, Catherine and Ronald. Good morning. Our dear guests, the INGOs in the house, government representative, local and national actors, representative from the academia, and also a representative from the donors. A very good morning to you all, and I can say welcome. It is of great honor today that I welcome you for this event. This is C4C Annual Dialogue on Localization. This event is being co-convened C4C Working Group Uganda and RELON. We are very much privileged to RELON for taking it up. So what is localization agenda that we are in today, that we keep speaking about? We have different understanding of localization, but the localization that we, the local organizations, recognize, it means to us referring to shifting the leadership, implementation of humanitarian development efforts to the local actors, including government institutions, civil society organization, and the community. It is about leveraging the strength, the voice, and the space to people closer to the community affected. And who are the local actors that we are advocating for? We termed local actors as the people affected or closer to the communities affected. And now the localization conversation started long ago. The people who are saved or who are Christians, they know even God localized. That is why there's we are multiplying each and every. They just give you the trick on how to localize. So the conversation gained momentum in 2016. That is during the World Humanitarian Summit. And up to now, Uganda is a role model when it comes to localization. Let us appreciate the signatory to the Charter for Change and the Grand Bargain in Uganda for walking the talk. As many people are still grappling, questioning themselves whether localization can work or it is possible, questioning the capacity of local actors, questioning the readiness of local actors, the signatories of Charter for Change Working Group in Uganda, they picked it up and they are benefiting from the presence of the local and national actors in this country. We are very much privileged to the signatory and the allies to Charter for Change Working Group in Uganda. Despite this barrier, we have witnessed success stories of partnership and collaborations. We have seen INGOs having equitable partnership that Charter for Change is advocating for. We have seen a little bit of transparency. We are seeing slight direct funding getting to the local and national actors. We are also seeing a lot of capacity strengthening being done by the INGOs. This is to prepare the local organization to take up the lead in this. So we are also very much grateful to the signatories. We have also seen that local and national actors, amidst the barriers, they are stepping up the game. The local actors have started appreciating risk, compliance, and also the law. I must confirm that all the local actors, the endorsers of Charter for Change Working Group in this house, they have all registered with the government of Uganda. Please applaud yourself, and we applaud that. We used to work as groups, but we have started also complying to the donor requirements. So we are much grateful to the local and national actors. So our theme for today is rethinking localization, tracking progress, and chanting the future. For a long time, C4C Working Group in Uganda has been championing the localization in Uganda, bringing together INGOs, bringing together the signatories, bringing together the allies and the government together to see how best this means can get to the community that is in need. So we are continuing to advocate, to speak, to blow, and also to drum to this, so that it is louder and the world can get to know it. Why are we drumming? Why are we speaking? Why are we talking loud and loud? Why are we coming together? Every year we invest in humanitarian systems. At the end of the day, you come back and sit on your TV, you find the same disaster happening in the same place, the same location that actually you went and did the interventions. Now we are saying no. Let us change the approach. Let us change the traditional way of doing things. Let us give the power to the local and national actors to do it themselves, because they might have something unique that will bring sustainability, that will pull out the community totally from what they are facing. Because they exist there, they stay there, they understand the localization, they understand the community, they understand the context. That is why today we want to hear from the endorsers, we want to hear from the government what they're saying, we want to hear from different actors, and we want to hear from the donors, and also we want to hear from the INGOs. What is their say on this? Why not the local actors to take lead? Why not the local actors to implement? Why not the local actors
to support their own community, because the benefit, it is proven beyond. So this is why we are here, and I would like to thank and appreciate the supporters of this event. We have the INGO coordinating signatories who put together the resources to make this happen. Please let us give them a round of applause too. We also have some endorsers who said, no, we cannot keep coming and sitting. This time we have contribution from endorsers. Relon, we don't take it for granted. Thank you very much, Kelwell and the team. They contributed to support this event. We also have allies to Charter for Change Working Group that supported also this event. We really appreciate. I would like also to appreciate the organizers of the event, the secretariat team, and also the regional coordinators who really stood up and say we need to listen and we need to come together. We really want to appreciate you. Please let us give a round of applause to them. As we sit here today, just know that we don't have excuse than to make it happen and also to put more means into the hands of the community that is in need. Thank you very much for coming. You are most welcome.
Another hand clap to the chairperson. Thank you, our able chairperson, for those great opening remarks. Appreciating each one of you.
Doctor, if you would permit me, I would like us to learn a new clap for today. I feel like we're a little bit down. I don't know. Where's the energy, ladies and gentlemen? Huh? Our chair has just spoken to us with very good, I don't know, words and information. So just allow me, permit me for today, just to teach you a wonderful clap. So we're going to say Charter for Change, and we give 4 hot claps. Are we together?
Okay.
Charter for Change. Beautiful. I think that can work for us. Wouldn't you agree?
Great, that is great. Can you imagine? I thought 4 is 4. I had a 5th clap. Was that a bonus for Charter for Change? Thank you. Those are some of the innovations, even and as we embrace localization. Local actors are so innovative. They can go way beyond what you've agreed to deliver on based on their locations. For those who have just joined us, you're most welcome. Please feel at home. We'll give you time to introduce yourselves. For now, the bus has already left, but we'll come back to you. I wanted to thank the chairperson for being able to give us those opening remarks. And as she was speaking, I pondered on what they call the subsidiary principle, which says that those who are closer to the problem have the best solutions, isn't it? So if we are able to think about that principle, then that's the reason why we are here. We are here to say, how do we make sure that those who are closer to the problem are able to provide the lasting solutions? Without any further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Opio Mike from Care International to come and speak to us. Thank you.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Michael. I work for CARE International, and I am representing our director, Mr. Gabazira, who has traveled. I take the opportunity to thank Charter for Change for organizing this annual dialogue today. In my remarks this morning, I want to speak to about 3 to 4 areas of reflection that we can collectively reflect on as a team, and hopefully take 1 or 2 things home. I want to thank the chairperson specifically, Joyce, and her team, and also to thank all the signatories who are here. I think it would be important to disturb you again to stand up, all the signatories, the C4C signatories, the international NGOs. I think you can clap the C4C way.
Charter for Change.
Thank you so much to the signatories for that. I think I also want to specifically thank the government of Uganda and all the representation for enabling us, creating for us an enabling environment for us to operate as development organizations. I think we should also do a Charter for Change clap for them.
Really, really.
And
Charter for Change.
That's even better. And I think that I haven't seen a specific donor representative, but if there is, I think it would be good to recognize if there's any donor representative. And I don't think there is any, but I think we need to appreciate the different donors that fund all the work that we do. We need to thank all of them for the work that you do. You can do a Charter for Change clap for them as well. And lastly, I really want to thank the very core of this meeting, which is the local actors themselves who have come in numbers. I don't know if it is a bit of resources, but I think that some regions were not well represented. I think that we need to kind of make sure that maybe it's the rain, but I think you need at least 5 voices to represent those regions as a way forward. But let's thank each one of you, the local actors who are here, for organizing this. So today, as we gather here, I want to share 3 to 4 reflections. The first one really is accountability. Accountability is in a specific sense to the Charter for Change Uganda. We were trusted as coordinating signatory, and this is our 2nd year ending 31st of December rather this year as CARE International, and we don't take the trust for granted. I think that in these 2 years, there are a number of things that we've done together which is worthy to be reflected upon. I think, number one, we have together set up some form of structure. We have established some form of structure for Charter for Change Uganda, including a functional secretariat. And I think that is a very important achievement, currently hosted at CAPAIDS. But that's an important progress for Charter for Change, that we have some form of structure, you know, the working group, the signatories, but above all, the secretariat. The second achievement that we really need to celebrate as well is that we have mobilized resources from the signatories for 2 years in a row. And I think the resources for last year and this year, there is progression on that. And we want to thank the signatories for that contribution, but also for the endorsers and Charter for Change itself for using the resources effectively. The third achievement there, which goes to the chairperson and her team, is a roadmap that they've come up with and that they've implemented. Every year, Charter for Change comes with a roadmap and they have implemented. I think that's a real plus for this Charter for Change. And as the chairperson said, I want to say it because I have heard it from very, very global cycles that C4C Uganda chapter is seen as a role model for C4C chapters. And that's not a small thing. Yeah, that's not a small thing. We need to celebrate that. And I think that, and I trust that the C4C Uganda will not lose that space. And because C4C Uganda is being seen as an example that other countries could learn from. I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm saying it's one of the models in terms of functionality, clear North Star, and moving forward. So to Joyce and the team, that's an important thing to take away as we kind of reflect on this year. So that's the kind of first reflection that I wanted to have. The second reflection is really in terms of challenges that we experience and that we will continue to experience as Charter for Change. When you are working in an informal network like Charter for Change, you expect to deal with challenges because first of all, your principal job is with your respective organizations, isn't that so? But then this becomes a second job for your role to function there. And you have to strike the balance effectively as one of the people that is coordinating that. But also you have challenges that then start coming with regards to resources. Now we have some resources, but also that resource is coming from a number of signatories, and I'm confident that the signatories would like to continue that contribution. But that also will require that the Charter for Change needs to demonstrate progressive transformation that the contribution is giving. And I can tell you that the resource envelope seems to grow as long as Charter for Change can demonstrate a clear roadmap, a strategic roadmap that shows transformational milestones that they want to achieve. So resources can become a challenge. But I think Charter for Change Uganda is managed to get around that, and I think the signatories need to pay attention in terms of, the Charter for Change leaders needs to optimize that goodwill and grow and expand that. I think that's a good challenge to Joyce and the team. The other challenge with such a network is passion. Because like I said, your day job is different, and this is your other job. And I think that passion becomes an important driver for something that you're doing mostly voluntarily. And I think for most of us, we need to optimize the people that bring passion. And I can see the room full of passion. Each one of you, grassroots organization, most of you are founded around passion for something that is so dear to you, that is so close to your heart. But we need to then transfer that passion also to the C4C movement, because it has potential to amplify voice, it has potential to amplify the contribution of local actors, it has potential to be a model for systemic localization, an organic way that local actors take more front leadership role in humanitarian and development work. So I think it's important for us to optimize the passion that we have, in this platform. Challenges also will exist when you start dealing with conflict of interest, and you need to be able to quickly deal with that. When you have challenges in leading movements like this, it's not a reason to run away. I mean, Joyce will know that we've had challenges this year, but we did not run away. Both as signatories and endorsers and C4C leaders, we had to sit down and deal with the issues and forge forward. So I'm calling on us as we deal with the challenges that are coming by, that we should not be shy to face and deal with those challenges as a network. The third reflection I want to share here is, if we're really going to make localization work, we have to embrace some deep transformation. And I want to talk about the transformation that we need to go through as INGOs, but also transformation that we need to go through as local actors. Because until we embrace this deep transformation, it's going to be a very slow process of localization for Uganda. So let me start with us, the INGOs, because I work for an INGO. If we're really going to make localization a reality and embrace it and make it a transformational change, there are some fundamental transformation we have to go through as INGOs. And I think that as endorsers, you need to hold us to account for making those transformations. The easiest transformation to make is to pass the money to local partners. That is the easiest. And I know that many of you are saying this is not easy, but that's the easiest, is to pass money to local actors. And the standard that was set is actually pretty easy to achieve, 25%. The other day we were at an ECO meeting, and they're really pushing for their overall ECO portfolio to achieve that 25%, and they've made a lot of good progress. I think they are around 23% of ECO funding in Uganda going to local partners. But as an INGO, that is a transformation. It's something we need to accept, we need to embrace, and we shouldn't see it as a favor. Because I see sometimes the way we make that transfer, that commitment, number one, which is on the chart there, we tend to see it as a favor. But also sometimes you local actors, you make INGOs feel like they're doing a favor to make that financial contribution, that direct funding to local partners. It should not be a favor. It should not be seen as doing you a favor. It should not be seen like they have parked a Mercedes-Benz in a compound without a fence. Because that can sometimes be the way we look at it as INGOs. It's like, oh my God, we've put $100 to AG in Kamuli. Maybe we should go and camp in Ginger and just watch the money. That transformation has to happen. And I dare say that while INGOs, we suspect local partners to have high rates of fraud, but statistics show that we still have the biggest stealing at INGOs. That would have been a good place to clap. So we suspect you to steal, but we steal more than you do. The difference is that our stealing is very sophisticated. And I think that until the local partners are willing to challenge INGOs to stop stigmatizing them for stealing, and I'm not saying that you then go and steal, but we have to accept, first of all, that stealing is happening at INGOs. Stealing is happening in bigger scale than at local partners. And I'm not saying it should continue. I'm just trying to change the narrative of this trust issue. We have to change that narrative of the trust issue. So I think we need to look at it in that way, that local partners, just like us, there will be risks around the money, But we have to be able to make that transformation to move the money to the local partners. Some of the local partners that we work with are here, and some of them know that even themselves knew that we were taking a risk and a gamble to pass the money to them. And some of them we've had issues. Those issues doesn't stop us. I remember when we made the first decision about 3 years back to fully localize our humanitarian operations in Southwest, there was a lot of noise. And the biggest noise is not even from outside, it's from your own team. And I think until we are facing these realities, we will not actualize the deep transformation that is needed to localize. The biggest resistance you will face as an INGO leader to localize your operation is from your own inside team. It's not from the donors, it's sometimes from your headquarters, but the biggest resistance is usually from the country teams. Because the true reality is we had to phase out 25 jobs that then would go to local partners. That's not a job. That's courage. There was noise at every level. But we made the move. Was it easy? No. Did we not have challenges? We had. Some of the risks we predicted happened. And we had to make some changes, even with the local partner. But we looked for another local partner. We didn't say, let's go back and do direct implementation. We had to look for another partner who was even probably not as strong as the one that we have exited with. So I think that the call is to have the courage to make that deep transformation when it regards to moving the money. So that's a change we have to make. The second transformation we have to make as INGOs, we have to rethink of our role. Now, it's not a joke to say, all of a sudden, I'm not a direct implementer, and I'm passing that work to local partners. If you then don't recalibrate and rethink of what your role is, you will have challenges in working with the local partners because you will have competing roles. You all of a sudden become a police because you were the one implementing Interrego, now it is somebody else, and then you're all over them. And I don't think that is the right thing to do. I think we have to have the courage to say, implementation Interrego is not my role anymore. What is the high-level role I can recalibrate myself to? So for example, let me give you some thoughts to think about. And I'm not saying it's perfect. I think that INGOs, we can bring technical backstopping capabilities and share that the several years and several country experience of the technical tools and models that you have, and sit with the local partners and begin to see how much of that can they adapt and use for themselves, so that you're transforming your role from an implementer to a technical partner, to a technical advisor, to a technical backstopper. You are there as their sounding board as they implement, so that you then recalibrate and catch a new role for yourself. The other role that I think INGOs should play more as they kind of pass on implementation to partners is that INGOs, I think, can become thought leaders, can sharpen their role in thought leaders, using practice from the field and coming to this to bring cutting-edge innovations, research models to influence policy and practice. I think that we can recalibrate our role to become thought leaders and the local actors as our thought partners, so that we can improve development and humanitarian work overall in that way. So I think that that's a reflection that needs to happen at the agencies. And then one more, I think you talked about we have to have a deep change of our language subgrantees and so many others. I think we have to make that change. You have failed. The most difficult conversation I've had to have with my team is to come to realization that if partner A, HADS or AWAD, fails, you have failed. And that shift is important to make. That's a language shift. As a program staff at an INGO, if I am working 100% with partners, if the partners performed at 30%, I have performed at less than 30% because I am an enabler. I am supposed to be a catalyst. I'm supposed to be a facilitator. I'm supposed to help them troubleshoot, anticipate, mitigate. And I think at INGO we have to shift the narrative and let our teams appreciate that if the partners have failed, you have failed. Because if we don't shift that narrative, then some of our staff will fail the partners so they can go back to direct implementation. But that means you have to relook at the kind of human resource profile that you're hiring, or you have to reorient the culture of your staff, the behavior. So what is then the performance goal of my staff? It used to be mobilize communities, train, implement, report. What is their new KPI? So I'm bringing this reflection so that we can start to look at the tangibilities of localization and what we have to deal with on a daily basis. And lastly is a culture shift. And I think I've touched that already. We got to have a culture shift as INGOs. Our behaviors, of course, includes our language, which I talked about, but we have to be courageous to have the culture shift. We have to have the courage to be the one seated down and being given feedback, for example. That's not a joke as well. We've had annual partnership meetings, and I can plot how the conversation would shift. The early ones was very clear. Seated in the classroom, facilitators, care staff, from registration to the first and the last speech. And the conversation was always partners attacking, care defending. But 3 years down, that has changed. And some of the sessions are facilitated by the local partners. Feedback is coming, and care is saying, we will look into that, we'll look into that, we'll look into that. And the truth is, some of the feedback, even if any time, any day, when you're starting to localize as an international organization, there's some feedback that are going to be standard. Arrogant, doesn't keep time and doesn't apologize. Big Land Cruiser, big title, big offices, big brother, big sister. When partners send reports, 3 weeks to review. When you review, you want them to feedback by midnight. But you took 2 weeks to review. Fund delays, you say it's in Atlanta if your headquarters is in Atlanta. So you blame something that doesn't exist. Those shifts and those conversations, we have to have the courage to put them on the floor when you have your partnership meeting. And that's a fantastic opportunity for you to level that power, to allow partners to give you frank feedback. It hurts, and sometimes all you have to say is, we shall look into it. Because when you are defensive, the partners will not give you feedback again. And whether you like it or not, whether you don't put on a jacket, the local partners feel the power around us, real or perceived. So your biggest job as an INGO is to constantly throw out that power. Because whether you have not talked, you just say, I am so-and-so from Oxfam. That itself is a problem. You're going to see at the break who people are going to rush to greet. They may not come to my brother from Lira. They will look for, are you the one with Oxfam? Are you the one with Care? Are you the one? That power shift has to happen. We have to make that deep shift of power. We have to make that shift. We have to constantly say we are partners. We have to constantly say, you can challenge me, you can. And we have to have the courage to come and say, we failed here. To accept that you failed is an important shift. We've had challenges where a local partner is not necessarily delivering as we wish, and the team has recommended to terminate. And you have to say no. Not because you don't want to fulfill donor requirements, but until you say no, they don't find difficult ways to fix the problem. But then you have to ask yourself, how many times have we failed as INGOs and donors have forgiven us? We've got too many no-cost extensions ourselves, but when the partners ask for no-cost extension, no. Your agreement is fixed, didn't you see? And some of them have lost an ED. You know what it means to lose an ED in a local organization? Because the ED is usually ED, head of HR, head of comms, head of BD. So if they've lost an ED, you should be the first to give them a no-cost extension before they ask. So I think it's time I come to you and say, what changes should you make? And then I'll be out of here. So what do you think are the changes that you should make as local organization? And then I will be out of here. Number one, and I'm not saying it's prescriptive, I'm just sharing reflections for discussion. It's not written in stone, it's just reflections. I think that the opportunity is too ripe for local organizations to really take the space. And for us who work for INGOs and we're Ugandans, we really believe the future, for some of us before we retire, is not in care. And that's the first point I want to make, that local organizations need to specialize more. If you look at the history of local organization, why you were founded, normally you were founded around one issue. Either menstruation or chickenpox or Down syndrome, or there's always one thing that propelled your start. When you started to come to Africana and to look at websites and to receive phone calls, you all of a sudden became also, you are in charge of malaria also, HIV also, you are good, environment, you're also there, advocacy, you're also there, filming, you're also there. Like you kind of become, and it's a natural progression. Why? Because now you are trying to get resources. But in trying to do that, you can no longer hold your place. So I have many friends who left INGO and set up their own INGO, their own local organization, and I do pro bono consulting for them to support them. The biggest struggle they have midway, 5 years down, is starting to lose credibility even on the things that they were good at. Why? Because they simply pick too much and they can't keep up. So local partners, let me submit to you, the reason why the INGOs have succeeded, and I know there are some of them 100 years old, others are 75 or 80, like CARE, but they have had to specialize. Take one thing and specialize, take one or two things, take three things and specialize. And as you grow and become bigger, you can then specialize in more things. But please specialize as much as you can. Become known for something. And I don't want to mention names here, but I'm tempted to mention TPO, that has really cut out a space in mental health. There is no INGO that can make noise that they're better than TPO on mental health. No one. I mentioned that to give you evidence that you can be better than INGOs on one subject that you're good at. Please consider to specialize. You will have to bypass some money. One millionaire said, if I am heading to a business meeting and I see a bundle of $1,000, I will not stop to pick it. So you have to bypass bundles of money because you are headed to a business meeting on your area of specialization. You have to specialize. 1 or 2, 3, whatever it is that you're good at, you have to specialize. So that's a deep transformation that local partners needs to make, to specialize, if we're going to make this a reality. And that specialization is also can sometimes be geographical. And I know that INGOs were victims of finding you in Lamour and saying, we want you to expand to Kasese. Because there's also geographical specialization. And I've seen many, many local and national and regional organizations, because there are those you started as a national mandate, like Down syndrome, like the Down Association. There are those who started with regional mandate. I am known in West Nile. I've seen that you are good there, so INGOs and donors say, please go to Karamoja. The way you will struggle in Karamoja. There are two reasons why you would never succeed in Karamoja. One of them is localization. The local partners of Karamoja does not want you to be there. You are actually undermining localization. Why don't you stay in West Nile where you were started? And also help us to be shining like you are. If they tell you to go to Karamoja, tell them, look, give me 2 weeks, let me go to Karamoja, I'll find a partner that I can coach for a year, and you give them that piece of job. That's how you should be working. You should be partly ashamed of yourself if you become greedy and you're moving from West Nile to also eat up Karamoja. That is undermining localization. Specialize. You got to specialize. Number 2, you have to relook at labor mobility as an opportunity. And then I will be out of here, because I think I have to share this reflection with you. You have to look at your labor mobility. Now, we have worked with some partners, and one particular partner had almost 0 turnover on a project we were partnering with them. And we had so much turnover, and we were paying more. The qualification of their staff could vary by maybe years of experience, but the standard bachelor's degree was almost the same. The pay of care was higher, but they had less turnover. Because I know that they say local partners cannot keep staff. I think that keeping staff is not money alone. I think it's your ability to demonstrate long-term vision to your team. They need to see the path. They need to see 10 years. You have to optimize labor mobility. I also think that local partners, you need to collectively over time begin to revolutionize the way you pay and remunerate, and make sure that it doesn't undermine your retention power. Because why should I be a local partner and I do not give medical insurance to my staff and their partners and children, when CARE, who is giving me money, is doing that to their staff and partners, to their staff and partner and children? You have to almost find a collective advocacy point on your human resource. Because that's a headache I see. And I told you, I said I have many EDs who are my personal friends. The biggest headache is who is going to resign tomorrow before I enter office. You have to rethink of your human resource and the mobility around that. You have to have the courage to look at some of the resources that are more experienced than you think you can afford and hire those resources. Because if you want to make a transformation to the next level, you have to get certain skills right. You have to get certain systems right. So you need to optimize labor mobility. Let me give you some examples. There are many INGO senior people who are fed up of being in Afghanistan. They've made all the money they made. Are you positioning yourself to tap into them as volunteers? And they head certain departments. They're not looking for money. They're looking for relevance. Have you looked into those retired? Development has been here over 25 years. There are so many retired people stuck in Namugongo somewhere, lonely. But they come from Karamoja, they come from Apache, they come from Chenjojo. You've not tapped into that market. They're not looking for money. There are so many government people retiring, head teachers and whatever, and you're in education program. They're not looking for money. So you have to look into that market to optimize your growth and takeoff. That's a talent pool you've not looked at. The second talent pool are those that are fed up of, they're not yet retired, but they're fed up of these international jobs, or they're even fed up of working with INGOs. It's not a joke to work for an INGO. It's too much pressure. Who said you cannot be courageous and say, Mr. Pio, I want to hire you as an ED? Not now, but in a year's time. Let's talk. You have to have the courage to approach INGO people and say, I want to hire you at some point. And this is my value proposition. Who said you cannot job share and get 30% director of program from somebody who is consulting, but it's 30% you are program director, giving you 3 days a week? Who said you can't tap into that? The other you need to look at is a pipeline of graduates. And I'm not saying that every graduate is good, but I know a partner, friend of mine, who built his agency on top talent from fresh grads, working with the university deans and say, give me the top kids on this subject. Train them and tell them, I need you to be here for 2 years. It's me to recommend you to go. We have some of them in INGOs now, but you positioning yourself to say, I'm giving you the experience, I'm giving you the training, I'm giving you the grounding, and I'm giving you the reference for you to go where you want to go, and build a pipeline of that. I'm not saying fresh grads can do complicated stuff, but they can do for you most of your frontline work. You have to optimize labor mobility. There is a lot of options. There's a lot of ways to get around that. Because we cannot be on this side saying we want local partners to take the space without challenging you to look differently how you can make it work. You have to have the courage to make it work. The last one, and then I'll be out of here. Change that I think you should make. I think you should embrace the power of digital technology to make you more agile. And I'm not saying it is cheap or obvious, you know, but I was at a workshop with one of our partners, and in the break they brought for him a big pile of papers to sign. And I told him, you have to stop this. He was very surprised. I said, no, I don't know the answer, but talk to this person who has helped us digitize and think about the power of having your work digital, your approvals digital. Because an ED is in many places. You are here, I know you are in some meetings, you are in a recruitment, you are in fundraising meeting, but you are here. But digital will give you the power to work differently. I think that's an area that you need to optimize, the power of digital. But also gives you visibility of your work. Because as new projects come, it's different if you have one project. If you have 2, 3, 4, if you're not digitized, you lose power. You lose capability to oversee the work. You need to optimize. And some of them, you simply need to approach your current partners who are giving you money and say, can you invest in helping us digitize? Can you look at our operation and help us see how we can digitize? It's very important to look at it that way, you know? So I think that is some area you need to explore as well as local organization, to kind of look at the possibilities of digitizing so that you are optimizing the strength that you have. And then the last one of transformation is you have to optimize, I don't know how to put it, but you have to optimize capacity sharing among yourselves. there's no point being an excellent local partner in Mbarara and other partners are struggling on something you're good at. Some of the partners we work with, they have an excellent financial system, but no other local partner knows that. They're just quiet. They say, oh, we are struggling with finance. Really? We're praying for you. Optimize your capacity sharing. You have, some of you, very good M&E systems. Some of you have very, very solid fundraising machine. You've got a way around fundraising. Some of you got very good governance, effective board governance, decision-making, change, transition, you've hacked it. But you're not capacity sharing among yourselves as local partners. You're not. Optimize that capacity sharing. You know, you got a way around that. Optimize that capacity sharing if we want to localize and make it a reality. The true reality is that localization and locally led, there is no option, there is no return. But will you be there? And let me tell you an irony which is happening. If you don't make the shift, what is going to happen? Which is already happening. So what is going to happen is going to be localization washing. If you don't up the ante as local partners. This is what is going to happen, and it's already happening. International organizations are going to wake up and change and say, we are local now. They register here, we are now local. Because you have not taken your space, they say, we are local now. So you imagine that CARE becomes a local organization. Can you compete with us on fundraising? You can't. So if you don't move in that space, that's one scenario what is going to happen. INGOs are going to localize. The second thing which is going to happen, which is already happening, international NGO staff are ganging up and setting up local organization that operates as INGOs. So imagine the INGOs, we are Oxfam, all the PDs. So with my friend, we just say, okay, let's set up Uganda refugee platform. I'm the PD, you are the CD, you are the head of finance, head of grants. You can't beat that system. It's also localization washing. But they have been sitting here, seeing the way you are playing with money, and not taking the space. They just wake up and set something. Impossible to stop. They will still pay themselves the same amount of money. You think if I set up a local organization, I'll pay myself less? No. I'll pay myself the same salary. Because the donors will come because they know it's Michael. We know him. He delivered a 15 million staff. If it is, just give him the money. He will deliver. You won't beat that competition. Or what will happen, some donors will say, look, let's localize by giving money to local government. Now you can have your issues around that. Others, and I've seen that already, they will say, it's easy, let's give it to the UN. We were at a donor meeting and one person was really bashing at the UN. He said, I hope the UN has not come here also to compete for money with us. You can't stop them. You just have to be better than them. You just have to be better. I have confidence that local organizations in Uganda have the capacity to take their space and collaborate effectively with INGOs. It doesn't mean INGOs are going to go away. No. We are going to have a different role. We're going to have a recalibrated role as INGOs, and we shouldn't be afraid. There's a lot of space for INGOs, even with all the space you're taking. But you have to be able to take the space. Are you ready for that? Please go for it. The last one is going forward. We have a new coordinator that will be a coordinating signature that is coming in. We are here to share our experience, what we've learned. We're here to support. We're here to be present, to support you to take forward the coordinating signatory work from January. We need to, going forward from next year, we need to start going away from talking localization to start to show some things that are working or not working. I think that C4C needs to increase the pressure. You have power to increase the pressure to say, Kea, you've been talking for 2 years. Can you now come to show what have you done? But if you allow us to come and talk, we are very good at talking. We can talk for 1 hour, confusing everything and getting away with it. You need to start saying, can you show? Can you imagine if C4C, and this is very rebellious, can you imagine if C4C said, next year annual dialogue, all INGOs, we put for you these chairs, just to tell us what percentage of your total budget is going to partners. Just one sentence and then you go and sit down. How many you think will come? But do you have the courage to make that a theme? Do you have the courage? And I know even my INGO friends are not happy about that thing. Because the 25% was supposed to be by 2020. They have extended the deadline. People have still not met. If you set a deadline and I give you an extended deadline, am I expecting you not to meet it? Who is supposed to put pressure on us? Donors and you. Even donors, we have to put pressure on them now. Can you imagine you say, C4C wants to meet donors? All you have to tell us is your total budget. How much has gone to local partners? One sentence and you sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not create a rebellion. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Michael. What a presentation. This is very great. You've given us a lot of content. I can tell you, I've been taking meticulous notes on exactly your guidance, both with what signatories should do and what endorsers should do. We have a lot to do, but the journey started, and we are on a very positive trajectory. Amidst us, we have new colleagues that have joined us. We are not going to allow them to introduce themselves, but can we clap and welcome them? Ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome. I've seen you. We have all seen you. We shall mingle and engage during break tea. We have a very special stakeholder amidst us that I'm going to introduce to you. But I have, in our space as the NGO Forum, I have a very interesting executive director. And as you were talking, Michael, I pondered on some of his points. And there is one that really I wanted to share with you. He said that INGOs to operate, they have 3 options. I'm sure you've heard about this. One option is to transform. The second option, die well. The third option, die badly. That's what he says. And I wish he was in this room to throw more light on this, because these are very key pertinent options that our colleagues from the INGOs have. We are very privileged that we have a category of all different stakeholders that have come in for this engagement. But also, as local actors, I would like to say that we are rich in our own diversity. That we have a lot of assets that I would implore the different stakeholders to tap in. How about leveraging on our local leadership and relationships as you're engaging with us? How about leveraging on our local knowledge and expertise? And how about leveraging on our local money? Our local money. Whether in cash, whether in time, or in kind. And what about leveraging on our local skills, retooling retool us and you'll see the magic bullet we have. And please do the co-creation during designing. You'll see the magic that transformation will be derived. And I would like to, in a special way, appreciate the Ministry of Local Government. Can we please give them a round of applause? This is the ministry that is hosting all of us in our respective areas. We talk about the different districts and regions, but all these are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Local Government. And they've provided very many frameworks, very many instruments, and above all, the operating environment. Amidst us, we have Ms. Ruth, who is the Principal Inspector Directorate of Inspection, Ministry of Local Government. Madam, you're most welcome. And I would like to welcome you to come and give us those remarks. And thereafter, I think we'll qualify to have tea. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Charter for Change way. Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
I'm at loss of words because of your presence in this building to play the leveraging of the local environment in all perceptions, like he has been saying. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will not introduce myself because you already know who I am. And I want to welcome you to this meeting. And I say all protocols are observed. I bring you greetings from government, from Ministry of Local Government, from all the local governments. Why do I say government? And why am I proud to be part of government? All of you here go to play and dance in the local governments. It's where everything happens for socio-economic transformation of this country. And that's why I say localization is government. Local governments are governments. Once upon a time, localization was born in Istanbul in 2016 in a meeting organized by the UN agencies, the INGOs, the national and local actors to forge a way forward in addressing the global challenges such as climate change, economic downturn, among others. I would like in a special way to appreciate Charter for Change Working Group in Uganda and Relon for organizing this event. What brings us here now is to share our lived experience on the different works, what we are doing. One of the presenters here today talked about working in Karamoja as a challenge. They said, wow. This is quite true, but it's something that is within our control. For any environment, for any local government, for us as a nation to transform, we have to start with these challenges. We need to have a mindset change. There is a challenge of mindset change in Karamoja, but together, we, all of us here, can do it and make a change and make it easy. The decentralization policy in Uganda gave the authority to the local governments and the local authorities at the grassroots, the authority, responsibility, accountability. But while handling all these ones, there were issues of ownership, issues of devolution, among others, to ensure that these people are on ground transform. Mindset change. The culture shift that was being talked about earlier, and the ways of resetting the roles, the languages, all of them brought together. All of us here in this room today, we can make it, because I believe we have the will and we can do it. Where there is a will, there is a way. Currently, Uganda is facing a lot of disasters, amongst them floods, drought, the heat waves, too much of it in many of these areas. The floods. I was in Mbale last week in the city, and I got to understand that there was a very big crack on Wanale Hill, which is within the city. And when I looked at the picture which I was given, the crack was going through somebody's home. These are challenges that are with us. The diseases. All these now require our interventions as a team, a collaborated team, a network and coordinated organs to support. But who is better placed to provide immediate need in case something happens? Who? All of us here, we have that answer. The answer here is with you and me. In short, local actors are in better positions to provide such immediate support, but they need us to be with them. Uganda is currently hosting to close 1.7 million people. When this is added to the national population, the situation becomes hard in terms of resources. Some of these variables that I've been talking about do not show time. They just appear when they wish to appear. And they present themselves. But these, when they appear, they are not planned before. There are no resources. There is no anything. So what do we do? The question remains with us all. During the Global Refugee Forum, Uganda was among the co-conveners in the meeting. The government made 5 commitments, including localization agenda. The reason we are here to talk about it. To push this forward, the Ministry of Local Government and the Office of the Prime Minister are working closely with the INGOs, the donors, the locals, the national actors, among others, to develop a localization framework that would see us work together in moving the localization agenda forward. Colleagues who are here today, we have a great task to ensure the localization agenda succeeds. We have a vision, we have a goal, and I believe we can do it. Collaboration and networking is key. In case there is a challenge, who should I run to and call, please come? We have this at hand. What can we do? How can we do it? We need to ensure equal partnership with focus on transparency, accountability, and mutual respect. We need to be accountable. You are handling different issues in your areas of jurisdiction. How do you operate? How do you account for what you are doing in that area of jurisdiction. We need to come out at the end of the day with our heads high, having physical accountability of where we've been implementing whatever we've been implementing. Decolonization remains a catchphrase in the way we work. Careful selection and use of words that respect everyone. Gender issues, for instance. How do we talk? How do we implement? When we talk about use of words and respect, there are so many issues in there that are inbuilt in those few words. And all of them have been talked about by the presenters who have been standing here. We need to talk and walk. Walk the talk. Use of words, respect for everyone. I want to thank you all and declare this meeting open for God and my country. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Ruth. This is great. What a submission. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think we qualify to have tea? You've earned it? Okay. I will request, we're going to break for 30 minutes. And when we come back, we're going to dive deeper into the real doing, the walking, the talk. And where is Mate? Mate, you're the chief whip. 30 minutes, we'll start the conversation. So we regard the prayer that we had in the morning to have covered all meals and engagements. But in case you missed out, just say amen. The prayer was powerful. And enjoy your meal. So Mate, please, you want to clarify? Okay. I'm told that you still carry your smiles now. That once we go into conversations, you may drop them. So we are going to have a group photo before we take our tea. So Mate, please take over to know where exactly we're going to take this photo from. And then we manage this. So we are going to add more other 5 minutes for photo taking. So Mate, we should be here in the next 35 minutes. Otherwise, enjoy your time here at Africana. Thank you.
You even forgot Eastern.
Hello, hello, hello. Those who are still grabbing a cup of coffee or tea or lemonade, I have a lost and found property. If you know this belongs to Caesar, please come for it. We have only 2 minutes. If we can grab a cup or a bite and join back the room so that we can kickstart the next segment of the program. Our team, Lango sub-region, please join the room. Western Uganda, please join the room. Eastern Uganda, join the room. If you are absent, it means your region is not represented. Central region, hello. Please join the room. In case you come from Central, join. Western Humanitarian Platform members, please join the room. We are late. Our team, if you can join with your group, in case I'm seeing you and I know how you look like, please let's join so that we can wind up. We are almost running for lunch. Kathy, can they help your fellow humanitarian platform members to join the room? Thank you so much. Let's just enter with our cups of coffee and tea plus our bites. Hello? 1 minute to go and I close the doors. Thank you. Those who are still enjoying tea, we are good to go or to leave you outside. Hello? Please, let's join the room. People from Kasese, join the room. Mbarara, Lango.
Hello. Please let's have a working tea you can grab your tea and come in.
We have the quorum.
Yeah, the rest of us, please welcome back or keep enjoying your tea. A kind reminder to the from the logistics team, please register and also verify your telephone numbers. Thank you so much. Please ensure that you have registered with the logistics team. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Great.
Doctor, before we proceed, allow me just share with the House that yesterday we had our Women's Summit. Wow. And for the ladies who are around, you know what we experienced. But one of the great achievements we had that I would like to share with those women who were not in the House at that time is our slogan. I don't know whether the women around still remember our slogan. Do you? You remember our slogan? How about we share with our fellow women who were not with us? Gladly, right? So I'm going to say it. I'm going to say the word, then you respond to see whether you remember. Right? As if they're not around. Eh? You're around. Eh? Resilient women. Resilient women. Now the men are asking why women. I can imagine. But don't worry, it was our summit as women, and it was our day as women in the humanitarian development and peace nexus. So we had quite a blast. You should have seen us. But since you were men, you were also represented. Yeah, we have those men who are women at heart. They gladly represented. Yeah. So we had a very powerful slogan, and for us, we are taking it on. Resilient women. Resilient women. I don't know about the men, but for us, the women, we are resilient. Welcome back from that break tea, and I hope you're enjoying the day.
So, Kathy, where does this leave the boy child?
The boy child is gladly represented because we believe that once women are resilient, you know, in our women nature, we cannot forget the boy child. So he's catered within there. We had a blast from private sector who said, a lady, a very resourceful lady who gave us an insight and told us that there was a time they came and empowered a village, a particular village, and only financed women. And then also they did another sample where they financed only men. And then they were comparing. And then in her own words, she said the women were prospering. So for us, we are saying resilient women, and the men are also with us. Because as much as I'm Kathy, I have a family head, isn't it? Definitely.
Great. An advocate. Thank you, Kathy, for bringing us to speed on what happened yesterday. There are a series of events that Charter for Change Working Group is overseeing. And this is a week where most of these engagements are being held. Welcome back from tea. We are going deeper into our conversation. I'm looking at the DJ. Once you are ready, you let me know, because I have a surprise for you. I want us to localize. And once we say we're going to localize, usually we celebrate. Okay, so we're going to, in our next segment, it's about experience sharing. We're going to listen from respective regions and with all the due respect from all the regions, in the interest of time, we've been able to pick a few regions that will represent the rest, since we have to manage time. And we'll have the following regions that will be sharing their experiences. We shall have an experience from West Nile to be anchored around localization, success stories, and the impact. And also we'll have Lango sub-region sharing the experiences around what are the challenges and any opportunities. And Western region will share their experiences about what are the different recommendations they are proposing. And also we have Karamoja sub-region that will share the experiences about collaborations and partnerships. And lastly, from Eastern Uganda, we'll have best practices and innovations. So I would like to request you to stand up for your surprise. DJ, please give us a meal I've prepared for you. You're supposed to dance to this song. So if you're moved, we have to dance to that one for 2 minutes, okay? You can use any space. So who is joining me here?
Adwana mo nigi dwana lubaye kuya Utero long mona nigi twea lubaye kuya Muwili wa bili nigi twea lubaye kuya Kaan lubaye kwaga beitema Kaan ule kwaga beitema
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That was to awaken you and remind you that we are here to have conversations on localization. Isn't it? As the theme goes, rethinking localization, tracking progress and charting the future. Yes, I wanted to square your thoughts around Uganda and the local context after listening from very many speakers that have enlightened about many issues and the values, the importance of local actors and working collective with all different stakeholders, including the local government. I think as we get into deeper conversations, I would like to welcome the following. I would like to welcome Emily from West Nile. Please come and take your seat.
Charter for Change. No, Emily deserves a better hand clap. Charter for Change. My dear, the person coming is a candle. So yes.
Yes, Emily, you're welcome. Please take your seat. I would like to welcome Moses from Lango.
Chatter for change. Chatter for change. You want your team to kill me.
Yes, and I'll also want to welcome a doctor from Karamoja sub-region.
Chatter for change.
Okay, I would like to welcome JB from Western region.
Chatter for change.
And lastly is Bate. Where are you?
Chatter for change.
Okay, we would like to start this conversation. Just as you know that in our operations as local actors, you can choose on any compliance requirements. You can choose to be, there's what we call procedural legitimacy, where you only concentrate on the laws as you operate in terms of your work. But also, there's what we call substantive legitimacy, where you're committed to your values and mandate as an institution. It's very imperative that as local actors, we are compliant to the regulatory frameworks. The members who are in front of you, they have experience in localization, but also they've done it. They're going to share the experiences around the regional issues. We had to make sure that these conversations will let the actors themselves take the lead in relaying some of these aspects. So we'll start with West Nile. Emily, please share with us your experiences on localization. What is working? The success stories, the impact. Let's celebrate the success of localization in West Nile. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Ronald, for the opportunity. My name is Emily Dujaru, the Regional Coordinator for Charter for Change for West Nile Sub-Region. The journey of localization started way back in 2016 in the West Nile Sub-Region with a project called ELNA that was empowering local and national humanitarian actors, funded by Oxfam. And this localization approach started at the peak of the emergency in the West Nile sub-region. So Oxfam was well positioned at that time during the emergency and saw need on how locally led approaches can actually take root when it comes to humanitarian response. So the local and national actors' capacities were built to navigate through the challenges of offering quality service delivery to our persons in need or our persons of concern. So through the capacity building opportunities, a number of local and national actors, including refugee-led organizations, benefited from the ELNA project. And through these capacity building efforts, local actors were able to respond effectively during the emergency response period. And now this ELNA project gave birth to what we call the humanitarian platform or the National Humanitarian Platform. And West Nile, being a pilot for ELNA, was able to register the West Nile Humanitarian Platform, and it was able to register the West Nile Humanitarian Platform, which was aligned to the National Humanitarian Platform. And through localization, we were able to collaborate with the local governments, including WENDA, OPM, and UN agencies,
The collaboration was very effective. That's why we're able to see the presence of different actors in our region. And we've already seen significant increase in partnership with our different signatories of Charter for Change and allies on the progress of localization. For example, we now have a number of consortia going on. We have even seen locally led partners coming in together to deliver services to our persons of concern. That is in terms of humanitarian development and peace nexus. And we are also seeing the media or the academia taking interest in localization. Now we even have the academia, for example, Muni University, Gulu University, that are investing in localization agenda. And then we are seeing increased donor funding to support interventions across the West Nile sub-region. When you look at the West Nile sub-region, the local governments, OPM, the UN agencies, and the signatories will testify to this, or they will attest to this, that localization is already making progress. We are running away from theories or rhetoric to action. We are not now doing perceived localization. It is actual localization going on and being witnessed in the West Nile sub-region. However, this does not mean that everything is smooth. The perception about localization is not uniform across board. So we all have different perceptions about localization, and here we are making a call to action as West Nile sub-region, local and national actors, that there's still existing capacity gap which needs to be strengthened by the actors that are advancing the agenda of localization agenda. So we are employing the local government, the allies, the signatories, and donor community to still factor in the aspect of capacity strengthening funding when they are lobbying for resources to strengthen localization agenda in our regions. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to Emily. Thank you very much for that submission. Strong points. I'd like to cross to Karamoja sub-region. Doctor, we cannot overemphasize the importance of collaboration and partnerships in advancing localization. In your experience, can you please share some of the insights from that region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul from Karamoja sub-region. Our journey of localization also started in 2016 with the ELNAP project, which with support from Oxfam through iCare Foundation. And that gave rise to the establishment of the Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance. And we journeyed for quite some time, but then somehow, somewhere on the way, we had challenges. The platform somehow went quiet, but recently again, through support from Oxfam and through the project called RISE-K, the humanitarian platform was actually revitalized and is currently hosted by Caritas Moroto. And in the sub-region, we have 12 organizations that are endorsers for Charter for Change, only 12, you can imagine. Out of the so many organizations, we even don't know how many local organizations are there, but there are already efforts by the platform to reach out to all the organizations, to map out all the organizations within the sub-region and also assess their capacity. And out of these 12 organizations, 75% of them are actually from North Karamoja, and only 25% are from the south. Reason being that when the ELNA project started, it started in the north, and it had very minimal activities in the south. That explains that. And so in this RISE-K project that comes through Oxfam from Irish Aid, we have like around 6 partners that are currently working. And it is this project that is actually pushing and supporting most of our activities in the sub-region. So in terms of coordination, we've been having quite a number of coordination meetings. Some are ad hoc, but on quarterly basis at least, We are meeting to discuss quite a number of things about the platform. And we have also had emergency response together as a platform, hosted by Caritas Moroto. For example, we had, we responded to flash floods in Park districts in 2024 in a place called Como, in Irir sub-county.
Okay.
And then we also had emergency food supply in a sub-county, Lotisan. And the platform has also been fixing some bridges that were washed away by floods around the Mount Moroto area, in the area of Nadiket. And the way we do it together as a platform, coming up together and then, you know, drawing the plans and prioritizing on the kind of emergency response that we make as a platform. And so far we reached around 2,200 households in this emergency support. And then we have also come very far. I talked about the coordination meetings which we hold regularly. We have a secretariat in place now. And then we are currently reviewing our work plans and then also mapping local actors. And what will follow that is we want to assess the capacities of the different organizations because we are not at the same level. Some are compliant with the regulatory issues of government, some do not have an idea, but we want to do this.
Okay.
And recently also through support from Oxfam and Charter for Change, we popularized the localization agenda, so we expect quite a number of organizations to rally behind us. Hopefully by next year, I don't think we shall just be a handful of organizations attending this event.
As
of course, we have had a bit of challenges,
yes.
Which I think we already mentioned. We don't know each other, so we need to coordinate. We also don't know our capacities as local organizations, and then limited knowledge about all these things. So, all in all, we can say we are set, and we hope we should be able to work together and respond to emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Karamoja Sub-Region, for sharing your experiences on collaborations and partnerships. Wow, great work is being done in our respective regions. I would like to listen from Lango Sub-Region. Maybe before I go to Lango Sub-Region, I'd like to continue the celebrations through best practices and innovations, because I would like to pick the positives from these engagements. So Mate, do you have any of these that you can ably share with us? Please go ahead.
One of the things that always come to our mind is to ask yourself, why did you start? Why are you where you are? And what's the vision that drives your organization? You realize that many of the youth-led or the young organizations actually don't celebrate their first birthday or their first decade of implementation. You know the reason is that we establish our entities with the aim of creating jobs for ourselves. Only a few employ others. Only a few build the capacities of those that they focus on. The reason why I'm bringing this is that when it comes to funding, the first two things we spoke about, why are you where you are, and why were you established, or why did you form what you have today? That's the driving force that inspires some of us, that your history is something that can inspire you to do more. I became a young father at the age of 15. The one whom I follow, the one who follows me. Only those who don't know my story are the ones who say, "Nay, it seems that you guys are just making money out of these things." Young people drive change from the passion that they have. And it's one of the inspiring stories that we have, that the vision you have for your entity is what drives everything. And your visibility, because if you don't create visibility of your organization, Doctor, I can borrow from what is in the background so far, that being the Eastern coordinator, there are a lot of challenges. For example, during the mapping of local actors, most of us, including those in this room, we are not findable. It is really hard that most of our offices are in our pockets. I would not be sorry to say this, that we need to be findable before we become fundable. Because if you're not findable, you cannot be funded. There are those who are funded because they initiate their offices expecting to get a grant. Are you ready to take on the mantle, or are you ready to take it on when you have the money? The answer is no to some of us. I think we are few. What do we need to learn? Is that the branding of your organization starts from you as the leader, not anyone else. I love beauty when it comes to designing, and also ensuring that what you put ahead of yourself can be seen by someone else, not as you to say, I think I've made it all. It's not yet done until it is over. It is up to us to create a legacy that will be remembered by those after us. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to Mate from Eastern. Perhaps, I know all is not rosy. There are challenges and obstacles. And I would like to listen from Lango sub-region. Moses, what are some of the challenges you have encountered as you advance and engage in this space promoting localization?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronald, for the session, and thank you, my fellow panelists. Yes, as he rightly put it, I am here for Lango, and my submission is not only going to be dwelling in Lango because my predecessor, Mr. Mate, has already mentioned a few, and also Dr., including the first speaker. Well, Lango sub-region is actually a baby when it comes to localization. It was this year in April, on 18th to be exact, that Plan International and Oxfam, Uganda, joined their hands to give birth through the processes of making Lango autonomous in the localization move. Yeah, they deserve that. Let's do it better. Let's clap better for them. Yeah, ever since the time we did the launch, I must say much has not been done. Yeah. Because not that we are not faced with the issues, disasters, or emergency needs, but we as Lango have been faced with around 4 or 5 things. Number one, we have droughts that face Lango most of the time, year in, year out. But this year has been exceptional, that the rain has been, again, too much. We also witnessed, all of us this morning, that it has been raining, and Lango is having a lot of rain as well. So that has given birth to what is called floods. And floods has affected more than 6 districts. When you talk about Lango, Lango has got 10 districts, including 1 city. So these 10 districts, 6 of them encounters challenges of floods. One is Dokolo district, another one is Amolatar. We have Oyam, Kwania, Otuke, and then, yeah, those are the notable ones. The notable ones. Those 5 are very notable. And several times, for those of you who are in the platform of C4C, I've been able to share that Lango require this kind of emergency response. Now, these kind of issues, I know most of the focus right now goes to refugee and all that, leaving the developmental perspective. But localization drive should focus both on the humanitarian and the development. Okay. So that we can be able to address issues concurrently. Because if we focus only on one side and leave the other one, we are going to have more challenges coming from the developmental world. In that respect, therefore, allow me to dive into the question that has been posed by the moderator. Challenges that we see, number one, to address some of these issues that I have mentioned, is capacity. When I talk about capacity, it's about, first of all, the knowledge of handling emergency situations. We know that we have international organizations and donors who have a lot of knowledge on how to respond to situations that require emergencies.
Okay.
But us, being a new baby, we are yet learning how to get into this. However, with the support from the local governments, we are able to respond. With some of the people on ground, like I must commend and applaud Uganda Red Cross Society. They have been the pillars of supporting us in terms of emergency. In Dokolo, in Oyam, they have been able to respond. And some of them have given us opportunities to learn from. And also, Office of the OPM has been very, very instrumental by providing relief services like meals to the affected communities. That has been some of the key things. So, knowledge or capacity needs to be enhanced. Two, resources. My predecessor, Mr. Madi, talked about it. The mobilization of resources has not been so grossy for us. Therefore, if it comes to emergency response, we need to act swift. But we don't have a van basket somewhere on standby. Because when it comes to emergency, you do not expect it. It's like an accident. It happens now and you need to respond now. And if there's no standby resources, it's very hard for you to respond to such kind of situations. Therefore, we are kind of, through this platform, requesting that the donor world, the international communities, available with some little contribution. If at all we can raise the 25%, as Michael was saying, can we put some standby money somewhere, whereby if we have a response, we have a quick or a swift response to address such issues. That would be very appreciable. Then another thing is about when people are in the state of disorganization from their homesteads, we have issues of livelihood. When there's a lot of flood, it affects the crops in the garden. And you know, majority of our people survive on horse or plantations or agriculture. And once your crops have been swept away, there is no means of survival. This leaves you at a state of being a destitute. And at the end of the day, you are not able to fend for your family and also meet the required basic needs.
Okay.
I would go on, but lastly, let's talk about the effects on education. We realized during the course of the flood, most of the schools were immersed, and the pupils and students were not able to go on with the learnings. And some of them require movement from that swampy place to another area. And some of the classrooms were blown away by wind or the heavy rain. So at the end of the day, the children are not able to acquire the quality education which is required. So some of these are challenges that needs to be addressed.
Right.
So when we focus only on issues of humanitarian response and we forget about areas that require developmental needs and they are faced with such kind of adversity, it is very hard for them to be supported and also work out. I would go on, but because of the 3 minutes, I need to be respectful. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Moses, for sharing those insights. You are only a few months, but we see the passion you have in making sure that you coordinate the Lango sub-region. The Charter for Change working group in Uganda is unique in nature that it is encompassing both humanitarian and development arm, and I think it's something that we need to explore and see how best do we take this forward, and then we are able to serve better in our respective areas. The last one is from Western Uganda. Can you please share with us some of the recommendations after listening from your colleagues in your own context? What has to be done to realize this agenda?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, panelists and the audience. I come from Western Uganda, a region that hosts more refugee settlements, a region that experiences a lot of disaster, be it during rain, you would have disaster, during sunshine, you would have disaster. So there is continuous disaster occurrence in the region. But the challenges, the strength, the learnings, as my colleagues have put up, they seem to be similar. But I need to dive much into the recommendations. Basically, we start with the worry of my brother Otim about the funding. There is a need for what we call a joint fundraising. You see, what we are having currently is a certain percentage from the INGOs to a local actor.
Yes.
This 25% portion that is given to us, the local actors, may not cater for the overwhelming disaster. But what we are looking at now is if we did a joint fundraising, we come up with a pooled fund such that even if there is a disaster at any particular time, we have the funds, then depending on them. So we are advocating for enhanced funding mechanisms.
Okay.
Two, I will borrow an example from Oxfam. Oxfam has put up a model, a very good model, called Emergency Response Facility. This model brings out some funds to cater for disaster. I think my brothers from Lango sub-region have benefited from it. So there is available resources, actually for the last 2 years, from 2022, we have been piloting this facility. I pray it works up very well. Then we all need to understand that we have different capacities in handling these emergencies as local actors, basically. These, the capacities we have range from design, implementation, and even the reporting. So can we have an enhanced or a comprehensive capacity building or enhancement for the local actors to have them come up with a strong vigor to respond to emergencies? If you looked at, my brother Mate said most of the organizations don't celebrate a decade. Why? There are very many factors. But if we brought these newly born organizations as our babies, we nurture them into the platforms, we do the enhancement of their capacities, we shall have them celebrate even more, many more years.
Okay.
So if we can have a mechanism of training, a mechanism of capacity building, the organizations, especially those that fall under the platforms, we shall have some of the challenges solved. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to JB. All right. All is said and done. We clap for this team. I would like to pick 2 questions, if you have any, from the audience. Please, if you have any. Oh, we have one from our brother, and then, 3. Now, I conflicted. I said 2, now they've become, I make 4? Okay, consensus, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, Ronald and Howard, dear panelists. One, I want to ask Dr. Lochap from Karamoja. I come from Karamoja Rights Advocates Network. Do you think Karamoja local CSOs is ready for the localization agenda? And if so, what are some of the workable strategies we should put in place to ensure that we are findable and fundable? Because one of the issues that I see with the local actors at the grassroots is that we still grapple with compliance issues, which is one aspect that can make us fall short of achieving the localization agenda. And also, I would like to emulate what Mate says in regards to findable and being fundable. Indeed, no donor can trust you with their money if they don't know where you are. Wow. And of course, where can you be found? You can either be found in your office or you can be found in working groups like we are in, or community of practices of different kind that you may subscribe to. So how better can we ensure that local CSOs in Karamoja are findable? Thank you.
Thank you. Pass the microphone to behind. Leave no one behind.
Thank you.
Then for.
Yeah, I'm Rebecca and I work for Jesse from Fort Portal. My first question goes to Doctor. Yeah, Doctor, what has been the local government's position in responding to emergencies? Because when you talked about localization, You never mentioned about the effort of the local government, yet they are key in also responding to emergencies. Then the other one is maybe a supplement or a contribution to the recommendation on what JB talked about. Yeah, we need to build, I think, the capacity of local governments to also fundraise, to have a fund, because as NGOs, even if it's an international NGO, we can't do a lot without increasing the budget for the local governments. We need to collaborate with them, and they should also have a fund, a reserved fund for responding to emergencies. Then the other one is to concur with Emily about the role of academia. We need academia so much to help us to table these concepts, to fundraise together, to do research, and to do a lot. So for my colleagues from Western Uganda, I think this is one of our takeaways, that we should link up with institutions like MMU, even the universities in Kagadi, Hoima, so that we can do a lot. We pattern and fundraise together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Cow from Busia.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. I have two questions. One for...
Make them brief.
Otim mentioned issues of flooding. How are you addressing vulnerability among households who are affected by the loss and damage? Because it is a very big challenge in terms of economic and non-economic losses resulting from climate change.
Yes.
Secondly, Mate mentioned issues of a young father at 15. How do we dispense this in terms of localization? Thank you.
I think we need to contextualize this conversation. I'll excuse Mate from responding to that, because I don't want to go into other semantics. So,
Ronald, sorry, you didn't allow me to talk, but I am taking the privilege.
Proxy.
Yeah. Just one question. Any of them can answer. In Uganda, there is a wide belief that there is politicization of service delivery. And we are talking about localization so that we can have services closer to the people. To what extent are those coordinators, regional coordinators, to what extent are they confronted with these two dichotomies? Thank you.
And I'm allocating that question to Emily on politicizing, because I know West Nile.
The last hand was?
Yes, the last hand.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Aloro Gordon Paul, the Relon West Nile Vice Chairperson. My question has been asked by the cow from Busia. I wanted to put some recommendation according to what Emily has said we are supposed to be sharing with her, because it is the same reason.
Yeah.
We, as in West Nile, we advocate for our own problems before the partners comes in. See, currently we have 20 organizations that have been observed, taken by UN SARA, getting funds. Why? Because we talk to our own problems. It is us to speak to them that we need this.
Okay.
But I'm seeing as all the other regional or coordinators, they have challenges. And these challenges, it is you who can address them.
Okay.
It is you who will create the platform for yourselves. Do awareness for yourselves. Before you come to the partners, to the international partners to support you, you need to first create awareness and do some great work. Oxfam is funding around 7 or 17 in West Nile. I think it is civil society and the refugee-led organizations. And we're getting the funds.
Wow.
We are advocating for ourselves. We are really trying. Any meeting that we go to, we need to fight for ourselves. Don't talk me. Don't say I. Say we. If you say me, this is where we don't survive.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Great submission. Huh? It's like
we.
Who has ever been a scout here? Or is a living scout?
I am.
I think you can resonate with that.
Yeah. I remember
Just
they used to
there's a
tell
lady.
us, scouts we, and then we say wa. Isn't it?
Yeah. I can't let down one of the colleagues who has raised up her hand. Just in 1 minute. Just ask or make a supplement.
Thank you so much. My name is Luisa from Lango Humanitarian Platform as the secretary. I want to channel my question to the Western region. They already said, as we wait for the capacity building, another disaster might come in Lango, and I might not find time or a way to camp. Please, just share a little bit of experience. We have seen you people mobilize funds in the shortest time. We have been seeing you post. How do you do these things in the shortest time, and you're able to attract all those funds in the short time to respond to these crises? Because as Lango, we have struggled with this. And being a new baby launch, the local government's eyes are on us, other partners are on us, they look at us, but we cannot respond. So please, in the shortest time possible, just give us a few tips and your experiences on how you do these things. Thank you.
Wow, the space is about learning, right? So let's explore how we're able to, how others are doing it and learn from them. So I have a few hands, but you'll excuse me in the interest of time. Most of the issues are going to be discussed in the next panels, right? Because we have one on policy, another one on finance. That will be very exciting. You don't need to miss. I'm giving you each a minute, those that have questions. Karamoja will take 3 minutes because you have 3 questions, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. The first question reads, how are CSOs ready for localization agenda? In the Karamoja context, we can say it's partly yes, but also partly no. Partly yes, because there are already organizations that have been part of the journey. And for your information, some of the organizations have already begun winning direct grants from bigger donors like USAID. Warrior Squad Foundation is here. It's recently won a very huge grant from USAID without an intermediary. So I think that is a success. So the answer is yes, but it's also no, because a number of organizations are new, and that's where we need to do the mapping and carry out organizational capacity assessment. And once we do organizational capacity assessment, then we now develop what they call a capacity building plan to strengthen their capacity so that they become compliant with what is required by government and donors to access this funding. That's where we are currently. And also as a platform, we are looking at developing a strategy for the alliance. What we want to do as a Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance, we need to have a strategy, a sense of direction. And this must be backed by our annual plans and so on. And then of course the capacity strengthening and resource mobilization. At our level now, we are already asserting ourselves and saying, okay, now there are already a lot of opportunities. What do we need to do? We need to come together in a consortium and develop a resource mobilization strategy and be able to respond, even using locally mobilized resources. So that's where we are as a platform. Then the second question is local government role in responding to emergencies. Yeah. The district local governments of Karamoja are part of the Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance. Yeah. So when we take decisions, they are part of the alliance. And moreover, when we're working, we make use of the local government experts in responding to emergency situations. So we can't go to a district without their participation. They are the entry points. Wow. Because local governments like Madam Speaker, Madam who gave us an address here, I beg your pardon.
Madam Roth.
are the first and the last responders, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you can be here as CARE and CRS, but tomorrow you are not there. You will come with your emergency thing and we respond. But the local people, the last responders will be the local government.
As you wind up?
Because they are here to stay.
Yes.
Thank you. I think those were the questions that I had to answer.
Thank you.
The rest of my friends can complement in case I missed out anything. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you're clapping? Emily, you have any questions to respond to? Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. My question was all about politicization of service delivery. Service delivery and how the leadership can actually harmonize between localization, agenda, and politics.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a very good question. Aware that all the different regions in this country are at different levels of understanding on how the localization agenda is working or how localization agenda is being defined. So not all of us are on the same boat. So at this level, some of us will see localization as being a very political instrument. But to clarify on this, I would say that as leaders, we have really tried in this journey to create a lot of awareness about Charter for Change and how we are advancing the localization agenda in the country. At regional level, we've had engagements with the district local governments. We've moved in these districts with support of our chairperson. We moved across creating awareness on localization agenda to avoid the aspect of politicizing localization agenda. I think in most regions, we reached out as leaders of C4C. How many of you attended one of our meetings in your various districts by show of hands? Please don't embarrass me. Those of you participated. In the various districts, we had awareness sessions on Charter for Change and localization agenda. Yes, I have people who are attesting to this. So all this we are doing to avert politicization of the localization agenda. And then we also work closely with the NGO monitoring committees of these districts. We do not work in isolation. The civil society organizations or partners are also part of the NGO monitoring committees. And why are they there? They are there to assure quality in delivery of public service to ensure that we do not politicize the localization agenda. And then we have existing original civil society networks. They play a very significant role to ensure that there's quality service delivery to our communities without politicizing any agenda. And then we do a lot of collaboration with like-minded partners, our allies of localization, the signatories, the endorsers. We are doing this together in partnership. We are not working in isolation, so there should be no worry on how we're going to politicize this. And if we do it, it's our own making, very intentional. I beg to stop here.
Thank you very much, Emily, for taking this on with very strong points. I can see colleagues would want to supplement more. I'm constrained because of time. Don't worry, we are going to have those sessions at some point. If you can write that question or in a comment, I'll give you an opportunity at some point, Alum. Western Uganda. How do you do it? Because Lango would like to learn from you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think we need to have a very big conversation on this. But to start with, as Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, its leadership and the partners, we work as a team. It is very hard to see a divided team.
Okay.
We always coordinate.
Okay.
In matters of emergency, it is not the platform alone that does that. The organization that is in the locality of emergency takes lead. There is always that reporting mechanism. This has happened here, together with the local government. They swing into assessment. An assessment report comes in. We don't wait for funds from donors to go and do assessment. So as well as we are doing the fundraising, we already have what to show. This is happening. This is what we have done. So I think there is a lot of conversation around that, but we don't need a lot to do great work.
Okay.
Last, I think it was September, we were here. We had a number of representatives from the regions, and to put it right, we had local government authorities, be it political wing and technical wing. So that is how far we involve them in our programming. So they own whatever we do. So they are in charge of whatever we do.
Okay.
So it is very hard to do the fundraising and we are tossed, no. Because there is a need that we always show to respond to.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I think since these are lessons we're learning, there's need to do cross-learning. If you can plan for a physical visit or a virtual visit with any of the actors or of the regions that you've been moved, that they're doing well in either collaboration or fundraising or engaging, please, this is a space that we can engage and plan accordingly. And Lango, sub-region, Moses.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have a question and then a supplement. I want to start with a supplement and then respond to Kao's concern. The supplement about political space. First of all, in our best practice as Lango, when we were mobilizing for the launch, I come from Otuke, and I sat with my team down. They said, because you come from Otuke, you're not going to mobilize people from your district. Go to Apache, where they don't know you. And that way, because probably if I have a political ambition, I would go to a place where I feel is more fertile for me. And then I will pick the people I want. So that did not happen. So the conflict of interest in localization move and also politics, we need to be very careful when we are handling it. But basically, most of the humanitarian actors or the people in the NGO world, when the basket of funding is dwindling, we always resort, some people resort to politics. So that creates conflict of interest, but we need to be aware about such kind of alignments. Also, the district chairman of Dokolo districts, being a local government leader, contributed during the drive of recent when we had floods in Dokolo. He gave us almost an acre of cassava to feed to the people who were affected. So that is collaboration that we do. Now, to handle the issue of vulnerability, actually I had it as a challenge. Gender and child vulnerability in disaster issue situations. It is true that women and children do get more affected on this kind of issues. But of course, gender-sensitive response and trying to create shelters where women and children are taken priority and kept with the security consciousness, it helps. Yeah. We have realized a number of people, women are being abused and children are being abused as well. Because now they are vulnerable, they do not have where to stay. Somebody say, let me come and host you. And if they have ill motive, raping you and all that. So we are cautious about situations like this, and we try to create environment where they are safe.
Great. Thank you. Mate, any parting shots?
Okay. On behalf of Eastern, is that the findability is very difficult. With support from CRS, we've been able to conduct mapping of local actors in their respective districts, despite of the challenges of saying, I am not available. What is it for? Those are the questions that we, the local actors, ask our fellow local actors. They ask you, are you with the Muzungu? Quote me well. Now, to make sure that also we increase on the legality or the fundability, with support from CARE International in Uganda, Charter for Change local actors, first of all, have been supported to be QAM'd. Ask doctor what QAM is. So that now, they help us to get organized. One of the things I've learned from INGOs is that if you don't organize your house, no one is going to organize your house on your behalf. So it is up to us, the local actors, to avoid working in silos. Let us support one another, no matter the platform you go to. Remember, all of us here, we are receiving support from person A or B, but we need to understand the NGO politics if we are to survive. Otherwise, the end is not far. We can close any time, like what you read recently in the news, from 14 or 15,000, now 5K. What does it mean to us, the local actors, who are always ambitious to form one? Thank you.
Well, thank you. We clap for him, for Mate. Thanks for your submission. Well, we have online audience, and to our online audience, feel free to send your messages, your chats.
Doctor, there is someone who asked a question. I didn't say young father, I said young uncle.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so you see what I was trying to avoid is that exactly. Well, online audience, Kathy, do you have any messages, any questions?
There was one wonderful question, but I think it has been deleted from the chat.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but it was asking about, actually it was advocating for funding for both ALIROs and national actors.
Okay.
It was quite wonderful, but I don't know what has happened to our IT, but I think it was in that aspect.
All right. We're going to have a session on financing in a couple of minutes. Well, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Dr. Bokadidi George, the Member of Parliament for Obongi District, and is an executive member of the Parliamentary Forum on Refugees and Internally Displaced Persons at Parliament. So amidst us, we have a person who carry a voice where legislation and policies, conversations are had. So, Doctor, you're most welcome. Yes, you will give you an opportunity at some point to give your insights on some of the issues that we feel like we need policy engagement. And that session will be conducted by one of our own who is able to engage. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists? Thank you very much, our colleagues from the respective regions, for sharing your experiences. We know the journey already started, and you are in it. So as you take your seats, I will request colleagues to stand up for an energizer.
Charter for Change.
Get closer.
As our regional coordinators take their seats. Charter for Change. Charter for Change. So wonderful. They really help in coordinating us. Thank you so much, our regional coordinators. Please keep up the good work, and
Yes.
may God bless you.
Great. And the person to give us this energizer is our new baby that is in the platform. This is Lango. Give us some of your techniques of survival as you learn how to work with in a bigger platform.
Oh yeah, when I become a reverend, I'll not be doing energizers anymore. I want to give, Michael has gone out. Michael said people are not going to say hi to me during break, but I had 4 people. So at least that was success story. So we're going to have, the time I was in for a meeting, I think Ronnie liked this energizer. It's called Aji Vijaiva. It's called what? Aji Vijaiva. Yeah, Aji Vijaiva. Just do what I'm doing and please be flexible. Now may please join me here. Thank you. Please, you're smart. Join me here. Aji Vijaiva, what I do, you do, right? Without the microphone, please. Thank you. When I say thumbs up, you say thumbs up, eh? Not, don't attach it to any political party. We are just okay, thumbs up. Chest in. Butt out. Okay, let's try again. Thumbs up. Chest in. Butt out. Knee bend. Aji Vijaiva. Honorable, you're doing it well. That's enough for time. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Moses. I was fearing for my honorable that the second version might end up on TikTok. Yes. Well, we're changing gears, and I would like to welcome Chair on the podium to take us through the next segment of as per the program. So thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, C4C regional coordinators, for the wonderful presentation and also the work you are doing at your particular sub-region. We apologize. We were supposed to have all the region being represented, but due to the time constraint, we were unable to. And I believe the people who represented, at least they represented the voice from all the region in Uganda. As Charter for Change, as earlier on said, we are practically implementing the way the humanitarian systems operate to enable more locally led responses. During the year, we have gathered so many lessons, and also we have done very many activities. Among the activities is the issues of findable and fundable. This here pillar was based on how the local actors can be searchable, findable, and fundable. Those were the three key pillars that we were working on it. Each time we get into spaces, we engage INGO, we ensure that we get the recommendation and work upon it. So the issues of risk we're overcoming, risk working with local organizations. So this year we said, can we ensure that the local actors can be searchable, findable, and fundable? And this pillar was generated by my vice chair, John Jal, who is not in the house. Let us give a round of applause to him. He's online. Findable, CRS Uganda supported us to verify the local and national actors across the country. The exercise started last year, and this year we continued. This one is to facilitate and support partnership between the local and national actors. Please roll on the presentation. I'm going to go through quickly the presentation for the verification exercise. The background and the context. The Charter for Change Operational Plan Financial Year 2023 included the comprehensive mapping of local actors across the country to establish a network of local and national actors, leverage partnership, coordinate response, and build a base for joint action planning with the INGO, the donors, and also the government. The concept note and the roadmap was developed by the C4C Working Group Uganda. And then we started rolling out the verification exercise across all the country. The region mapped include West Nile, fully mapped, completely mapped. Acholi sub-region was completely mapped. Lao sub-region was completely mapped. Eastern region, completely mapped. Actually, the team is on ground as I speak now. They are working to ensure that we know who is these local actors doing what in that particular place, so that we can share with the donors. Karamoja, completely mapped, and Central region, completely mapped. We are continuing to roll the mapping to Western Uganda, starting next week. So C4C has team no sleep. We are ready for this localization agenda. What was the objectives of the mapping exercise? I've talked about it. We want to create a centralized place where local actors, a donor can just make a click, because we have been getting recommendations that we get into the field and we can't see these local actors. As Charter for Change, we said, yes, we have the local actors. they are readily available in the community. That is why we are doing this geospatial mapping for. What happened prior to the mapping exercise? The technical team formation, C4C Working Group Uganda, regional coordinators, they did this themselves. And we would really love to appreciate Catholic Relief Service in Uganda for really giving just a technical support, but supporting the local actors to lead the process. And this is really what we want. If you see names being mentioned here, they are genuine names. We really need to appreciate the signatories and the allies of Charter for Change. We also developed the mapping tool and also development of the mapping tool on the ComCare. The software that we are using, it is called ComCare to support the mapping. So we are really so grateful. We did the pilot and we approve that it can't work. And the logistic was entirely given by CRS in Uganda. The mobilization was done by the regional coordinators. Then the actual mapping and daily team checks. So this is really what we did this year to ensure that the local actors are findable and fundable. So we have the mapping results in the house. A total of 450 local and national actors were mapped in 69 districts across 8 sub-regions. Local actors registration status was also generated. We categorized the community-based organization, civil society organization, NGO, the private sectors, and also the faith-based. When it comes to NGO, I earlier on said that local actors are now appreciating the risk and also appreciating the law. You find that 212 mapped local actors are registered. They are now a national NGO. Let's give applause to ourselves. We have private sector. Private sectors are also endorsers of Charter for Change, because for a country to develop, for the community to be lifted up, it is a private sector duty to ensure that we get the development that we are pushing. Community-based organization, we have 223. Now we can see what the community themselves they are doing. If we can get 223 community-based organization having the passion for their community. Then we have 7 faith-based organizations. Then the local actors leadership breakdown. Why are we categorizing this? We are putting women-led organization, refugee-led organization, faith-based organization, mixed leadership. To ensure that, because each donor, they have their particular interest, who and whom they want to partner with. So we have 72 women-led organization verified in Uganda. Women, yesterday we have been celebrating ourselves. 72, let's really clap for ourselves. Then we have refugee-led organization. The first kind of itself, endorsers also facilitating. We, the local actors, we are used with asking for money to get to come in for a meeting. But this time, Relon said no, even endorsers can contribute. So we have 52 refugee-led organizations verified. In Charter for Change, we don't take refugee-led organization or refugee as refugee. They are part of us. And when we are sitting together, we don't talk about it. We don't say you are a refugee, you don't. This is for a purpose of just the database. But they are in the decision-making table of Charter for Change. And they were involved right from the beginning in the preparation of this event. So thank you very much, Relon and your team. Faith-based organization, we have 6. Then mixed leadership all, it is 284. So these are male and all that. So if you come to women-led organization, you see Acholi, you have Central, you find, and Acholi we have 7 women-led organizations. Central we have 13 women-led organizations. Eastern Uganda we have 11 women-led organizations. Elgon we have 2, Karamoja we have 1, Lango we have 3, Teso we have 5. West Nile, give it up for West Nile. The ladies are. Keep it up, West Nile. We also encourage women from other regions to take it up. We know the issues of culture sometimes makes the ladies to put their heads up, but we want to encourage the women. Sectors of implementation. We have 66% of the profile local actors are both in the humanitarian and development sector. This is a plus to us because we are now moving from only humanitarian interventions to humanitarian development and peace. So if we can have 66 doing both, this is a plus to Charter for Change. 29% are only in the development sector and 5% are in the humanitarian sector. And both humanitarian and development, you find it is 66. So thank you very much. I am going to welcome the technocrat from CRS to take us through how to use the mapping. You go, you click, you get whoever you want to see, you just partner. As earlier on said, this is to facilitate the partnership between the donors, the government, and all that. Thank you very much. Abdu Oloya, where are you? You're most welcome. Let us give a round of applause to Abdu. So briefly about Abdu, since last year, Abdu has been supporting the team of Charter for Change, training them on how to use the tool, helping them to do the mapping, and supporting them tirelessly across all the country. And today, if we have the results, it is because of his leadership. Thank you very much, Abdu. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and all protocol observed. My name is Abdullah, as he stated. I work with CRS. CRS is Catholic Relief Services. I sit under the Partnership Capacity Strengthening Unit, stroke local leadership. Specifically, I focus on advancing local leadership the right way. There's a project in CRS that focuses on advancing local leadership. For this mapping exercise, when we talk about localization, why am I here? And why am I presenting together with Joyce, who is the chair? I am an asset that has been funded to Charter for Change by CRS to support Charter for Change until the last minute when they have the system in place and is functional. As he gave you the results, we are not yet complete. I think we are 80%. And we hope to get done with the mapping most likely after getting the roadmap for Western Uganda. I think for the purposes of this meeting, I would walk closely very fast over the result. As you can see, the breakdown from the different sub-regions. For the purposes of time, I would love to take you through the geospatial kind of the location of where these local actors are, what are they doing, and who can we contact from there. And that has been the brain behind. And as we develop the system, we put in the thoughts, was like now, if we develop a system, how can the Charter for Change absorb it? What is the cost implication of the system to the local actor? Do they have the resources? So having all this blend together, we factored in all the consideration of cost, usability, and also sustainability for the local actors, and that is the Charter for Change. That's the breakdown from the sub-region. And when you look through the Elgon region, actually, we only mapped around 12 local actors. As we stated at some point, when you move in a community or at the district level, you get to the DCDO office, you ask for a list of local actors, you get a long list. When you start to make a phone calls, how can we get you? Because we believe a local actor should be easily findable. So when you start to make phone calls to some of them, some will tell, okay, wait for me, I'm here, our office is here, until you all get tired and you realize that their office is actually on the laptop. So we had so many of the local actors that they do not have operational presence in the location, but they tag themselves, say maybe to a beam, and they are not there in a beam. So some of those were not mapped. We considered those that community can run to them when there's a need, or they can reach out to community quickly when there's a need. So when you look at Karamoja, that is the result. I think for the purposes of time, this presentation will be shared on the email of everyone. I just wanted to talk a little bit on what is ComCare. ComCare is a mobile data collection platform, and we develop system from there that is user-friendly. It is for low-cost organizations that they can use. Of course, it has so many components of application that you can develop, and you can host it on Androids. It has some inbuilt features that can allow easy interactability. It does not require internet when you are self-mapping yourself. You can map it offline, you then synchronize the data later. Of course, it has a component of case management. For example, now, if this local actor was mapped this year, and what if now, next year, C4C would wish to change, for example, if, say, partner A said we are in 4 operational area, and next year their operation area increase. That means they need to update their system. They just go to the system and you update, and you give the description of what activities you have in those new district or new area of operation. So that is what we call the case management support. It supports the multimedia component and also decision taking, where you can use some of the cascade to help manage. And it also integrated to that system, and that's how we linked it to the global side. And we use the global satellite imageries to ensure that all these local actors, once you map yourself, your information get relayed on the satellite. I will show you at some point when you get there. Okay. This is just a, let me take it, sorry. Okay. That's how we thought around the system. Of course, we started building up the system from Excel. Everyone in this space has ever used Excel, and that is the basic that we started building the system from. We created the system, first of all, to allow feedback from local actors and other international INGOs. How best can this fit within the country? So from Excel, we got quite a number of feedback, and the feedback helped us improve the system. I remember the first phase with the Naomi, when she was still in office. We realized that when we were in the field, CARE wanted to know women-led organizations. So we had to quickly go and tweak the system to fit the interests of CARE. We have to go and tweak the system to fit the interests of UNHCR, especially on refugee-led organizations. So some of those, as time moved by, per different phases, we kept on adjusting the system up to now. Of course, I have explained about the ComCare, and now the system can relay information even when even when you're underwater, as long as you work with a phone that can support that kind of functionality. Just a little bit, this is an exported map that I wanted for the purposes of, for members just to look through. The white sub-regions are sub-regions that we have never moved to. And I think the C4C, they are also working towards having that area covered. For us, we offer what we call accompaniment. We let the Charter for Change take the steering seat as we sit behind them. Just the same way we always do in every activity. Believe when you let a local actor takes the driver's seat, and you kind of self-assess yourself after taking the driver's seat. It helps build the capacity. So that is the distribution of the location of local actors. At some point when you move to the live maps, you can get to see that when you zoom to maybe to West Nile, you're in position of seeing who is in West Nile, what is the person doing. If I need to get in touch with maybe an organization in West Nile called RICE, do I have the email address of the ED? Can I quickly reach out to this person? So some of those are the real-time informations that you wanted to build for the C4C secretariats. So that is a breakdown of the local actors per sub-region. I think, Safik, maybe you can move me to the maps itself, then you can. Sure. Zoom to Uganda. Okay. Okay, you can reduce it a little bit. Sure. Down here, I wanted to explain a little bit on some bit of dashboard analysis. For those who can see this other side, where you're seeing trends, we also kind of, like when I was analyzing this data for C4C, I was now, at what peak are the local actors coming up to register themselves? So when you look through, so I think maybe you can click on the highest bar there. I think that is 2018. When you look through, you realize that most organizations started coming up and fully registering themselves around 2018. You can see the spike right from 1992 up to 2024. I think the last one is some organization that has just newly registered themselves in 2014. I think there are just a few of them. That is the yearly breakdown of how local actors are fully complying to regulations. Whether you are fully registered, once you have profiled yourself, this data gets relayed here. And that is how you could maybe zoom to one of the locations and we see the bigger the dashes, it kind of group for us this data by the sub-regions. So if I want to get local actors, maybe in Karamoja, you can search, maybe if in Karamoja in Moroto, you can search for a local actor and you can get to that kind of level of data. So that information he has clicked, it relates to a place where a local actor was mapped. Precision of this data can be recollected at some point. You can see that the name of the local actor is there. Actually, I think somewhere here. That is Orange Sweet Potato Farmers Association. This is, I think it's a CBO. It's actually a CBO. It's in this sub-county. The chairperson is there. The title, it was formed in 2006. So when you move down a little bit, you can scroll this down. You can get to also see some of the details of if I need to get in touch with this person. They are dealing in this. And I'm interested in potatoes farming. An actor that is doing that. So you can quickly get the details of this person, write up an email to this to the leadership of these organizations, and you get to them. The organization is in some location called Buzaya, and that is the breakdown of this information. It's real time. Once you have profile yourself, your information get relayed onto the web. You first, maybe you can click a little bit here, and when you reduce the map a bit. Okay, sure, you can click here. And we get to see the next kind of information that we have there. So we also thought of summarizing on the dashboard. Who are these local actors? So of course, there's a definition for this color that you can just close here in case you want to see. What does blue mean and what does, you can just click this drop down here. Okay, then you can click this one here, that is a symbology. On the symbology, that shows for us the legend. You can see that this color means it's a women-led organizations. a CBO, women-led organization, maybe an NGO, women-led organization. So that is the representation of this on the map of Uganda. This information can be accessed anywhere. We are at the point of seeing that we synchronize and migrate this information to the Charter for Change. And it will be linked to the Charter for Change website. We had discussions at some point where the NGO forum wanted to harmonize this kind of information, of which I still pledge that if Charter for Change wishes to move that information, link it to the NGO forum through our leadership. Stella is behind there. I think they still supported that. We would provide Charter for Change again with technical support to see that this is linked to some of the government's platform. This is the real-time information that is going to support. We don't need to move to a location to map ourselves. We have created an account for all the regional coordinators of Charter for Change. Their role is if a local actor had a change in operation, you just go to the system and amend. Amending means either you are reducing or increasing the area of operation of a local actor. So somehow this is what I wanted to share. You can close this a little bit. You can close the legend from here. Thank you, Safi. And you move to the next dashboard here. There's a last one. Okay, this is just a summary, giving us a breakdown of these local actors. How many are youth-led? How many are refugee-led organizations? And the null are those organizations that they say, we have men leading us, but we also have women in leadership within the organization. So those ones, we left them, and that's what we say, they're mixed leadership. Okay. I think that is it. Maybe you can move me to my slides, and I conclude. Of course, you cannot run away from the fact that there's a learning in every activity you do. And that is the gist of what I also wanted to share with some of the leaders here and any other person that maybe came from either the district. Like, as we said, the local actors, they have the strength to carry on with some of these other activities at the local level. They are known, that is their strength. And we have also seen that working with the local actors is actually very cost effective. Because to move one staff of an INGO to a location, maybe in Charumba, maybe in Kasese, it costs more than 5 to 10 million shilling. And yet, if this is put to a local actor in Kasese, they can quickly reach out to that area that has problem, even using a motorbike. And that can save costs, that can later translate to saving more lives. Community trusts them, that is their strength. Because they know the problem of the community better, and community trusts, and they can always move to them. And they're faster to respond because they're near to the problem, and that is what we call subsidiarity. And of course, there are threats that we also see that attacks the local actors. For example, the political instability, for maybe looking into the refugee-led organizations. You might find these refugee-led organizations get stronger, and at some point, the politician also comes and starts to mess up. That happens. And also the component of high dependency. I've seen with local actors, if they have realized that it is CRS that is funding us, and they would want to keep CRS forever. And that is very bad. Because to make you scale, you don't need to have only one source, and you don't need to rely on one person. And they have that kind of dependency. You cannot run away from the fact that there are also conflict of interest among the local actors, where you find maybe the director is the husband or the wife, then the procurement person or the finance manager is the husband. So in most cases, some of those can put you into a lot of conflict of interest. Of course, we have opportunities that we also see that the opportunity of community engagement quicker, as I put in their strength, and innovations. Some of them can even choose to use a bike instead of motorcycle. Those are some of the innovations because they're nearer to the problem. They can just pick a bike and ride. And of course, there are funding opportunities that are there. But the funding opportunities that are there, it is slim, given that some of also the INGOs, they compete with them, and that becomes an issue for them. In terms of weaknesses, of course, we cannot run away that we still need more capacity building. Capacity building, when you do it, you need to offer accompaniment. Work with the local actor until you see that they are okay to run on their own. It is good to give room for someone to try and fail, but don't release the local actor to run on their own, because at any one point, their problem will not be solved once you run away from them because they did not do so well in what you want them to do. The issue of communication barrier is there. They are strong enough, but they don't know who to communicate to. And they don't know how, maybe what channel best can they use to send out their communication. They do so many great things, but they don't talk about it because they don't have the channels to communicate. And of course, that has to be addressed by building the capacity of local actors to see this strive. Okay, some lesson learned from the mapping activity that I think moving forward maybe we can help address. Of course, there have been some issues of lack of prior communication with the district and office of the prime ministers that affected us in some of the refugee hosting district, where the refugee desk office actually requests for permissions from OPM in Kampala, and that may be in the next activity in Southwest or in the other places that is still left. Charter for Change needs to think about that. Of course, at some point also, you realize that the time allocated by the Charter for Change for certain region, it might be smaller. And if a local actor tells you that I'm not available next week, that means we needed to be a little bit flexible in our time. And if the regional coordinators can adjust, given that they have the platform, it will be good enough for them to take on that. And lastly, also, the local actors actually poses a very strong community support. That is a lesson I've learned, and I'll keep telling it in every platform I move to. I say they have the strong community support. And because of funding, at some point, much as you have the community support, if you cannot get what community wants, it becomes a problem to make you ride. So the support from the community is there, but the funding for the local actors are not there. We had been posed with so many questions as we offer the support to Charter for Change, and some of the coordinators from the West Nile, Joyce, Mate, and some of the colleagues that supported Acholi and Lango, they have seen some of these questions here. What kind of exact support can we expect from Charter for Change? Okay, those are questions that came. We just pick a few of them. How is the host leadership of the secretaries determined? Since you said members do not pay annual subscription, how are the activities of C4C funded? Okay. What happens to NGOs or CBOs that have missed the mapping exercise during this period if they still want to be part of the C4C? How soon will we hear back from you on the outcome of the mapping exercise in terms of the results? Because they believe this is the latest updated status of local actors, and they would want to hear from the Charter for Change. So some of these questions have been blocked for the secretariats to maybe unpack at some point, but that is their question that we still picked. And it continued to some of these, like what are the requirements to be a host partner in the region? Will C4C link us to donors for funding support? Will you share with us the outcome of the mapping? These are demands, especially from the DCDO. that this is the latest updated status of local actors in our district. Can you share with us? So that also comes up. Expectation of organizations to be shared with some of the latest location of the local actors is also some of the things that they wanted. The updated list of active partners in the district, they also said they still want the links to what the district requested. And while we are in one of the refugee settlements, it has been brought by the commandant, and he said the capacity building of local actors needs to be done at the regional level. We have to decentralize it so that this so that a local actor doesn't move to Kampala for capacity building. I think that is all I have. And any presentations or discussions cannot go without a question. I'll sit and wait. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much. You see, you've gone digital, not so. Hey, now this is going to, I don't know how much you have to space to offer and technical support, but I can tell you you've just attracted a lot of requests that are going to come your way. I can see there is a hand. There are two hands, one from Mate, another from the lady from World Vision. Please go ahead. A lady from World Vision. Please use this mic. So the devil is a liar. How? Joyce.
CRS, together with C4C, I am a member, but I'm grateful for this kind of work. Why am I grateful? Because I'm always by the way, I've been always looking. I'm eager to get to the time when I want to get hands on to that database.
Okay.
Something that is very good. And what I wanted to know, beyond the categories that you have already specified, is there room for expanding to youth-led? I've seen we are focused on the refugee women, but we need to work with NGOs that target the young people that are youth-focused. And in this space, there are also many. And the same challenges of getting them, identifying them, is the same all over. As you have already mentioned, many are coming up. There are many NGOs that keep on coming up and local actors. And when with the call of the grant bargain commitment and localization agenda, more and more are to come. How can you also include some of those that are real vulnerable? We need the youth in that space. We need to involve them and get direct with them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Mate, and then you bring the microphone lastly to...
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Maybe I be standing here. One of the questions I'll pose to the local actors here, how best can we recommend our fellows to be mapped? Don't be self-centered when it comes to mapping. We have different INGOs that have mapped local actors, including youth-led, women-led, women rights, even RELOs, all of them have been mapped by different actors. INGOs, you need to harmonize your databases to make sure local actors are findable and also recommended for funding. Stop dividing local actors.
Mate,
That's very clear.
enough. Please bring the microphone forward. Yes, ask the question. Who is disturbing our microphones? The devil is a liar. We need pastors.
Thank you so much.
See, it has worked.
I would like to know when the next mapping is for the CBOs who have missed out.
All right, thank you. Pass the microphone to this table. Oh, to Ronald behind. A quick one.
Thank you very much. We have had some partners, particularly international NGOs, who have come on the ground. I am called Ronald Foyroth, for those who don't know me, and I'm ED of a district NGO network. And we have, in other words, we have a series of networks we work with. But we have had partners, some could probably are even endorsers of this, who come on the ground and instead of working with us, they help to weaken us by spreading members apart. And if you're talking Shutter for Change, really, we needed to discuss deeper. Because sometimes some people come on the ground, but they find the way you are surviving, but because of special interest, specific interest, they want to pick a few and work with them the way they want and causing problem on the ground. Okay. This is also part of something we want to be discussing.
Okay. I think that conversation can be situated for tomorrow's conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, because it is about us. Hey, please pass on to my colleague here, Crespo. Crespo, Gad, and Alum. Then last will be Moses. Yes.
Thank you. For me, my question is the linkage, being findable.
Yes.
And it's like a call to action to the local actors that are here. The only way we can find you is through a website. That's the basic. It's the starting point. Before we can even walk to ask for recommendation in a way, I find you through a website. So I wanted to find out if the database has a link to the website. Okay. And just also mention, some of our websites are not findable. For us, as most of our NGOs have systems in our IT, if your website is not safe, they will give me a red. So I will not be able to search for your website, search on the website. Because when we talk about capacity building, we quickly talk about the capacity to implement. We forget to talk about the capacity in IT. Because when I check, I put in maybe Howard, and then it shows me red. It's not safe, a safe website for you to reach out.
I can confirm that is Howard is safe.
Yeah,
Thank
yes.
you.
I was only giving an example. I know very well that Howard is safe. That you can quickly, but I was just giving that hint.
Yes.
That wanted to find out if it's linked, but also just to tell the local actors here that we need to make sure that when we talk about capacity, don't just quickly talk about the implementing capacity. Also focus on IT.
Thank you.
I'm talking about digitalization, but when you talk about capacity in organizations, we don't talk about it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for bringing that dimension. Gad? On your behalf. Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My concern is on people living with disabilities. If we are talking about localization and such spaces and we can't see any representation, so what localization agenda are we moving without them? Because I believe there are organizations out there that are led by people living with disabilities, so they know what works for them best than unlike a person who is not living with disability. Thank you.
Okay, I think I can allay your fears that we have representatives in this house. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Gad Bender.
have just two probably issues. One is the how do we avoid the multiple mapping, but also not lose out the fact that actually some organizations work in different places. Okay. So how I wish, probably maybe we could see how to indicate it that yes, so and so was mapped here, there, and there, and this is their capacity. It helps so that the other partners who want to engage such organizations, then they know in terms of the reach and the jurisdiction. The second one is I think when you look at you'd find that an NGO they mapped like 2 NGOs in an area in the region, and then you have so many CBOs. Then my question was, what methodology did we use to map A and not B? Because I'm just afraid we may decide when it comes to Western, we can decide actually say now let's map everyone. Because today somebody could be doing something else, and then in the night it dreams that I think we could have capacity to do humanitarian work tomorrow. So how I wish that some of these groups, CBOs actually, we would rather map everybody. And then we put them in the database, and probably the one who needs a certain specific aspect, because we also need to consider the nexus, humanitarian, peace, and development. Yeah. So how do we cater for it in this system? Thank you so much.
All right. I can imagine mapping everyone, even those not interested. That is for the technical clues.
Yes, good afternoon. My name again is Alum Luana Oloya, and I have a question for Oloya. Yes. I'm wondering if the organizations that have been mapped are just endorsers, because probably that is the reason why Karamoja is still a bit naked. And I will encourage, as some colleague of mine were saying, I think that other organizations has been mapping as well. So, like, if there is coordination between the INGOs, it can help to have less work and then a precise, a more updated database. Otherwise, please get in touch with us, because I know that we have more to share. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Alum.
Right. I was about to speak, but Alum grabbed the microphone from me. Okay, I have 2 concerns. One, is this database editable? Because we have some information, some organizations were mapped as CBOs, but now they have upgraded to NGO level. Is it possible to be upgraded? And also some informations like locations. We know sometimes some NGOs are very mobile because of issues of logistics, finances. They go to affordable rents, not to be in the pocket like they were mentioning early in the morning. Yeah. So they were mapped like I have such organizations in my region. They were mapped in a particular location. Because of resources, they have shifted to a better or a more affordable location. Okay. And yet in the map, they were mapped in a different location. So can that be edited? And then issues of website as well. There's a particular organization that came to me after mapping. They were using a different address, but now they have also upgraded the website, meaning that the Crespo's concern of being marked red is going to affect them, and yet they're existing in a different website. Please. And finally, the issue of accessibility. Oloya, you talked about it. How do people access the website or the database? Thank you so much.
All right. She has consistently put up her hand. Just in a minute, in a few seconds.
Thank you very much. My name is Nora Avieno from Action Against Hunger. My question is to a lawyer. Thank you for the presentation. And mine is just around the accuracy of the data or the information we have. So in terms of consultations or validation of the findings with different stakeholders in those respective locations, have we done that so that this can actually inform how we strengthen our engagement with local partners? So the accuracy of the data, especially in consultation with the local partners or stakeholders in those locations, would be very necessary for us to actually work with this data to inform who we engage going forward. But also, you mentioned that for locations that you have already done assessments, there were entities that you found probably that you felt they didn't have probably location in terms of office to identify themselves with, and therefore we left them out. So what initiatives do we have, or what support did we provide, or plans do we have in place to ensure that we work we work with them as well to provide the necessary support to ensure they actually come up registered or have the necessary requirement that can meet, and then we support them along that line as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora, for that submission. You had a hand. I don't want to leave you behind. It was elaborated. All right. I will, most of these, I will let the two persons here to sieve out what to respond and what to defer for a future or for one-on-one. Okay? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Safik, maybe you can put for me the system a little bit. I can explain certain things. I think that could answer so much of the questions. We talk about duplications. A local actor that is mapped in Kampala might have operational presence in Nakapiripirit, okay? We have such a strong local actors. You could call out for me that, and you zoom more into Uganda. You might find that this local actor is having their head office in Kampala, but they have operational presence. You first zoom for me to any of the location and you click there so that I can explain something small in terms of operation and how we avoided duplications. Such a local actor, if the people we talked to were the leadership of the organizations, and say if it's organization Y, when we move to your office and we ask you, okay, how many districts do you operate in? Then they say 5. What are those districts? Then they say Nakapiripirit. Then we have projects. What project do you do there? Then they tell you in that district, we have, like say in this district here, you could just click on any and I will explain something. In this district, we have their GBV project. We have a project on youth and livelihood. So that becomes a project of partner A. And sorry, that is not our side. Okay, you could just get to me to any location of where a local partner's office, reduce it a bit. Okay. Now, you would see this is the thing I was trying to explain. You could click that, it's fine. That's a location where the office is. Of course, now this is on precisions. This organization has been mapped in Nakawa. It's in the central region. It was mapped during phase 2 of the mapping. And there's a question on how many districts do you operate in. These are projects they have in respective district. I also wanted to tell you that we have 1,408 projects that are run by these 69 partners across Uganda. You'll find that this organization has operational presence in 4 districts. Those are projects they run in those districts. So when now you move to that district, if you have already mapped them in Kampala, their head office, from there, you only inform the team there that it is okay. Organization A has already been mapped and they indicated this is their area of operation. So you don't map them from there. That is to avoid duplications and anything to relate to having double data that at some point you might not be in position of also cleaning later. There are questions relating to the CBOs that missed out the mapping. Regional coordinators have the logging credentials to the site. It is now the mandate of the C4C. For example, if a partner reach out to someone in West Nile, Emily has a credential that is for sustainability. That will sit with them. The moment Emily maps you, this information is related to this site, and it can be seen here. And that's how we linked it up. So the aspect of mapping and mapping again is now upon the C4C regional coordinators because they have the credentials. And there are issues of how did we map partner A and miss out on partner B. The issues relating to mobilization has been purely, Joyce will talk about that. It's a C4C that has been coordinating on that. And I believe they did it with the rightful approaches as well. Is the database going to be linked to website? Yes, the website of Charter for Change. And any other partner that also wish to reference on this local actors database, they can still reference, but the site will be hosted at the C4C website. That will do upon completion of Southwest. Someone talked about youth-led organizations. I wanted you to expand for me a little bit here, and I show you that we have youth-led organizations. 8% of the actors mapped are youth-led organizations. So that has been covered. When someone talks about the disability inclusion can be a project of a local actor. So that is on the project details of each and every local actor. And if I had my computer, I would have shared this, but because we are using the team's laptop, I could not. You can see here that we have youth-led, women-led, refugee-led, and also faith-based organizations. So that kind of segregation is there. Because of the volume of the information, we might not be in position of meeting the interests of every stakeholders. But once you made the request for the data from C4C, you'll find each and every details there. Even if when you're interested in those data only focusing on health, that breakdown is there. I've talked about accuracy. On the accuracy, when we look at the geospatial, we factored that in. Accuracy in terms of the data, we collected the data from people who know the organization better. We cannot move to an organization that is led maybe by Gad Bender, and we talk to the office cleaner about the projects they have in other districts. It has to be someone with seniority in that organization to talk about the organization, and that's how the partners were mapped. They were not mapped from the street. The mapping were done from their offices. That is to help us create a centralized system that you just search for an area and you can drive to that area without asking for any kind of guide. Someone asked about what if the local actor change? Can this information be editable? Yeah, this is a table that I wanted to share. This is a table that you can edit. For example, if Joyce, who is the primary leader, happens to leave this organization, you can edit. Once you log into the system, that should not worry. It's one of the things we factored in to avoid any issues relating to sustainability, because this has to be managed by the Charter for Change starting next year after completing Western Uganda. Okay. Is the database accessible? Yes, it is accessible. The people with disability, the data is there. We avoided the multiple mapping. Of course, the issue is still being addressed. I think we talked about it. How best can we harmonize this kind of information? It has been factored in. I want to give opportunity to Joyce to talk, especially on how partner A was mapped and partner B was not mapped, maybe. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Abdu, for the wonderful presentation. I believe most of the questions has been answered. Briefly, I'll just use 1 minute to really answer this question. We still have a lot of sessions to tackle. How best can we recommend our fellow to be mapped? I think it was asked. Now, it is upon us to really see that if you're mapped, you also recommend your fellow organization to be mapped. We have been singing about coordination, partnership among the local actors, and let us take it upon ourselves to ensure that we are together, we love each other, we coordinate, and we partner. If you see the regional coordinators are becoming a little bit, that is the challenges they are facing. They have faced a lot of challenges. moving up and down, looking for local actors in different regions. Then, how can we map actor A and leave actor B? Charter for Change, we are mapping all the local actors, irrespective of whether you are the endorser or not the endorsers. I believe some were mapped when they were not endorsers and after they endorsed the charter. We are advocating for local ownership, local leadership, not particularly endorsers. You endorse just to commit yourself to all the signatories accountable for their commitment, to pick it up, to accelerate the movement. But we are not segregating different local actors. So we mapped all the local actors. If we get you available, the regional coordinators gets you available, please, we mapped all the local actors. If you missed out the mapping, the regional coordinators now will be able to continue rolling on the program. Sarah has talked about the humanitarian platform. I am not in the best position to speak about that, but Charter for Change is a technical working group under humanitarian platform. The issues of website came in that most local actors, their website are not functioning. Somehow it is true, but we got another option because this is, I told you earlier on, there is no excuse. The local leadership has to take on the role. So we are together with the National Humanitarian Platform. They have brought in the website that the local actors can really popularize what they are doing on that website of the National Humanitarian Platform hosted by the NGO Forum. This one started in 2018, and my organization also benefited from it, and also we are benefiting. So if we sent out a call to send out your details on the platform, on the website, why are we promoting the website for National Humanitarian Platform? Because some community-based organizations, they do not have the resources to maintain their own website. I can design website today. Next year, I cannot really host the website. So this is the cry that the humanitarian platform got it. And now the website is now there. Please use the website. Put in your data. If emails are sent, please utilize the opportunity that we are having. So that those websites, we are going to use the website for the National Humanitarian Platform to really send out this. I think we cannot answer more. The accuracy of the data, Action Against Hunger ask, before we get into the community, the team first get to the district. Most of the list of the actors were got from the district leadership. That is how we are sure that this data is correct. By the time I told you, it is verification exercise. We're just verifying what the government is having and now what the C4C. So that when we are speaking about the local organization, we are sure that really these local actors exist. They are doing this and this in particular area. Thank you very much. Let's get
a round of applause. Thank you, Chair, and for taking on these hard technical questions. I was seeing maps and I was like, this is now the way to go. Gone are the days of moving with papers and we are looking for you. I've benefited a lot from this session, and thank you, CRS, for funding and standing with local actors in this. I can tell you we shall benefit, each one of us, and those that will come in future benefit from this process. Let's keep updating. If you've upgraded, somebody talked about upgrading. You update. If you've downgraded, what do you do? When you, is there a downgrading in the localization? Maybe you're hibernating, funds are not there. You are keeping low. Well, I think we shall have those conversations even more tomorrow as the family of Charter for Change, as we conduct our reflection. Currently, I am in between your lunch. And as you see, this dialogue has been made rich. There's a lot of content that we want to take in. And also the clock is ticking. I would like to let you know that on our ladder we have 3 major segments. One about presentation from Relon, and then the second is about conversation, a panel conversation on financing and resource mobilization for sustainability. And then the other is about policy. And thereafter, we'll be wrapping up our day. So, can I get the way forward? I usually get challenges after lunch with most of you. That's when you have now an urgent office meeting. So you excuse yourself. Can we push for 1 more 2 sessions before we break for lunch, and we have the last hoping that will be done, the 2 segments will be held in an hour's time? Can we have 1 session? I need your guidance as colleagues. Well, we have been advised by the hotel that we need to have lunch at some point. Beyond some point, we may not have it. I would like to, I don't know whether Relon, you are comfortable making a presentation now? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, wow. Huh. I'm excited because we are saving on time. We are giving you 20 minutes. Is that good enough time? 15? Okay, before you come and set up, this gentleman asked for 1 second. It's the first technical person who is blessed with the...
Thank you. Before I take down my seat, I would love to recognize the presence of someone amidst us from CRS, Stella Cole, who has been the brain behind the financial support from the CRS side. And I want to thank you, Stella, for all this support to the Charter for Change. When we talk about local leadership, she's the one who heads the local leadership from CRS. Thank you. For those who don't know her, Stella, maybe you can wave thanks.
Wow, Stella, thank you very much. Can a photographer take for me that photo? Please. It's on record that we are acknowledging your contribution and your agility in pushing for this. We need those funds, and we are still coming for more. All right, Naomi, please come over and take over the next segment. Thank you.
Don't worry. This is very tricky, yeah? It is 1:51, and it is time for lunch, but we promise to be quick. I would like to invite the following people, the panelists. We have Kelwell Agog, who is the program coordinator for Relon, to take the seat. Quickly, please. Then I would also like to invite the engagement and coordination officer, Sheila Namuga, to take her seat as well.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
So the 2 members belong to Relon. Relon are part of Charter for Change Working Group Uganda. And I'm sure that you know the uniqueness with C4C Working Group Uganda. We are looking at beyond humanitarian response. So we are looking at the HDP nexus, And to answer some of the questions, when we were mapping, we did not only map humanitarian actors, we also mapped development actors. And the data is easily or clearly segregated when you come and ask for it. So you're welcome, Relon team. We treasure your presence as Charter for Change, and we request that you present. And I would ask Relon coordinator, Mr. Go Kelwell, to briefly talk about Relon. Do we know Relon? Who is Relon? What do you do? What is your membership? What are you focused on? If you could do it in 3 minutes, I would be very grateful.
Thank you very much. Naomi, I'm very honored to have to moderate this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Salam alaikum jamian. That is the energy we want. My name is Kilwell Agog. I work as a program coordinator for the Refugee-Led Organization Network at the headquarters, Kampala. Over the years, we have formed a refugee movement, Refugee-Led Organization Network, that has formed the Refugee-Led Organization Network in Kenya, in Malawi, in South Africa, and in Angola. So we have also contributed to the formations of the GRN, the Refugee Global Network, where we are now seeking a representative that will be sitting at the UN level. Because we have that slogan, nothing about us without us, and calling for the meaningful participation. And now I think we have realized we are partnering with the national-led organizations. So we called ourselves as local actors. Thank you very much, Charter for Change. We have been in this journey. We have partnered long ago, and this is a journey of localization. When we talk about the localization, we are not taking the food out of the mouth of the international NGOs. That has to be very clear. We are seeking for the meaningful partnership and learning from ourselves. You have the capacity, we have the capacity. And then now let us have a meaningful partnership. That's what we are seeking. You also need to increase your employment. So we are not exiting your employees. We want meaningful participation of the communities, meaningful participations of the local actors. That is what we are looking for. Relon has grown over the years. We had a database of 130 organizations, but we had 50 active members that were there before, but now over the years when we were funded by the donor, which is Hilton Foundation, now we have grown. We have 95 now active members.
Wow.
We have only 4 thematic areas, and we manage just only 4, not too much. We have advocacy. We have capacity building to the refugee-led organizations. And we have referrals. We refer. We don't deal with the community members. We deal with the refugee-led organizations. When you come as an individual from the community, we have members that are dealing with livelihood programs. We will refer you, maybe to Yarid, maybe here. Now we have our structure, because they say, who is Relon? We have a structure. We have the management, which I'm also part of. And we have the board of directors. The management contains even the nationals. He's here. And we are 10 employees, 5 nationals and 5. This is meaningful what? Participation. So we manage. And our refugee-led organizations, most of them are here. We have Yarid around, we have Ayan around, they have employed over 50. For example, Yarid has employed over 150 employees. And that includes nationals and refugees. That is what we are thinking. And we have to be very clear about that. For us as refugees, we take it very positive, that we have to partner, and we have to have a meaningful partnership and equity. Thank you, Naomi. I am seeing you pressure with time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelwell. From 130 members, from 50 active to 95 now actives. From a few employed to more than 130 employed. with case studies of Yarid and Ayan. And I've also been following you. I'm also seeing you giving out resources to enable refugee-led organizations develop themselves. I think it is critical. And this is where I now bring in Sheila, who is the engagement and coordination officer and is in charge of resource mobilization. And Kelwell, you've talked of Conrad Hilton Foundation. And so now I want to welcome Sheila to talk to us, share with us what have been the innovation that has seen Relon move from 50 to 95 active members to capacity building so many refugee-led organizations. And also looking at what Kelwell has just talked about, you're looking for meaningful partnership. Share with us that experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. All protocol observed. I'm going to try to be as fast as I possibly can, because I notice we are very hungry in the room. What I would share from our different experiences, Relon has played, I want to say, a tripart role. We've been on the receiving end of funding, and also we've been giving out funds where we've been able to sometimes vet, sometimes offer capacity, sometimes engage member organizations. And there's so much you learn when you're engaging local and national actors. For starters, I would say, I'll give an example. When COVID happened, a lot of us shut our doors. And the communities, the people that are used to going to these offices, the only people they could go to are organizations that they can access. You cannot probably go to the door of, I'm avoiding mentioning names so that I'm not tagged to flag someone in particular, but let's say UNHCR, for example, but it would be easy for someone to go to a community organization and seek aid. And it's critical to realize that as we refer to local actors as first responders, it's because they are there, they are present, they are accessible. If I want to go to an organization, it will be easy for me to start within my local area. And looking at the journey so far, we've had to understand that before you tailor programs, before you even say you're going to give out funds, you need to understand what's the need in the community, okay? Sometimes we sit and design programs at maybe in our offices, maybe from donor requirements, and we forget that the people in the communities actually understand that maybe food is not the need. We had an experience where we were giving an organization money, and it seemed like a lot of money then, and they wanted to give out soap. And everyone on the panel found it ridiculous. How do you give out soap when people are hungry? And they would say, this is what the community wants. So it's easy for a donor to say, no, we're not giving out this grant because it's not realistic, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem to be what is meeting the needs of the people in the community. But then what do you do as an organization? I wanted to look at the critical funding barriers that we have experienced, but also some are quite general, because we're not reinventing the wheel. This is what is happening to everyone. A lot of our donors are relying on international organizations. It's a lot easier to trust Oxfam with money than a smaller organization in the community, because Oxfam has maybe received $1 million before, $1 million. And if you give that money to a small organization, the fear is they will disappear, you know? They will misuse that money. So how do we change this narrative? And then the criteria is, for lack of a better word, I'll use terrible. Sometimes the things they're asking for, as realistic as they seem, they are difficult for some organizations. Sometimes an organization that has been in existence for about 3 years, maybe they've not been audited. because they don't have the budget to be audited. And your requirement is you want audited books for the last 3 years, for example. So with the multitude of so many organizations that are going to apply, you're going to flag them and say, no, they don't qualify. But when you go on ground, when you ask the communities, where do you receive support from, they will point out organization X because they are the ones supporting them. Looking at operational challenges, and this is something maybe we can think about as local actors. Our own composition as organizations, are we improving? Are we growing? We need to stop hiring relatives because they are available. You have a cousin, he's idle, he likes to play with computer, come and be our IT. You have, your wife, your auntie. When someone comes, when organizations do due diligence, they would discover you're all related. And some communities, unfortunately, share the same last name. You'll find it is the same, and for someone doing due diligence, they'll say, there's no way we're going to give these people money. They will not do the work. Even when we are serving communities and selecting we are running away from the word beneficiaries, but, thank you, participants. Are we selecting those we know? What about somebody in the community that actually needs this help? There's a big challenge with access to information, okay? An elderly person could be in her house, she doesn't have a radio, she has not seen a smartphone, so she will not see your announcement of we are giving out soap until maybe a neighbor comes and tells us. So you will publish it and say, oh, we did a social media campaign, the community knows they came. Guess what? You're serving the same members that organization B is serving, and there is duplication because it is the same people receiving services, and those that critically need them do not access those services. So what are we doing when thinking about those areas? Naomi, how much time do I still have? 5 more minutes. Thank you. I'm going to try to wrap through that. So our call to our donors, can we rethink how we are giving funds, okay? We've talked about flexible funding, where I heard previous speakers talking about an emergency fund somewhere. It's very tricky to have an emergency fund because every need is an emergency. It depends on who has the need. If I want food, that is my emergency. If we are sick, that is our emergency. So how are we able to still have reserve income and manage a crisis when it comes? Okay, so that's where funding becomes flexible, where if we have not spent our rent budget and our landlord has been gracious, can we divert some funds to deal with a crisis? And when we ask for these things from donors, are they flexible? Although sometimes as organizations, we do not know how to ask. We go and read the MOU and say they said no, and we don't reach out. So these are things that are important for us to think about. We have talked about being findable and fundable. I'll just quickly talk about findable. It's easy to say organization B is there. There's something a donor once told us. When we enter a space, what we see informs us a lot. So you have a fancy office, but there is nothing that shows your presence in the community. Okay, you have a big poster that has photos of you one time gave out sacks of posho, but then what do they see? Okay? Well, you'll enter another organization and see tailoring machines are there, there's a lesson going on, those things will most times bias donors. Because they'll say when we went, we actually saw service happening. We actually saw community members. They were not staged. When we went, we were able to see what money is doing. And, okay, trying to summarize what I want to say. Can we think about impact in our, when we are looking for funding in our implementation? And it's not just about the numbers, because we can say, oh, we've reached thousands, or we have membership of 95, of 2,000, but what is the actual impact in the community? How do you define that? How do you communicate that? A quick note on also being findable. Can we use spaces like social media? Twitter is one of, okay, now it's X, you will find almost all donors on these spaces. Someone may not know your website because they do not know you. But if you go on your X space and maybe tag Hilton Foundation, for example, on an activity, that is something that will tag them to think about, oh, this organization exists and this is what they are doing in the space. And final thoughts. Can we strengthen our collaboration? I know everyone has talked about it. Just looking at this event, for example, we are so thankful that C4C was gracious enough to tag us to this event, okay? I imagine if we were doing it on our own, we could have spent a lot more. So sometimes, can we be flexible in our implementation? If you have 20 million, another person has 20 million, instead of you spending 30, could you come together and actually do something? You will have friction, it happens, because people want to shine, everyone is talking about who has given them money, can we have more time to talk? But I think if we rethink how we coordinate, rethink how we support, if you're both doing education, what can you do together? And no donor is going to say no to coordination because there is strength in that. Donors talk to each other. They will always ask, you gave so-and-so money, how was your experience? If that partner says it was terrible, chances are high those funds will not come through. Okay. I'd like to stop there. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Sheila, from Kelwell, flexibility and meaningful partnership to Sheila, sharing with us how we overcome barriers to funding mechanisms, but also giving us recommendations on how we can move ahead of complaints in terms of flexible funding, call to the donor community, emergency funding, but how do you describe what an emergency funding is? And then let's move away from fancy offices to actually having work on ground and exploit utilization of social media. And finally, rethink coordination as local and national actors. And with that, I work with CAP AIDS Uganda, and which hosts the C4C Secretariat as the Executive Director. And with that, I would like to thank Relon for contributing to this very event. And this comes from the spirit of rethinking coordination. Thank you, and please communicate to the Executive Director that we appreciate. This is also part of capacity building. I mean, Relon came to us and said, can we do this activity together, to our chair? And then here we are, and now you're sharing with us how we should rethink coordination mechanisms. Thank you so much. This is the way to go for local and national actors. And I think we earn ourselves lunch, but also as the Executive Director of CAP AIDS Uganda, which is hosting the Secretariat, when you look at the banner behind, you'll see CARE, Oxfam, DCA, Action Against Hunger, Street Child, FinChurch Aid, World Vision, CRS, Plan, Caritas, Action Aid. And who have I missed out? We have 11. In 2022, we were having this activity, but as a local actor, we had to put in some resources. And later at the end, we were rescued by DCA and CARE. In 2023, we actually had a system in place, mechanism in place, which is the Secretariat, which was launched in 2023, May, in the high-level meeting. And this has increased momentum for a coordinated approach by the signatory community towards advancing the localization agenda. And hence the reason why we are here to put together the thoughts. Save the Children, I just saw you. Oh, it's right there. I was going to say, where is it missing? So we started with 2 signatories, direct funding. I know that other signatories, you're doing your localization in your respective organizations. And also you've been supporting through direct procurement. We are now moving away from there to trusting a mechanism that is in place. So the 11 signatories that I've talked about are now trusting the Secretariat that has been put in place to give us resources directly to support bringing you together on an annual basis. We expect to have more signatories take on the approach of a coordinated approach to localization agenda. We also expect more signatories to come on board to do capacity strengthening and also cascade to the subnational regions. And we are happy that in this year we have subnational regional leadership. You had Emily, you had Mate. We have the disability-led representation here, Sofogenyi. So, and Relon is also here. And we also have Relon, West Nile. You can clarify on that. Thank you so much, and bon appetit.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
Oh, even before we take photos, any questions for Relon? One. Can we take only one, then we go for lunch? That one is big. He'll even give you money.
Now maybe will kill me one day. Okay, for me, I want to appreciate Elon, and it's just a call to action for all other actors.
Yeah, it's a good example.
That this is not the first time they're doing it. Even when we have had engagements with government, Elon has invested some small money. So we want to appreciate them. Susan is here, can testify to that. So thank you very much. And we can do the same as local actors. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. So that was what I wanted to hint. And also the other thing I wanted to ask the local actors who are here, following up on her conversation. We must make sure that the accountability mechanism is in place. That's a given. Please don't dream of someone who just come and give you money and you work without accountability. No. We must prepare for that. And one of that mechanism is audit. Audit is very cheap. It's not expensive, by the way. And no donor will refuse to contribute to organizational audit. If you have implemented a project, it's most likely that they will accept at least a contribution. They may not accept the whole budget, but a contribution. So let's just also build a capacity in budgeting. I'm talking about these things, but they are very critical. That sometimes we put the money that we would contribute to account to audit, and we put it into when they give us indirect cost, we put staff who are going to implement a project, and we put it under indirect cost. You are killing yourself, because staff is part of the project. Put the staff at the other side, and then the money you will have remained with will be able to contribute to things like audit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it was a thank you. Yes. Any question for Elon? I think it was a thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it was a thank you. Yes, it was a thank you, and I have just a few minutes as we break for lunch. I was advised that when you have a honorable in the house and they have plenary, after lunch, it's an opportunity for us to know what's going on in that space, isn't it? So you'll excuse me, but at least I will give an opportunity to our honorable member, around 3 to 5 minutes, to speak to us about what is the agenda about in the humanitarian space at a policy level.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Bokadi Di George is my name, Member of Parliament, Obongi constituency, an executive committee member of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on IDPs and refugees, but I also deputize as the chairperson of West Nile Parliamentary Caucus. Within not more than 5 minutes, I have the following to pass to us. One, thank you to the conveners of this dialogue for bringing together all key stakeholders and partners operating in the humanitarian and development spaces to provide services for humanity. Thank you so much. Two is to emphasize the role the civil society plays in today's society. In the past, we had government-led initiatives, but governments across the globe have adopted a policy of public, private, civil society, and community partnerships for sustainable development. As civil society, you have a lot of contribution to make in informing policies and practices in both development and humanitarian spaces. And for that, we do appreciate. Thirdly is to strengthen the nexus between government and the civil society in general, but specifically the nexus between parliament and civil society, where are the opportunities for us to collaborate. Our role as members of parliament are four. One is legislation. We make laws on everything, including laws regulating civil society organizations. Two is we appropriate all resources that are spent in government, including resources that come from external financing. Thirdly, we provide oversight on all programs, projects, and interventions taking place within Uganda, whether in humanitarian or development spaces. And last but not least, we speak for you. We amplify your voices. Have we created an enabling environment for the civil society to operate? Yes. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, creates for you an enabling environment. The NGO Act 2016, although with some loops here and there, also provides you an enabling regulatory framework. For the NGOs that are operating also as social enterprises, the Companies Act 2012 enables you to be able to operate as a social enterprise. But we have also put in place regulatory frameworks as government. We have the NGO board that has been rationalized to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and a few of you were a little bit uncomfortable about the rationalization agenda, but all that is intended to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and reduce the cost of public administration that you have been complaining about. So the NGO board is there at your service, and where there are loops, gaps here and there, please let us know so that they can be improved. We also have the Uganda Revenue Authority that can be on your neck at times, but again, through engagement with them, we should be able to see to it that you are not over-squeezed in terms of, in any case of those of you who have tax obligations on your responsibilities to be able to contribute to the national coffers to improve access to services for our citizens. We also have the Financial Intelligence Authority that has been put in place to ensure the resources that come into the country and given to you to be able to provide services are legitimate resources. They are not illicit resources, but they are also being used for the right purposes, because there are some times when, due to human error, some of us may be used for purposes that are not in the best interest of the country. So when the Financial Intelligence Authority requires information from you, it's for that reason. There are a number of other policy frameworks that are in place, and where you see there are gaps in those policy frameworks, please feel free to engage with us. The elephant in the room is financing, and sustainable financing for non-government organizations, civil society organizations, and community-based agencies. Yes, the resources you use come from the taxpayers from the West. and other continents. The question is, what should we do as Africa, as East Africa, as Uganda, and as communities to be able to contribute to sustainable financing of our interventions? What will happen if tomorrow the US, Europe, Asia, and other countries that give us resources say no? I think we need to be able to have and initiate very bold conversations on ways and means of exploring very innovative, creative, and sustainable financing solutions to be able to sustain the operations of the civil society in this country, both operating in humanitarian as well as development programs and projects. Oversight is very, very critical to see to it that whatsoever resources we receive is being applied for the right use and there's value for money. Whereas on the one hand, we've been emphasizing the waste and hemorrhage in government, we have compelling evidence that there's also waste in the civil society spaces. And that happened very recently in this same country. So we also call upon each and every one of us, including the organizations operating in both development and humanitarian operations, to see to it that we are efficient, we're effective, and we represent value for money for the resources that we receive. And very finally is, how do we amplify your voices? One, you can have petitions that you can bring to us. Yes, we have a Uganda Parliamentary Forum on refugees and IDPs that can receive your petitions on any issues that you'd like government to listen to you on. Two, we can have motions urging government to do more, to create an enabling space for you. And last but not least, we can raise matters of national importance on matters that affect you and your operations. I want to once again thank you very, very sincerely for convening this important forum for engagement, cross-fertilization of ideas on policies and practices, and I look forward to interacting with you more and deeper in other spaces. God bless you all. I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Wow, the people of Obongi are blessed to have you as their member of parliament. Thank you very much, Honorable, for standing and always being with civil society actors. We have a few minutes for lunch, and so we're going to use 45 minutes to an hour to have this because of our numbers, but I would appreciate if we are able to use a shorter period. Kathy, how is the arrangement?
Due to yesterday's request, we're going to pick our coupons at the exit because many of us said we lost them yesterday. But so we shall pick as we exit. We're going to Kib's restaurant and the food is amazing. So please. But before you go, just maybe a small prayer for the meal. Brief one. Loving Father, we thank you for the hands that have prepared the meals, and we pray that we enjoy the meal, but also let it give us energy to come back and be fully active. In Jesus' name we've prayed and believed. So we are going to be what? Yes, please. I have your coupons with me and I'm already moving to the door. Colleagues, we humbly request that we go for lunch. We are already behind time. So the rest of us, we are fasting like me. Are we fasting like me? Yeah? The coupons are at... I thought you're fasting like me.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going deeper into a very exciting moment. I'm told once your neighbor disappears, one of you has a problem. Either you're the problem or they're the problem. So make sure you're not a problem. Your neighbors should be yearning to return, but once they disappear, then they're either the problem or you are the problem. Hello? Okay, as we wait for our colleagues, I have another surprise for you. This one is very exciting and very engaging. I will request that you keep around. There are some packages here, you never know, you might be among those receiving. That is one surprise. So you just imagine if one pack belongs to you and you're not available for that photo moment. What will you hang in your office or tell your colleagues? Please keep around. We are going to use a shorter period of time quickly for the panel discussions, because we want to understand deeply issues of financing and issues of policy. So, are you ready? Let's get up on our feet. We want to shake that food before you doze off during the sessions. Please get up on your feet if you can. But I know once I unleash my surprise, you'll get up. DJ, can you sample me? Bring it on. I told you. I'm looking for dancers. This is localization, right? I'll be surprised if a local actor is seated. What's nine? Where are you? Show us. They tell us. Northern Uganda, where are you? If you last danced on your wedding day, it's your moment. Yes.
African TV collection. Dansez, dansez, yeah. African TV collection. Dansez, dansez, yeah. African TV collection. Dansez, dansez, yeah. African TV collection. Emotikinga na kati ya nzela bato basinga lokola mwasi ya limbele emotikinga na kati ya autoroute nakomi konfondi na bato ya autostop
fote na yo te ngai mpe moto natunaki te destination ya motuka
DJ, oh, come on. Hey, this is, that becomes serious, eh? You had started enjoying. You see, I told you not to remain the same after that energizer. We clap for the DJ. Thank you. I'll get your full address such that we are able to advertise your services. You've done us well. I would like to thank you very much for coming back. Let's clap for ourselves. I was extremely worried that I would miss some of you, but I'm thrilled that you're here, and we are going to discuss one of the most interesting subject matter. It's about financing. Financing and resource mobilization for sustainability. Well, I'm standing next to a very able, powerful person who is going to help us to digest this conversation, square it with her panelists. So please welcome Naomi to take us through to the next segment. If they can use 30 to 45 minutes, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. It's 3:25. And welcome back, everyone. And thank you for sharing those beautiful moves. I was expecting a Gochini from especially West Nile. You know, in West Nile, we are closer to Congo, yeah? So we are more specialized. I was expecting my senior donor to come and show us those moves. You did. So welcome back. We are going to be looking at exploring innovative financing, resource mobilization strategies, and investment opportunities to support localization initiatives for sustainable development. There are so many innovative financing models. 2 weeks ago, in Zimbabwe, EPIC Foundation through British High Commission is running a £60 million grant for 8 years. In Zimbabwe, Malawi, Ghana. How about Uganda? What other finances are there? Relon just shared with us what is working and what is not working. And what investment do we need to do or have as local and national actors for whatever innovative financing models that are there to come down to Uganda and thrive with local leaders taking the lead. You remember the challenge that Michael Pio gave us this morning. So with that, I would like to invite the panelists to take us through this very sensitive topic. A lot of discussions at the Grand Bargain at C4C has been on quality funding. And when we are talking of quality funding, we are talking of multi-year funding for local and national actors. We are talking of flexibility in the funding, but flexibility does not mean that we should confuse accountability with bureaucracy. A lot of times when we tell local actors to account, they say you're too bureaucratic. Why are we confusing the two as local and national actors? Someone is going to answer that. So flexibility, multi-year funding, but we're also saying quality comes with operational cost budget, so that we move away from what one of my mentors, who is in this house called Ronald Matanda, trained me, that how can we stop being expenditure outfits? Where local actors are used to implement, you don't have overhead costs, you don't have internal recovery costs. What do you invest in institutional growth and development? So that next time when a donor comes, you have a CPA accountant, you have audited books of accounts, you have systems in place. The subject matter is innovative financing and how do we sustain development. So I humbly welcome the Partnership and Localization Advisor of Save the Children, Mr. Crespo. The other one, I might pronounce it in Acholian, you may not like it. But before he crossed over, he's one of the people who led to the establishment of C4C Working Group Uganda. So he will have to share from both sides, from the donor perspective and then from the local actor perspective, to help us move to sustainable development with sustainable funding. I also have Evelyn Akumu, who is the partnership specialist with World Vision International. Evelyn, you're welcome. Charter for Change, where is that? How are you leading it? These young girls. You see, when you have young people, when you have the elderly like us, sometimes those things get lost.
Charter for Change.
Then I have Christina Heitel from the Royal Danish Embassy.
Charter for Change.
And then I have VNG International, Mr. Sam Anguzu Ejibwa. I hope I pronounce it well too.
Charter for Change.
Thank you. Please take up your seat. So thank you so much, my panelists. And what we are going to explore on is what are the innovative financing, what are the workable resource mobilization strategies that you are aware of. But then beyond that, what investment opportunities are there to support locally driven initiatives? Or what should local and national actors focus on to promote locally driven development? And if Mr. Anguzi is ready, I want to start with you and ask you, what is VNG International doing to support localization initiatives in Uganda? I'll give you 5 minutes and you answer all the questions. I am happy to inform you that Dan Church Aid, World Vision, Save the Children are part of the signatory steering committee who are enabling this to take place. And if I said this year is funded by the Royal Danish Embassy. And so we are here because Christina and her team allowed this year to have those flexible resources, and we shall be coming there. And we are looking forward to have VNG International as well, Mr. Anguzu. So what is VNG International, and what are they doing to support localization initiatives in Uganda, regionally, and globally? What are the critical financing and resource mobilization factors that you are championing to make development work? Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe for beginners, VNG International is actually the Association of Netherlands Municipalities. I usually say it is easier to compare VNG to Uganda Local Governments Association. The difference, though, is VNG is over 100 years old. And that's the reason why we carry the Dutch experience to the developing countries and to countries in transition. To go to the questions, what are we doing in supporting localization initiatives, locally, nationally, regionally? Now, what you need to remember and appreciate is that VNG works directly with local governments, because we, in ourselves, are association of local governments, the municipalities in the Netherlands. And because of the approach of our interventions, we support concepts such as localization from our primary entry point, which is the local government. And so to answer the question directly, we help the Ministry of Local Government, which in our context is the host for localization, to try and translate localization into practical everyday initiatives by the local governments that the ministry supervises. And so we work with all the departments in the Ministry of Local Government, and then we work with the different structures in the different local governments across the country, and importantly, work through the two local government associations, the Uganda Local Government Association and Urban Authorities Association of Uganda. And then regionally, we work in West Nile through the West Nile Development Association. Why do we work with this? Because it is these platforms that provide space for conversation around any concerns of governance, of resource mobilization, of sustainability, of initiatives, engagements, coordination, and many times learning and experience sharing as well. So that's what we do, and that's what we invest resources in, and that's what we appeal to our funding agencies to support. The other thing we do is to strengthen the capacity of the local government structures in different ways. Resource mobilization has been key, but you realize that for a local government to effectively mobilize resources, their capacity needs to be optimized. And we have been supporting the few local governments we piloted in with automation of local revenue mobilization and management. For a simple reason, an automated system closes leakages, revenue leakages. The manual system, we know in the past, people have been moving around with receipts in their pockets. They go to your shop or your business, assess you, you pay your taxes. Whether it is reflected in the local government accounts or not, you have no idea. But with an automated system, this process has made it easy to close all the loopholes, but also the citizens or the taxpayers are more involved. Earlier on, our Honorable MP did mention something around the legal environment, the policy framework. And for instance, right now we are in the middle of discussing with the government of Uganda the Local Government Act, the decentralization policy. These are all intended to create an enabling environment for localization. Because until the laws and the policies in place provide that environment necessary for localization and also necessary for absorption of the resources we are mobilizing, it becomes very difficult. I know I have so many questions to respond to, but I may not be able to give you the answers that I have into the details that I would like to give. The second question is around the critical financing and resource mobilization factors. Now, one thing I would like to share with you is VNG International represents the Netherlands Embassy in Kampala in the local government partner working group. And so we work with a number of the embassies in areas of local governance. And we share, probably my colleagues from the other embassies know, we share a lot of information on some of the critical financing factors that everybody needs to know. Call them basic standards expected if you are to receive funding from either tenders from the Netherlands Embassy or indeed tenders from any other. But the important thing to note is the strategic focus of the financer. What is the interest of the financer? What is the financer looking at? And are you able to meet the expectation of the financer in that strategic focus? Many times we've witnessed people running around with proposals on topics unrelated to the source of funding. They don't address the strategic interests. The Netherlands Embassy has a multi-year strategic plan for financing programs in Uganda. If you bring proposals outside that plan, they will not respond to it. It's as simple as that. And so you need to understand the strategic focus and interests of the funding source you are approaching. That's very critical to emphasize. The second is the case you are presenting. Do you have evidence? Don't narrate stories around how many children have been abandoned in Arua City. Everybody sees that. But if you build a critical case with evidence, researched, then it's easy to convince. And these are important financing factors in approaching funding agencies that we're looking for. A lot of times we go online, Google a scenario, and think that we can develop a proposal using somebody else's evidence. And a lot of the evidence we use are overtaken by events, overtaken by time. Can you build a case on the basis of realities that the communities we hope to support are working on? Then there are areas around frameworks of engagement. I think Boka did mention the role of the Financial Intelligence Agency of government. We need to be careful about who you are approaching. There are topics we all know are very delicate to mention or even include in our proposal. So what frameworks are we working around within the government, but also within the region? And that's why it's important for our opinion or view that as we discuss localization, it's inevitable not to mention the role of government and the role of government structures through which the localization is expected to be delivered. So those frameworks guide us. And finally, of course, this has been talked about earlier, and I want to thank the earlier presenter, I forget the name, Michael. We talked a lot about technical and institutional capacity. There's no way you can attract financing if you fail to demonstrate basic capacity and some of the basic practices expected out of you as an entity. I think that's the little I can say now. I'll be happy to respond to any other issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That is much a strategic focus of the financer, ability to meet the strategic interests of the financer. Many embassies have their strategic plans which you need to align to. Do you have evidence for what you want to respond to? Is it locally informed? And then how about your technical and institutional capacity? Wow, these are great points, Sam. And this directly enables local actors to think through before you start badging everywhere looking for resources? What is your institutional and technical capacity? And do you know who you are approaching? But also what is coming out very nicely from VNG, a lot of times we're talking about localization and we think it's just about money for local and national actors. We have forgotten the local government. I wish I could hijack Miss Susan Walisa from CRF Secretariat, but I won't, you're safe. And Minister of Local Government, who are already working on the national localization strategy, and that is a big step for us, for Uganda as a country. Having said that, Christina, what is the working model? What is working? What would you talk about at the Royal Danish Embassy as the working model, which is innovative or is supporting to drive the localization agenda? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, I was mentioning to you, I didn't think I should be a panelist here because I didn't feel that our financing is especially innovative. But I think you could say that the program we have at the embassy is successful in its localization agenda, in the sense that more than 80% of the budget goes directly to national actors. And I think actually we have a few of them here today also. So in that sense, I think we have found a way at the embassy with this program and our co-donors, one of which is the Netherlands embassy and the Swedish embassy and the Irish, to find a way where we can actually localize the financing and actually get the money out to the NGOs. Sorry, I'm being told. But yeah, a little bit to what my colleague spoke to and Sheila earlier about there's the capacity issues, and that I think it's something we also as donors need to go into dialogue around. How can we, because I see that you cannot expect a small NGO to have, or CBO, to have the last 3 years audit in place necessarily. What we've tried to do with our latest call is to say that we would like to see consortia, so that you have a strong lead that can then help the other participants in the consortia and together build that capacity. So that's one way we are trying to bridge that. But I think we are also in need of learning more about how we can actually address this challenge, because we want to be in on this localization agenda, but we also need to develop the tools on how to do that in a way where we can still fulfill the accountability requirements we have from our ministries back home. And I'm sure it's a general problem we all have. We all have some that we report to. And for us, it's, for example, audits, but I also see that that's a big ask to see the last 3 years audit reports. So yeah, and then it was also mentioned on the strategic focus, and I think that's also maybe a small remark from the process we've just been through with our last 2 call for proposals, is that we are not only looking at this, whether the strategic focus fits to what the call for proposal has set up, but also whether this strategic focus actually aligns with the general focus of the organization. So maybe spend less time applying for funds that doesn't fit the organization just because there is a call. Because we can also see from what is delivered, and actually we are generally very surprised by the high quality of all of the proposals that we receive, but we also see a lot of work goes into it. So being sure to respond to the calls that actually fit with the organizational strategy. Yeah, that was just my 2
Thank you so much, Christina. Actually, in one of the events that was chaired in Brussels by Donna Eyokia, if you can put up your hands, in a side event in Brussels, was tackling the issue of funding local and national actors. And the donors clearly said, we don't know how to lead this. What is working and what is not working? Share with us the working models. So it comes back to us, what you're saying, Christina, about you understand the situation is there, but how do you handle it? You also need the voices of local and national actors into this. But also the issue of dialoguing together with fellow donors on the best way to handle capacity issue is a plus for us, or is a good strategy to ensure that localization thrives. So thank you so much for those contributions. And I'll go straight to Evelyn, Evelyn Akumu, the Partnership Specialist of World Vision International. Evelyn, we are talking about resource mobilization that can support locally driven initiatives. Kindly tell us more about grants and grants management and how we can relate it to sustainable development, which is locally led.
Okay, thank you very much.
While sharing your experience as well. And as Evelyn talks, I would like to invite Dr. Ben Otto Adol from Gulu University. I'm told you're in the room.
Thank you, Naomi. In regards to grants management, as we are talking about resource mobilization, grants management is something that we can't run away from. It all starts with how are we going to, when you're looking for the proposal. And I would say that this, to relate it with what we do in World Vision, yes, we have partnership of all those that are those that we provide grants and those that we don't provide grants. And the issue is, if you're related with localization, is issues of capacity building will come in those that are not, when we are not sub-granting. But for this particular one, let me focus on grants management. So as we know that, as we look for resources, donors say a lot and they determine. So if they determine and they set the pace, then we need to comply with the donor regulations. Because for any donor, any funding that is going to come through as a call for proposal, it has to come with compliance issues attached. And when I talk about that, you'll find that, for example, when you get to World Vision, what we do when it comes to grants, we have 3 sources or mechanism whereby we have where consortium, they've already talked about consortium. I would say consortium is an easy one in that it's not so much competitive, but how can the local partners tap onto that to have a consortium with an international organization? One is we need to, how have you positioned yourself to be visible in the spaces that when like a call for proposal comes in and World Vision is looking for a local partner, it's very fast at identifying that, oh, from this work, through these meetings, engagements, technical working group like this, and especially even with the government, if you're more involved in those working spaces, they always discuss, and there are many NGOs. That's how we are able to identify, and then we are able to contact you. And in that way is how, what I would say, how best have you prepositioned yourself, your organizations, in the forums that you go to. When I talk of preposition, is about also being able to also, how have you be able to give a buy-in for your capacity statement? Do you have a real strong capacity statement that when someone picks it, will feel like, I really want to work with this NGO? And it's a time of consortium formation that benefits a lot, because we do mapping, and from as you do mapping, that is the key to look at what's the capacity statement. And then you're able to respond. Then when it also, we also have through grant solicitation stage, where there are some grants that we get partners through grant solicitation. And when I talk of grant solicitation, now this is a competitive way. Competitive in the way that it's put out, advert is put out, and then the applicants, you apply. Now, the challenge is when it comes, when you're reviewing the proposals and budgets, one mistake people do, there are times when someone thinks, we don't put in to demonstrate that unique thing that makes you different from the other. And that's what everyone is looking out. What's going to make this proposal a winning one? And then there are often times when at times you find the information is, someone talked about innovations. You're not looking at, you can't find that innovation that is real community driven and you'll see sustainability in it. So as we also do into grant solicitation and you're submitting in your proposal, we already talked about it, then you get in. And when now your proposal goes through, remember that you have also to do issues like pre-award assessment, capacity assessment, and when it's capacity assessment, it goes beyond. We are looking at the governance say, and leadership, because it tells a lot on who are you going to fund if this person is going to go through. There could be like 5 shortlisted, but who demonstrates the leadership that you can trust with a fund. So what am I saying? How are we, when you talk about our leadership, engagement with our board members, some have gone into that point where I find an organization is good, but when you start asking issues on governance, board members, they are not involved. And at the end, at that point, I'm looking for who is that demonstrating that the leadership involved. Because if that leadership is involved, then we get to know that there's sustainability in that organization. And then it also leads to greater impact. And then another thing is when we do capacity assessment, we look into finance. Finance, the common issue has been internal controls. Someone already talked about conflict of interest. What measures are there to demonstrate that this fund is going to be put in proper use and there are checks and balances? You find that at times that someone might have proposed has gone through, however, fails when it comes to internal controls. I've had those cases where at the end of it all, you have done due diligence, you go to capacity assessment, you go into internal controls, and you find, they already talked about it here, the bank, who is a signatory to the account, who is approving, it's all chain of relatives. And now as a donor or someone who is going to sub-grant, I feel like there's an issue here now. Who will I call responsible? You can't punish your mother or you can't punish your daughter for mismanagement of funds at that point. So what is that? We need to put our books in proper, in place. Then issues on M&E. We are trying to see which organization is that is going to demonstrate data-driven, using data for decision-making. How prepared are you as a local partner to demonstrate that the data you use does not just stop at submitting to a donor or to share the reports, but it's the data that informing your programming. So those are very critical issues when it comes to competitive and grant solicitation that we look into. And then issues of statutory deductions. We are mandated as an NGO, you have to follow. You have pay NSSF and all that tax, pay as you earn. Then you find that an organization can get done, you have done everything, you want to award. When you go to do the capacity assessments, you find that all the team is volunteers. And as someone who is committing, remember as a prime, you're taking on the burden. Whatever happens to the people you're sub-granting, as a prime, it's you. At that time, the donor doesn't see the sub-grant or the local partner. So you have to demonstrate that you can also, just the way the donor has trusted us with the funds, you're able to also trust you. And that's what we are looking into, capacity assessment and the due diligence. That's basically the area issues when you do organization capacity assessment, or some of them call it pre-award assessment. It's all about looking at checking on compliance, checking on measures that are there, and issues of corruption have come in. But those are issues that we can find, like when I ask for audit reports, it's not just asking, but we are going to say what are the management issues that were raised and were they worked on, why they addressed. So that alone can make you even fail to get a fund when you really wanted to make. So in World Vision, we also do consortium, as I've said, where that one, through mapping, and then we are able to work together. And then there's competitive funding, and that is basically driven by call of proposal, and then according to the successful, when you're successful, then you are able to give you. And then some of the issues that we need to look at also, as much as you have gotten the fund, but how can we be accountable? How are our accountabilities? Let's try, it can be, you may not be having electronic system, but there are simple measures like an activity report. How can activity report miss and you're going to pay someone who has gone for a field visit, even if it's a port visit? You get it? As simple as that. Each time you give money to someone, have you put measures to account for that this person, as he returned, there's this one to show. There are some cases at times when you look at it, there are times you find you go to a partner, and then the documentation already for the accountability becomes a problem.
Thank you, Evelyn.
So I think I will stop at that.
Thank you so much. You have consortium methods, competitive funding, and grant solicitation, and how the strategies that we can put in place as local and national actors, or to drive locally led development. How positioned are we as local and national actors? What buying capacity statement do you have? What is your organizational niche? How is your governance and leadership? Such that when they come to do capacity assessment, we are not having conflict of interest. You don't look at checks and controls as a burden or bureaucracy, but appreciate compliance, and have programming from informed data, and ensure that we are also obliging to the government's statutory obligations. Thank you so much. I'm going to jump Crespo, because I want him to talk to us as local and national actors. This is a safe space. We want the money. We want to serve the community. How do we do it best? What should we invest in? But before we go to that, I want to come to Dr. Ben Oto from Gulu University. What opportunities do exist in the academia that can promote locally led development? In 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Naomi, for remembering me. I was wondering whether I will be a lone panelist after these very wonderful people have finished theirs. Yeah, thank you. And just to dive straight to what opportunities exist at the university. Well, I am from Gulu University. I may not be talking on behalf of the university as the administration, but based on my experience of a long time engagement with the civil society, and also doing research, and also teaching. First of all, as you already are aware, university exists and the lifeblood is on research and developing programs that are tailored to the needs on the ground. So even personally attending this meeting alone is already good enough, because what do our children, what do our people go and study at the university if issues that are coming out like localization, when students go to the university, they don't hear about it. So this is one of them. So university does research and also analyzes policy. From there, we can produce policy briefs. And those kind of research are the ones that help us to design new courses, new programs that our students go and learn and then come and excel and actually partake in development. That is one very important, opportunity that exists. We can collaborate with the C4C and all these, organizations. Opportunity for collaboration and partnership is there. University at the moment adopts more of action research and more practical learning, aspects. So collaborating, bringing on board practitioners to also teach is also one thing. You see, the structuring at the moment of the university is that we now have constituent colleges, We also have colleges that are also decentralized. And this is a way of also localizing knowledge. So I now implore all of us here in this room to take advantage of our constituency colleges in our different sub-regions. From Makerere University, Gulu University, Chambogo, all of them. All these universities are decentralizing, they're localizing closer, and also customizing courses that suit the current development needs. That is one of the opportunities that exist. And building capacity, not only of students, but also local government and you, the civil society, fraternity. University, based on the research, build capacity so that development is more oriented to the local needs because of the research capacity that we have. And also, this morning, Mike talked of innovation and technology. University is a good innovation hub so that whatever ideas that come can be incubated. And I know that capacity already exists a lot in international NGOs, but through collaboration and partnership, like I said earlier on, this innovation hub can be incubated and also regionalized, because right now, all this localization is also being anchored in the context of decentralization. So if we have innovation hubs, for example, in Acholi sub-region, West Nile, Western Uganda, Karamoja, and so on, doing peculiar issues that translate into community participation in development, I think this is a good opportunity to partner with the university so that we can together transform our society. Maybe lastly, university also undertakes direct community engagement through action research. Like in Gulu University, we have what we call building stronger universities. Most of those researchers, we have our hubs in the community. And some partners, like somebody from West Nile talked about it. We'll be doing research in most of the refugee settlement. And our contacts should be now our localization, partners who are in the community. They have the capacity, we do research, we share with them, we do dissemination. This is how university contributes to community transformation. And this is also in line with Gulu University, vision. So maybe I can stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right on the dot. You still had 1 minute to go. Thank you so much, Doctor. Collaboration and partnership with the university, action research, the learning aspect, and for local actors to utilize the decentralized university facilities and innovation hubs. We shall look for you after here to put this into action. And we are so happy that you managed to honor our invitation. Having said that, it's very key, especially since the previous speaker just said that they want to look, when they come to capacity assess us as local and national actors, they want to see that our programming is informed by data. So here we are with Dr. Ben. We shall surely look for you. And thank you, Chair, for ensuring that we have academia in the room. Much appreciation. I'll now go to the final one, then I'll give opportunity for one question, approximately 5. Then we close this session with a second remark from the panelists. Crespo Mubalia. I am an Acholi, but the Baganda say okusembyayo kabadde kakodyo. You have been in the local actors space. You have been in the local actors space. You have supported the establishment of C4C Working Group, Uganda. It has grown with so many endorsers. We are talking of 212 endorsers. But the funding is not yet reaching them to the tune that we want. Uganda, there is a research that was produced by Street Child, again, one of our signatory members who has been supporting us. I think I saw Henry in the room, showed that globally, thank you, Henry. That is the data that is supporting us country-wise and also globally. It showed that globally, resources coming to local and national actors, it must have changed, it was in 2022. Globally, we were at 3%. coming directly to local and national actors. Get me right. But not through direct procurement. And then in Uganda, we're fairly at 8%. Crespo, what do we local actors have to invest in? What opportunities are out there to make us strong enough to drive locally driven initiatives for sustainable development?
So you chose to make me last, and you gave me the hard question. I'll start by telling you a story about a young boy who was by that time 10 years. His father was a teacher of a school. One day they set off to go to school. The father was carrying him on a bicycle. He reached the school, and that time it was late. It was beyond 8. You know how the school calendar works. The pupils were on assembly. So this boy was very disciplined. He carried the father's bicycle and put it somewhere. The father proceeded and went on assembly. When the boy reached the assembly, the father called him in front. And he told him, "You come, young man, come in front." So he disciplined him for coming late. And when the boy grew up and asked the father, "Why did you do that?" He said, "You should have jumped off the bicycle and ran ahead of me." And so that means that because the head teacher reached earlier than you. That is not a story of a boy. That boy is me. Yes. So why am I saying this? And my conversation is already summarizing that conversation. That you need to run ahead of. We must run, as local actors, we must run ahead. How do we run ahead? One, many times INGOs who are here, donors who are here, they ask for some few things. They ask for your organization structure. Right? You know, the opportunity we have is we can self-reflect such that we stop misinforming others or misreporting ourselves. You know, you tell someone we can do this properly, but your organizational structure is not reflecting that. Actually, if we all went back and reflected only on that one, only on the organizational structure, you will see that we have been lying to ourselves that we are supposed to do the ABCD, and when we don't have, the structure is not saying the same. So a point of reflection for us, that can we specialize? Let's invest in specialization. You're not going to do everything. I know resources are scarce. I know we want to do everything. But you must be known for something. Don't just run there because there's money. Can we try to specialize? Even when I come to you and you are giving me a lot of things that you do this and you do this, but how do I know that this is where this is what you do best? So a point of reflection, let's invest in specialization. 2, there's some critical positions that we need to invest in as an organization. Call it the core team. When you meet with us, the positions that are this side, but we never think about what they do. We have what we call, for example, business development. For us as local partners, do you know who developed the proposal? Yes, some proposals are very good, but it's the country the executive director who does all that. And sometimes you don't invest in supporting the technical people to participate in that process. So those are opportunities we already have. Can we tap into the technical people we have into investing, developing the best proposals? And by the way, she talked about the co-creation. Everyone has talked about co-creation. A co-creation within a consortium is a learning opportunity for the local actors. take it as a learning opportunity. Whether you get the funding or you don't get it, it's a learning opportunity for you to design a better proposal in the next one. So those are opportunities that already exist. Every now and then we are getting these calls. Of course, the other opportunity we have is that the donors' trends has changed. That's an opportunity. There's always a condition that the consortium must have at least a minimum of 2 or more local partners. But ask yourself, will it be you? So how have we positioned, like Eileen said, have we positioned ourselves to do that? How do we do that? Can we showcase what we already have? Even if it is very small, showcase it. Sometimes I sit there and listen to people introducing themselves. They are more known than the organization. If I may confess, many people here would not call me by my name, but they would call me the organization I work for. And that means because I always talk more about the organization. So how do we do it? How do we do it? Showcase. Let's pitch. Sometimes I organize meetings and I feel very bad that you have put people in a room to listen to an organization, but they're not able to pitch what they are doing. And even when you know they are doing a lot. How many, by show of hands, how many local organizations do we have in the room? Let me just use the local organizations. It's okay, 90%. 90%.
Yeah.
Okay, how many of us have a specific PowerPoint presentation of not more than 5 slides that you use for pitching your organization? Now you know what I'm talking about. Those are opportunities that we're not utilizing. So can we do, those are simple things. You don't need money to do them. You can simply do them by just reorganizing ourselves, by self-reflecting reflecting on ourselves. As I finish, I think the other thing that I can talk about of what can we do is maintain, sustain the existing relationship. You know, many times when you get a proposal, we want to act like a taxi conductor. When you're outside, you are so much of a treasure. When you enter, you will chase the one outside. If you operate like that, you'll see the numbers of the partnership going down. So can we put more energy? First of all, maintaining the ones that we have. If you have a relationship with CARE, with Oxfam, with Save the Children, can we make sure that we do that best? Because we are creating a CV. Do I still have some minutes? Because I can talk for the whole day.
You have 2 minutes to go.
Because of that, so I'm thinking that we can invest more in donor retention or partnership retention. This is not talked to about most of the time. We are moving to look for others without retaining the ones we have. Can we retain the ones we have first? Then we look for more. A number of times people write to me and they want recommendations. Some people are hesitant to give you a recommendation because they know you might embarrass them. You might not deliver quality work. So there's some things that are easy. Let's invest in the recruitment process. Sometimes we take it for granted. There's some strategic positions whereby even if you love someone so much that is a relative or whatever, you don't put them there if they don't have the capacity. Let's have some strategic positions well structured in our organizations.
Thank you, Crespo.
If you want me to continue, I can continue, but I can end here.
Thank you so much, Crespo, Relationship Management and Sustainable Resource Mobilization. So how do you sustain existing partnerships? How do you maintain the relationship? How do you run ahead as local and national actors in terms of organizational structure, governance, systems in place? How do you invest in a statement that shows you? How can you present yourself in a place and people see integrated child service, not Emily Drijaro? How do we not see Ongatia from Eastern region, but see the organization is, I think, what we need to invest in. So I have 5 minutes for anyone who wants to pose any questions. It is 4:17, so exactly 4:22 will close. So I see one hand. Hey! Okay, where did we started from here, and then I'm looking at James, and then Western Humanitarian Platform host, World Voices. It is in the room. Thank you so much for coming. So 2, 3. Then I have Alum from Karamoja. Then I have Ongatia Eastern. We are trying to make sure Eastern region is active, so I'll prioritize. Then my advisor there, Donek. Riam. Okay, quick, please make it a question, not a comment, not a thank you. I have thanked the panelists for you. And I'm still going to thank them, and they're going to give us a 1-second statement for sustained locally led development. Chairperson, Western Humanitarian Platform. Where is the mic? How are you? Oh, it's here. I'm holding it for him. Yeah, she has favored it here. The first person was there. So can I have it there first? Then after that? No, go on, James. Go on. While the second mic goes there.
Not James. Do you mean James?
Oxfam, okay. You see? We know the organization.
Okay. Just, you said one question. I wanted to ask, I think Crespo was talking about how the local actors could sell themselves. I wanted to ask whether they have actually, he has advice for the local actors on how they can engage the private sector. Because sometimes this private sector have some resources and interest in certain areas, and perhaps we are not mobilizing them enough. So what advice do you give them?
I forgot. Thank you, Edward. I don't know why I was calling you James.
Ronald.
No, Edward, head of programs, Oxfam, yes. So then I go back to World Voices.
Thank you. To VNG.
VNG.
Recently, you conducted some research and found there are tens of thousands of refugees living outside camps, like in non-recognized districts as hosting refugees. And this is a problem we have been struggling with for a long time. OPM and government generally refusing to recognize the presence of refugees outside the camps. And yet their population present a lot of issues, service delivery issues. So as VNG, how far are you taking this to another level? Because even as actors locally, we are missing a lot of opportunities. For example, Dr. Deep was given only to districts that are hosting refugees, but the true refugees are here in many districts which are not big, because that's a big loss, and there's need to have an opportunity to discuss that. And quickly to Dr. Opportunity with academia. We know, like platforms, we do a lot of advocacy work, and advocacy is meaningless without research. What are those opportunities that with the university, at what level can we partner to do research that can inform this advocacy work that we do? And do you have local partners in outside refugees? Because your direction is like more. Actually, in West Nile, nearly 90% of refugees are in camps, and that's a big challenge for us.
Thank you.
Settlements, yeah.
What opportunities for research? Mr. Gadbender.
Yeah, thank you so much. Quick World Vision, you talked about compliance. And I think you say that there is need for us to demonstrate the ability to comply with the donor requirements. My question is, if we are talking about the shifting power, at what stage do we engage in mutual negotiations? Second, the second question to you again is on the issue of, we talked about issues of governance. And I think from experience, we have realized that actually very few donors actually want to invest in governance. For example, they say, no, I think that we are not ready to support the board meetings, this and that, but they would want actually institutional growth, yet you cannot grow the institution without actually policy formulation in the organizations. The other thing is how the doctor, I think now me and us and everybody do capacity enhancement workshops and so forth. And I think we've done quite a number, depending on the dynamism of the context. But you realize that actually we generate a lot of knowledge. How can you actually work with universities to validate that knowledge so that actually it can act as some kind of motivation, but also a data bank for sustainability purposes? The last one goes to Crespo. Crespo, you talk about the investment in donor retention. I really 100% hear you. Now, but the challenge that we've seen in management of partnerships is the projectization of partnership as opposed to a strategic and or programmatic partnership. How can we deal with that? Because today we shall be in a partnership for 1 year, and when it is done, they will tell you our focus has changed. So how do I actually retain that? Now, how do I retain the critical team you are talking about? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Alum?
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
If I was to stay around throughout, I would have had questions for everyone, but I have questions for Mr. Nguzi and Save the Children and Evelyn. When we are talking about, I think, as the director was saying, you have your strategic focus, and we need to fit there. So how much room do we have for discussion? Because that is when we change our focuses and our objectives, when we need to get and to fit into your strategic focus area. Another one is that for the assessment, it is very okay with us to get assessed, but this year only I've experienced 3 or 4 times international partners coming to assess us. So maybe you can try to create a way you can coordinate so that even for you, you know which partners you can approach, and you can start local partners you can approach and start working with. For the volunteers, someone mentioned about the volunteers. Caritas Moroto has been awarded this year as the best tax payers. So compliance, yeah. So we are trying to do our best, but most of the time we need staff to implement programs. And if you guys, you do not, let's say, accept it, we need to get to the volunteers. We cannot afford to pay some salary sometime. So can we create a discussion? Because probably the cause of getting volunteers come from the lack of funds for that. And it has never been, probably, there is something I need to mention in this moment, because you guys, you are there. In the field, we have a great problem of allowances. I even challenge you to find out how many of us would have come without knowing that we had allowances. So when we work a lot with the local government, and one of the things I wanted to say in the morning is that this bridge we are supporting in Katikekile is implemented directly by the sub-county. So we have collaboration with the local government as well. But if we don't invite meetings or discussion from you INGOs, it is difficult for us to get these guys. We need you to talk about the allowances at your high level and then get to a common structure for all of us. Otherwise, they tend to run to the organization or the project that pays more. And safeguarding, we are trying to, last one, we are trying to we are really trying to make our organizations accountable and compliant. Sometimes it's a matter of safeguarding as well. So how are you supporting us in that? Thank you.
Thank you. Ongatia, please stick to a
Thank
question.
you. I just have 3 questions to ask. I'm called Ongatai, not Ongatai.
Ongatai, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Please question. Just ask the question.
I have 4 questions. 1.
You said 3.
Sorry. Let me. A donor gives you $10,000 and asks you 5% administrative and management cost. How can you employ a professional under that for 1 year? Number 2, you told us about social networks. We have our friends from Western Nile. They are implementing refugee-related activities. And they tell us, you people, we are doing very well this way. Why don't you come and also implement? There's a lot of money. And we get excited.
What is the question?
But in Eastern Uganda, we have immigrants, we have environmental refugees. Can't these donors also come and fund some of this side that we cannot go to West Nile?
Okay.
Number 2.
3. It's the third one. Go ahead, please.
Number 3. I have problems with the donors.
What's
they
the
give you a
question?
project for 1 year. They delay to send funding for 4 months. Then they tell you no cost extension and they give you again 1 year. You want to pay the staffs, they ask you what have they been doing. You want to retain the staffs, but no cost extension cannot involve more money. Now, you have staffs, you have given them contracts. Remember, those contracts does not mention that when money delays, we shall not pay you. How do you backtrack this kind of relationship to avoid running into cases with the NSSF and URA as pay as you earn?
Delays in payments, no cost extension. Why is no money in the eastern region when they have environmental migrants? And why give only 5% overhead cost support? Ayokea,
Okay,
please.
Thank you. They told me last question.
Please ask the question.
The issue of social enterprise. The government has given us opportunity. There is no donor who is willing to fund social enterprise in the region.
Donors, why don't you fund social enterprise?
Empowered to be localized and be sustainable
without
funding
for social enterprises.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no funding for social enterprises.
Can I go ahead?
Who has the mic? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Richard.
Richard, yes. Riam Karamoja.
Riam.
Question. How many questions do you have?
2.
Thank you. Go straight to the question.
Crispo. The first question, you told us that we need to invest in the key positions in the organization, but you did not outline to us which ones are those. Question 2 is, I'm asking, where is the problem? Is it the local partners? Is it international organizations when it comes to the co-creation? When we are writing the proposals, they tell us we want to partner with you. But they don't get to us into walking the journey of the proposal development. They only ask for the background, the information about your organization, that's all. So we're not part and parcel of the development. And how is our capacity going to be built on that? Not even in budgeting. They are the ones who budget for us, designing everything, and they tell us that we are partners. Where is the problem? Is it us or is it the donors? I mean the international organizations.
Limited co-creation opportunities. I think, Creso, you had your questions. And okay, donor will be the, oh, you had another, you have a question?
I had
no comment, just
asked, yes.
Question, please.
My question is...
And the team online, if there's any question online, please let me know.
Yes, my question is to either of them about a particular structure. that can be followed. For example, we are going to localize. This is our direction, so that I can pick it as a local actor, and I build in that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then is Lango Sub-Region Vice Chair.
Secretary. Lango.
Secretary, thank you for correction.
Thank you
Question.
so much. I had 3 questions, but I'll ask one. The rest are said.
Okay.
To Doctor. The universities have been holding public lectures of recent. It's a new thing in the game. And I was asking, can the university be intentional about including localization or including C4C in the series of their public lectures? Why? Because those students come to us for volunteer or for internship, and we don't need to come to start telling them about localization when they're already in the space. Thank you.
Thank
Can
you
we
so
have
much.
the space?
Thank you. And the final question from Donna Eokia.
Thank you very much. I think in one way or the other, you've all talked about accountability. Is it also possible for you to be accountable to local partners and transparent by sharing project budgets with your local partners? Because sometimes you only share the budget that the partners are holding, but here we're talking about accountability and transparency, but you hold the rest of the budget. We also need to allow local partners to have the budgets so that they're able to negotiate. 2, you talked about donor retention, Brother Crespo. And one of the things for us to retain donors as local actors is by quality delivery. Is it also possible for the international partners to look into the logistical issues of local partners? Because from experience, some of the INGOs give funds for project implementation, but you do not consider how the local staff are going to get to the field to deliver the project, and it's a big gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Donna. And that ends the session on questions. Over to you, panelists. Whoever is ready can answer. Mr. Angus, you have a question to answer? We start from the other side. Christina, you want to say something? Yours is the shortest.
It might maybe seem like I'm running away, but I really have to lead.
Yeah,
so,
I understand.
But just I hear it, and there's a lot of red ears here with the donors. We know, of course, we carry a lot of this responsibility as well. I think on the program that we are having, for example, our projects are running for 4 years, exactly to allow for this longer time to actually do the work. I hear you on the no-cost extension. I hear you on the many months of making the disbursements. I take it back and hear you there. On the budgets, what we've also done, the last comment on the budget, is that for the consortia, we do a budget for the entire consortia instead of separate budget for the sub-grantees, so that there's one budget for the entire project, and that's also been a learning. So I think just again, I think it's important we are in these dialogues and actually listening to all of the needs that you have.
Thank you, Christina, and I'll release you, and thank you for accepting for me to hijack you and to also be here up to this time. Thank you so much. That is the spirit for localization. Mr. Anguza?
Yeah, thanks. There was a question to me about the study that was undertaken by VNG International on refugees outside the settlement. It is not only the study that demonstrated this. I think also the report from the Bureau of Statistics also indicated the existence of refugees in other urban areas apart from Kampala. What we are doing together with the Ministry of Local Government and OPM is to encourage conversation around the policy framework that restricts the recognition of refugees only in Kampala. We are acclaimed on the open refugee policy. And I think the conversation is, what does the open refugee policy mean in reality? Because if you allow the refugees to move, then they can move from the settlement to anywhere apart from Kampala. Number two, there are so many factors around the drive to move away from the settlement. We're all aware UNHCR has continuously reported a decline in funding, a decline in food ratios. That's not something we can hide away from. And when you ask the refugees, they clearly tell you that we are starving. We don't have food. The NGOs that have been delivering services in the settlements are falling short of their funding capacity to provide those services. And so naturally, the refugees move to places where they can access these services. It's not a story to hide. Here in Masaka, you find schools where there are almost half the school population is refugee children. Who are those? And what do you regard them to be? So what we're doing is encouraging this conversation. We actually supported a process where local governments provided input into the national refugee policy to address exactly these elements, and of course many others that government needs to consider in refugee management.
Thank you so much. That's a question that can be posed also to OPM, and I thank you for taking us back to reflect on several things that the government is doing, including the CRF, of course, which sits under OPM. Dr. Ben, your research, how can you make now humanitarian platform leadership happy and engaged in your public activities?
Thank you. I think you're trying to paraphrase a question from Ronald. Why are people smiling? Well, this can be done at different levels. One, I talked of collaboration. University can already collaborate with a particular partner, and we do joint fundraising. We divide roles. If it is about research, we do the action research, and dissemination and so on can be done also jointly. This way, I believe we would have engaged with the local partner and also the donor concurrently. So the research output should go into influencing maybe donor policy or strengthening collaboration and networking with the local government and other entities. That would have come out of our engagement. So we get, first of all, the funding to do the research together. University provides the technical capacity to the local partner so that we jointly do the research. So the research output then, depending on what our focus is, should be now utilized within the network of organizations, including, like I said, influencing the donor policy. Another thing that we can do is university has the capacity to develop tailored, course that is, tailored towards, localization. Based on now the research and the information we have, we can customize courses, either short-term courses, 6 months, or even a bachelor or a postgraduate on, say, humanitarian emergency localization. You can craft the name of a course around there. That will bring the entire package more clearly. That I can guarantee university has the competency to develop courses, because localization from 2016 is now a buzzword in humanitarian sector, and university definitely need to act, to respond, to try and provide the technical aspect, to try to make this a more structured learning, process. That's what I can say. And in terms of how can university, I think the question was for the secretary. Yeah, university has different mechanism of interacting with the public. Public lecture is one of them. Developing short courses. There are other programs that do not necessarily lead you to get to another level. You can tailor courses that definitely suit particular purpose. That can be done. And like I said, we have programs in the university where we also invite practitioners to also come. So maybe for your students who come in the field and they are green about localization, if we have programs that are on issues of humanitarian, then we put practitioners' experience to come and engage with the students, so that by the time they come to the field, they would have already had the opportunity to interact with somebody directly from the field. This is now part of the curriculum that we have developed in the university, so that it's not merely theory laden, but it's more practical laden. I don't know if I've left any.
I think
Gad talked of how do we validate knowledge. Brother Gad, any knowledge which is only acquired and not practiced is bound to be dormant and therefore not impactful. One of the things that I think I will advise is that once knowledge is acquired, knowledge has to be practiced. How do you practice the knowledge? If you come from the partner, work hard to get funding and put your knowledge into practice. That to me, that's it. But from an academic point of view, there are many ways of validating knowledge. We do peer review. Before a publication comes up or you qualify for your bachelor's, master's, or PhD, you have to go through a very rigorous process. But if you want to do a research on public peer review, that goes through beyond particular university. You have journals, publication, and so on. So those are other processes of validating knowledge. But as to how this can locally be applicable is where we are talking about collaborative action research processes. You do collaborative research and do feedback, meetings in the community where university comes on the ground. And that way, knowledge can be validated and consumed locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bren. Evelyn, it's okay to be assessed, but how do we harmonize it from you, the signatories, and other questions that were asked you?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me go straight to, someone asked about negotiation. At what stage do we do mutual negotiation? And I would say that it's a stage of when you're developing a contract agreement. Often at times, this is now by practice. I think the challenge is we get excited on what we are going to receive and we don't go through critically on that contract. Like for example, from my experience, I never send a complete contract before sharing it with a partner for review. The intention is always to give you time, read. If you satisfied, sign first. To me, that's the practice I do. Because that is the time when you're able to iron out issues. You're able to say, comment on something that is not clear. Ask for clarification. Put it at that time. And then also, as local partners, we need to also be able to come out, and if the contract, you have read the contract, is not clear, request for a meeting. I've had in my partners through grants management before, I've had people who would ask for a meeting to discuss. That thing is always important, but not everyone does it. I've also had where I've been with partners where they sign everything. At the end, someone is saying, this budget was missed. So what am I putting forward? As long as by the time an organization has approached you, that we are going to, if it's right from consortium, you are already, there's that thing that you're bringing on board. And for World Vision, what helps us, we believe in 3 principles of partnership: equity, transparent, and mutual benefits. So we give an opportunity to the partner. That's why if it is it's called designing, you're invited. We do co-design workshops, we invite. That's the time you are. If it's about budgets, now someone was talking about 5%. The challenge is also comes back. Before you sign, you're given your budget to see anything. We already talked about how are we able to, if it's a direct, someone who is contributing 100% on the project, why don't you advocate for, put it there, and that becomes a direct, you cost it directly, than putting it under indirect. those are some of the things where I saw that most cases, the locally led partners, when they don't even, most of the people don't even ask, why this, why that? Can I do this? And can you defend it? But I would tell you that, like, if you're working, that's why we ask for timesheets. Many of the reason why we're asking for timesheets to see how much your time. And then indirect are always more of the support. There are some costs that you can't directly put on the project. Like I'll say, if it's a payroll person, there are many projects. It will be unfair to charge the 100% on the project as a direct cost, yet it's a co-shared cost. So those are some of the things when we get down and we are giving opportunities to co-design, it's better to come out even before you design. Some partners that we have been where we have given a budget template, and to some organizations, they could even remove indirect and direct. I think some of you who have received civil society fund, the templates would come and they would say, put it direct. Others, you negotiate. So what the negotiation begins there. Like you have done your technical, proposal is done, activity, the design is okay, budgets. Then you need to analyze and be realistic on what you're putting on ground. And that's where the negotiation begins. Don't sign anything when you don't and when it's not clear. Please get back to the partner to make it clear. Issues of volunteers. What I meant was, we also work with volunteers, but I meant an organization that doesn't have, you find the CD, you ask anything on CD, key stuff, and they'll tell you all those are volunteers. Real, if you're giving, if the whole organization is being managed by only on voluntary basis, who will be there in case maybe audits that are being done after, like, impact evaluation, who will ever be there, you know? So that's why you're saying at least volunteers are encouraged, and by the way, it's a very good source, we also do it. But for key project staff, key organization staff, ED, finance manager, has a title, and already you have a title of program manager, and you tell me that they are on voluntary, you know? We are also, that's where the question, audit also can question. But volunteers are also welcome. We work with them and we appreciate it. Then there was issue of safeguarding. About safeguarding, as for us, World Vision, when we are assessing safeguarding, one of the things we do, if we find a gap, we have safeguarding team that help you to develop it better, to improve it according to the recommendation and what we have found on ground. That will be done. Governance, issues of governance, what I wanted to, you know, as we are growing, at times we need to be more strategic when we are identifying the board. When you identify a board that has passion and you're involved, they'll always meet and make decisions and guide the organization. Like, for instance, for us in World Vision, our board, they meet, and they also review the policies, they review the reports, they're more involved in it, of which I'm saying also local actors, the local NGOs, even if it's a CBO. But if you be strategic, identifying someone that you know is not just giving you paper to start up an organization, but you have identified with a motivation. You get it? Then issues of them being involved, and allow them, share with them the reports, annual reports. What do they say about it? Involve them and set it right from the beginning when you're setting the roles and responsibilities of the board members. Then that will come up very clear. But we often look at who can we put that to make this paperwork go. Most cases, when we go into paperwork, you're going to tick the box, but then we miss out something. So what am I saying? Let's be strategic. Let's be identify strategically. Then issues of delays of payment, no cost. Also, those are some of the things. By the way, if most cases the contract says a lot, please get back to your contract. If that is not there, there are some organizations that make it blank on when to disperse funds. But if you're critical, you can say, can we put a timeline on when to disperse funds and timeline on when to receive feedback from our liquidation? So that next time, what you do as you're implementing, monitor. If it delays, reflect, send an email, and reflect on the clause. Any partner, any INGO will always react. And they won't take you bad, but that shows how you are on top of your game, you know it. So that one works very well, and if there is no cost extension, they always communicate that before you sign. Those are some of the terms that you need to look into when you're signing the contract. Issues of particular direction on localization, this one I'll give you an example. Like for us, what we have done through all these meetings, we meet in the Grand Bargain. World Vision International is one of the members at the international level, but what have we done? We had to come down to the different country-based, and we develop our roadmap. Identify what you can do and how can you start working on those simple ones. We have done that, and that also shows you how you're getting the directions towards implementing the localization agenda. So you can start small, look at what can you do, can you set yourself a target, be intentional on that, and make sure you fulfill it. Then with time, it will really expand. Allowing local partners to access budgets, someone has already said it, when it is a consortium, you're doing everything together. You have co-created. You know which component are you going to implement in this proposal. You sit together. For us, World Vision, we always share the budgets, and you're able to know your component takes this is what is in your component. And then we also take this. And even when it comes to contract for consortiums, by the way, it's a consortium agreement that has all the different NGOs, and those are appendixes that they attach. So if you're keen, you read through, and then if it has not been happening, feel free to ask and propose. Can we also be involved? Because where localization is going, they'll also by the time someone has approached you, want you to be part of it, and is ready to respond to anything that can affect the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. How many questions you have to answer, Crespo?
I have many, but I will try to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to start with Edward's question on private sector. I think that's a big opportunity that we have not all utilized. Some of us attend the cancer run, the marathon, the Airtel, whatever. All those ones, the other people have taken up, they have started something to show that they are doing something already. But how many of us have taken an initiative to walk to some banks and say, can we organize this? So those are opportunities that we can utilize, and it's real a hanging fruit. There are different private sector that exist, and some of them are willing. Some of them just need their brand to organize an event and collect resources that you can utilize. Some of them collect money, and they will want someone who is going to implement that as a way of the community link. But then you have not gone to them. How will they choose you? So that's for private sector. Gad Ben, you have talked about having a project-based relationship. It sometimes that happens, but the new trend that I've seen as a practice at Save the Children, we are building strategic partnership, equitable partnership, not based on resources. There are partners here that we assessed maybe 2 years ago. We have not done anything with them, but we continuously talk because we are not looking at just an opportunity. We have said you're not targeting an opportunity, but to make sure that we are monitoring your growth. We are monitoring what you are doing. We even invite you for events such that we continuously maintain the relationship. We learn from each other, and by the time that comes, you will find that we are already co-creating the projects. Just aspect of safeguarding, just to mention, because you cannot be in Save the Children, not in Save the Children, and you don't talk about safeguarding. So our approach to safeguard to any capacity building is that it's demand driven.
We don't just want to come to you and tell you, you see, we want to support you in this. No, you have to ask for it. And if you ask for it, we always find time and provide that support of that if you need any capacity building in that area. The other one was talking about, someone talked about having a particular structure. There's no particular structure. It's not there. There's no superstructure. It is upon you, your specialization with the organization, that you can have the structure. It's not there. Okay, and then of course, Richard asked about the core team. I'm not going to talk about this now, but we can have extra conversation, because we don't want also to give too much information, like to feed a lot of information. Can we have an extra conversation to talk about how best can you assess your organization, to have those, to understand the core structure of your organization, depending on your specialization as an organization. I wanted to also talk about negotiation. Many times we want to become the weak link as local partners. When I was still working with the local partners on that side, I used to give them hard time. Sometimes, so I tell them, we are not taking this money. I'm like, you man, we don't have any money. I said, no. And I would tell Stephen, this one we don't want. Because if it has no staff that are going to implement the project, so who is going to work on it? So can we also be able to say no? That brings me to the other thing. I know many of the local organizations start working on a project without having a core meeting, which we call a go or no go. I know, because I've worked in that sector for more than 10 years. So what we do, we simply, one person decides an opportunity has come, then he starts working on it. But for us, we cannot do that as INGOs. We have a go or no go decision. So even not sign up, for us as Save the Children, we make sure that the local partners sign off the proposal. So if you are not comfortable with the proposal, don't sign it off. Refuse. Say no. So the aspect of negotiation depends on because the budget will also most likely align with the capacity you have. If someone says your annual budget has been this, but then you want that budget to be multiplied 10 times, there could be a likelihood that you may not be able to handle that budget at that time. We have a project that we are going to implement together with World Vision. We have an increasing budget for local partners. Why do we have an decreasing budget for INGOs? Because we assume that when we work with the local partners, their capacity will be growing, and then therefore their budget will be increasing, and then our budget will be reducing. That's what we are talking about. Those are some of the practices that we can continuously borrow and learn from. So lastly, I wanted to say, let's have, as a takeaway, let's have a small investment to showcase what we are doing. It's very critical. A small investment to showcase what we are doing. And then the other one is say no. And I will end with that one. Let's learn to say no. Don't take every money. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And let's have the C4C clap for our panelists. Where is the chair? Western Humanitarian Platform.
I'm right here.
Please
Chatter
lead
for
us.
Change. I was monitoring our online audience.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. And I think I'll release them. You want the group photo first? Okay. And then I invite Dr. Ronald to take on the next sessions. Thank you, team. Thanks for the questions. And thank you to all those who try to maintain the time. God bless.
Chatter for Change. Chatter for Change. Chatter for Change. Chatter for Change. Yeah, those were really wonderful remarks. remarks and comments and statements. That's why we have so many Charter for Changes. Charter for Change for the last time.
Wow. Charter for Change is on, is it on fire? Is it on the hill? Or in the valley? Or on, is it on dry land or on fertile ground? Yes. Today we have all of you and we want to maximize the opportunity. We shall see. We want to maximize every moment we have with you. It's an annual dialogue, and so far we're doing well. I've been trying to cross-check the objectives of the engagement, and so far so good. I can tell you there's a lot of takeaway. If you want to write a position paper on localization, you don't need to go to Karamoja or West Nile. You've gotten every content required for you to write a position paper on local actors asks, the situation, and what asks are we putting on the table for the signatories. So you see, there's I expect this report to be rich. Whoever is writing it, we are looking forward to reading it and making it better. Well, we are going into another exciting moment. I need some energy. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. We are going to the last lap. Those guys, do we have anyone who comes from Sebei sub-region? I was going to introduce marathon. Yes, you've seen our golden boys. After running 25 laps or 42 kilometers, the last one is the best. Okay? All right, give high five to your neighbor. Make sure you give high five to any other 5 that you've not met today. Yes, you're allowed. You are allowed. All right. So if you know you've not got any high five, sorry. We'll get, you can take your seats as I welcome Miss Juliet Donner, who is going to moderate the second or the third panel on policy and institutional frameworks. Please, Donner, you are most welcome to take us through to the next session. I like this first session because it was really deep into content. You know, speaking from the heart. We thought that would stop the heart from flowing, but it was overflowing. So, Juliet, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronald. Good evening to you all. You see, it's not nice to be last because now even the answering, good evening, lunch has gone, some chairs are empty. But anyway, it's fine. I think it's been a learning moment and we've learned a lot. Today, we've been talking about localization. We've been talking about the role of government, CSOs, INGOs, a lot of things. In Uganda today, we are experiencing both acute and protracted humanitarian situation that is being exacerbated by climate events. This year alone, we have had over 8,000 households that have been affected by natural disasters and over 40,000 individuals that have been affected by these natural disasters from districts like Kasese, Ntoroko, even here in Kampala, we had an emergency. The local governments or the government plays a big role in this, and also we say that localization was actually fronted as a solution to the dwindling global funding for humanitarian response. And that means the local organizations play a critical role, and this is what we've been discussing throughout this day. Now, we are going to deep dive into those enabling environments that can really permit the work of local governments and also the work of local actors to quickly and appropriately respond to emergencies when they happen in our communities. And that means policy environment is very important for us to thrive as local actors. I would like to invite to this panel discussion Madame Gayo Ruth, the Principal Inspector, Directorate of Local Government Inspection. Madame, you're welcome.
Charter for Change.
I would like to invite Madame Walisa Suzanne from CRRF Secretariat, Office of the Prime Minister. You're most welcome. Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Let's have some vibe. We have representation from local government, and that is West Nile Development Association, WENDA. I would like to invite Mr. Obitre Stephen, the LC5 chairperson, Maracha District Local Government. Charter for Change. Thank you. Lastly, I would like to invite a representation of the local NGOs, and that is Mr. Gad Bender, the Country Director of World Voices, Uganda. You're most welcome. Charter for Change. Thank you very much. We are going to be discussing, like I said, opportunities and challenges, exploring existing policies and institutional frameworks for collaboration and partnership in the localization of humanitarian aid. I would like to take on the Minister of Local Government. Madame Ruth, from all the conversations that have gone on today, and looking at the critical role that the local governments play in humanitarian preparedness and response, how is the government ensuring that local governments are adequately resourced and empowered to take a leading role in humanitarian preparedness and response?
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, participants. Wow, what a nice audience. You've kept time, you are seated and ready to hear more. I've been asked to talk about how is government ensuring the local governments are adequately resourced and empowered to take a leading role in humanitarian response. What came into my mind when I looked at this was, who is government? Me and you, we are government. However, in this perspective, they were talking about the central government and the local governments. And that's where I'm going to anchor all what I'm going to discuss. When I looked still, emphasizing and analyzing this statement, there were two main issues that I looked at: adequately resourced and then empowered to implement the humanitarian role. I asked myself, what is it about? I looked at the issues of adequately being resourced. We have the human resources, we have financial resources, we have equipment, and many more. Then I looked at the issue of empowerment. The local leaders, the community, mass mobilization, awareness and sensitization, and much more. What I have to say is that government is committed to the localization agenda. And that is why we borrow leaf in our implementation in issues of the decentralization policy. Government, in its response to localization, for example, it localized the response and allowed refugees, for instance, to settle in a timely and effective manner before the INGOs came in to support. Most of these people are anchored in the local governments, and that is where the issues are. That is why we have this localization issue. Everything that we implement, that we do, is in the local governments, in the grassroots, in the communities out there. Through the decentralization policy, which speaks the language of users, but also reflects and bases local preferences and compliance of laws. We try to ensure, not even trying, but we ensure involvement of the different organs in the planning and budgeting. Once upon a time, there was a disaster that occurred in Western Uganda, where so many people died in a faith-based organization. Where were the organs in the localization structures? Where was government at that local government level? Colleagues, we have a role to play. When we talk about involvement in planning, we need to ensure that all of you here in your areas of jurisdiction, you need to get in the district local government register. Who is acting where? Who is doing what? How are you adding to efficient and effective services to the people? Sometimes organizations are in the local governments implementing whatever they're implementing, and we do not know, which is a challenge. I want to tell you that playing the localization agenda is a challenge. We have inadequacy everywhere, inadequacy of staff, inadequacy of resources, but we together in this room, we can do it. Why do we involve you in the planning and budgeting? We ensure that we get to understand what you are doing. For instance, many of you are inclined in the climate change arena. How are you contributing to adaptation and mitigation of climate change in the local government where you are working? We need this support. We need to collaborate, coordinate, network, and play the localization. Availability of human resources is pertinent, and that's what we are ensuring that we have on ground. Both political and technical leadership at the local government level all are playing their roles. The political leaders, when we talk about the local leadership, we involve the district leadership as the LC5 chairperson, the RDC representative of the president in that area. We talk about the full council and the technical people to add on. We all have our roles in the localization agenda. We ensure that at least we have staff in all the sectors. All the sectors that are in the local government play a pertinent role in their different sectors. Even you, when you are in these local governments, you also approach. If it's an issue of mobilization and mindset change, you go to the community development. You go to gender, Ministry of Gender, and we work together to implement our roles.
Madam, you should be summarizing.
Thank you. Government programs, I'll talk about the PDM, getting to the local government level, at the parish level, at the village level. Because of time, I'm going to cut some of these things. We also have YLP, MYOGA, all these programs at the grassroots to ensure household incomes, socio-economic transformation at the local government level, at the village level, at the household level. How are they benefiting in the localization agenda? Because all of them play a big role into sustainability and all the rest. Mass mobilization, awareness creation, sensitization in areas of concern, is it climate change, gender equity, and many others. Use of government structures, systems, both at the national level and the local government level, collaboration and coordination at the national level, as well as collaboration between national level and the local government level. To the extent that we get to the grassroots where we have LOCs, the LOCs playing the role of legislation, handling issues of conflict resolution and restoration of peace. The councils fighting to support people in gender-based violence, for instance. Accountability governance arenas. Holding of accountability days in the local governments. Barazas to talk about what is being implemented in the local governments is pertinent. And all of us who are in here today, we need to participate in this cause to ensure that the people at the grassroots get to appreciate what we are doing and how we can support them, because it's then in these arenas that they can bring in their concerns and we get to learn about their problems and come up with a situational analysis. Collaboration and coordination of all stakeholders at both national and local government levels is pertinent in this cause. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ruth.
Donna told me that I have to play Kiproti.
Being realized, and what recommendations do you provide for improving partnership between government, development partners, as well as other non-state actors in delivering localization in Uganda? 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I have 5 minutes. I hope that I'll even use less, given the fact that people are getting tired and the seats are getting empty. And also given the fact that I am not well. My neighbors were stigmatizing me.
Sorry.
But it is well. Yes, so yes, and yes to a big extent, a greater extent. The CRRF goals are realized. For those of us that may not be well versed, CRRF is the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, and we work under the Office of the Prime Minister. And our major role is multi-stakeholder coordination in the refugee response. We love to call ourselves the bridge or the magnet that brings together our multi-stakeholders in the refugee response. And for those of you that have been in our space, you have seen us bringing together a number of actors, our government, our ministries, departments, and agencies. We work with all the MDAs. We work with all our UN agencies. We work with donors, with development partners. We work with the private sector. We work with everyone, believing that the issue of the refugees or the refugee response is not a one-man kind of issue, but it is for everybody, it is for all of us. If we are hosting refugees, then it is a problem for the whole entire country. That's why we bring together everybody. So when we are discussing issues to do with localization, we shall bring together everybody. And we work with all the ministries. We work with the Ministry of Local Government. We work with the Department of Refugees. We work with health. We work with energy, water, and environment, because these are issues that affect all, that touch all sectors of government. So that is our role. And to a very big extent, when we are talking about, in terms of localization, we have achieved. We are managing to get all the stakeholders together. Some of you were part of the district consultations that we had around August. You should have seen that everybody came together in the 12 refugee hosting districts. So that is what we do. And why we do this is to achieve a more coordinated and more accountable and a sustainable refugee response. We all know that if we are talking about localization, we are talking about sustainability, and that is what we are looking for. And you see that we are all talking about localization today. I was also requested to talk about opportunities, and the first opportunity that we have is that government has made a commitment. We have committed towards localization, and for those of you that were following, around December 2023 last year, we went to the Global Refugee Forum, and Uganda went with about 5 pledges, and localization is one of the pledges that government of Uganda committed to, and we committed to strengthen the role of local and national actors in the response. So that government commitment alone is something big for the localization agenda and to push this agenda forward. We also have the goodwill of all actors, including INGOs, including government, including donors, and all other actors in the response. People are coming in to support. Everybody's basically coming in to want to work with us. A few hours ago, you had testimony about the refugee-led organizations. We are working with them. When we have any engagements, anything we are doing, they come and we work together and we move together. We are working with many local actors in this room, and that is a big, big yes for us. We have the goodwill. We have your goodwill. Thank you so much. The INGOs, we are moving together with the INGOs. There's a time that people were saying, now you're saying you want to localize, and then you're saying you want to take it away from the INGOs, and then you want them to support you, and you're taking it away. So we said no, because we are actually moving together. The INGOs are supporting localization, and most of you that are working with the INGOs, you know that they are not moving back, they are not holding back. We are moving with them. That is an opportunity for us. And we have supportive frameworks in place, both local and international frameworks, policies and laws that emphasize efficient and effective service delivery. We have frameworks in place. We have the NDP, we have the
You have a minute?
Oh, really, Donna? Why am I feeling like... Okay, it is well done. I'll use it very well. So we have the supportive frameworks. The challenges, some of the challenges we have, I'll start with the frameworks, like I am saying and emphasizing, we have supportive frameworks, but we really need a policy framework regarding localization. So we are working on it, we are at it. We are, for those of you that are in our space, you know that we are working on the localization strategy. And we are working together with the local actors, we are working together with the INGOs, the donors are also coming in strongly to support us have this in place. Another major one is the coordination challenges and unclear coordination structures that we have within the local actors. I always challenge local actors to please, come together and see how to have those clear coordination structures in place. I know you'll tell me you have the structures in place, but when you go dig deep in there, I know that there are issues there, and there are instances where you find that everyone seems to be everywhere and doing everything. Most of the local actors are into chasing and running after the money. You had a comment that some people are saying, what are you doing in Eastern, in Karamoja? Come to West Nile where where there is the money. So in most cases, we tend to not be very well coordinated, but run after the money, and that is a bit of a challenge. We need to have very clear coordination among us so that we even know. Already she has made mention that there are people that are working in the districts but are not known by the districts. They are not going to the districts. So you're doing things and Sometimes if you're coordinated, then we shall know, with the little resources that are coming in, how can we then distribute? Because you find that everybody will go poor in one district and they are doing one intervention that may not really be needed in that particular district, but may be needed elsewhere. But if we coordinate, then we are better, spread out. The guiding document, I have talked about that. The other challenge is the understanding of the concept of localization. This is still an issue with most, even including the local actors, even within government, that is still kind of an issue. So we need to do a lot more sensitization and talking to our people and letting them understand the concept of localization. I think that is all I can say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Susan, for elaborating what steps have been taken to actualize localization from the perspective of comprehensive refugee response framework. I would like to ask Honorable Engineer Stephen, from the perspective of local government, what are some of the obstacles that hinder local governments from effectively coordinating humanitarian preparedness and response?
Thank you, Donna. For the interest of time, I'm going to be very, very brief. And coupled with that, this subject matter has been discussed severally during the previous presentations. Obstacles that hinder effective coordination of humanitarian efforts with the other actors. I take it into three perspectives. First, institutional. At the institutional level, as you all know, we have certain laws and policies and frameworks that are not favoring us as local actors, as local governments and the actors that deal with us. Especially limitation of intervention to certain humanitarian response to certain organizations, leaving local governments with the responsibility of only carrying out assessments and reporting without funds. So that has been a challenge. And the second area under that institutional arrangement is the inadequate institutional capacity, expertise, and the resources for effectively and efficiently coordinating humanitarian efforts. When you talk about expertise, capacity, you may think that could be why, certain activities are limited to certain organizations. The issue of capacity was discussed here severally, and it is true we have to admit as local actors. When we talk of local actors, local government is inclusive. We really need to continue to build our capacity and gain expertise to be able to, operate better. When we talk about resources, we don't only limit ourselves to financial. We have logistics, infrastructure, even human labor, which is key in this area. Now coming to effectiveness of coordination and collaboration, we needed actually to have, especially with partners now, our actors, we needed to have meaningful memorandum of understanding. We needed to have transparency in our operations. We needed to have visible partners, visible actors. But when you go on ground, most of these areas are lacking. Some partners still up to date. They still need to be pushed for MOUs. If you don't push them, they don't avail you MOUs to be signed. And without any MOUs signed, how can you be able to know their areas of operation, what they are supposed to do? When it comes to transparency, over years, we've been begging actors, we've been begging our actors to really share with us their activities and corresponding budgets. We even went ahead, we've even gone ahead to say, okay, you can remove operation and the administration costs. You can remove them. Just tell us what you are going to do and at what cost, such that we can be able to integrate those activities in our work plans and budgets under the column of external funding. External funding. If you look at local government budgets and work plans and budgets, you see that column just empty. And yet we have partners on the ground implementing in several areas. So that one is still lacking. We still continue to push them to ensure they comply. And the issue of visibility, it was talked here. Some organizations, you take time. When you want to engage them, you take time to look for them. The offices are difficult to locate. Difficult to locate. To the extent recently, some international organization called me. I think they were doing a background check. Some partner called, is it Oba Uganda? Is it, I've forgotten a bit, based in Kampala here. This partner thought it wise to put my district as one of the areas of operation. Now, the international donor called me. Please, can you help us and write report on this partner? They have indicated that they have been operating in your district. I said, eh? I called district community development officer. He went through his record. He could not see that organization. I called back the international NGO. Can you give me the contact of this organization? They sent me some number. That is the CEO of that organization. I called, the lady received. I said, hey, you said you've been operating here. Can you specify which area where you've been operating? This lady started fidgeting, finally said, you know, can you help me in this area? You know, I felt it was necessary, it was going to be possible if I put your district, which is very far from
Honorable,
the
you
center.
should be winding up.
If you could put, if I could put that district, please help me write that report. I will be able to include your district if I go through getting the fund. You can see this kind of scenario. I told him, no, I'm not hands-on. Mine is eyes-on. You talk to CDO. You talk to community development officer to see if he can help you. You can see this kind of scenario. So it was good that we now have database. We are now doing a mapping of these NGOs. I will expect the mapping reports will be shared with us, such that we can also go to our database and see if the NGOs we are having, the local NGOs we are having, are on the database, national database. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for sharing that experience. And I think my brother, Benda, you have listened. So we also have a lot of things that we have to do as actors. What do you see as the most outstanding issues in policy or institutional frameworks affecting the effectiveness of local actors in achieving localization agenda? 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Donna. I think what we need to appreciate is that the opportunities. The opportunity that we have is that we have both national and international policy and legal frameworks. And we know that these policies have got commitments. And in fact, for me, I would be asking ourselves to engage on these policy and legal institutional commitments that are available on our side, so that then we can nip out some of the areas that we can engage on. And I would just quickly, maybe use half a minute to mention some, because we may not have time to deliberate on the quite robust policy and institutional frameworks, both national and international. I think, but most of them that we are familiar with, one, I think you know that we have a national policy on disaster preparedness. We already know that. We have refugee policy.
We have other laws, such as the Refugee Law, the Refugee Act of 2006, and the regulations there too of 2010. You have right now, I think government is now in the process of formulating a law on disaster and risk management. I think we are trying to see there were a few issues as to whether actually we should move away from disaster preparedness to disaster risk, preparedness and management. And I think those could be the issues that we could be talking about. But now, when you look at some of those issues, ideally for me, in my opinion, and probably maybe from the international perspective, we have policy commitments enshrined in the Charter for Change, the Grand Bargain, you have Global Compact on Refugees, and so forth and so on. So we really have opportunities for that. However, the challenge that we still have are the issues arising from non or partial implementation of some of these aspects. And I think those, I'm happy to delve into some of these issues that we still have as impediments. One is that I think there is over-regulation. And over-regulation, in fact, poses a challenge in a sense that it suffocates the space for local actors. For example, when you have local actors, one, they have to get, if they are working on refugee issues, you have to get them an MOU. You have to sign MOUs with the different districts. Then you have to ensure that you have returns by your RSB, then NGO Bureau, then Financial Intelligence Authority, then NSSF, then ideally, and providing different platform, multiple reporting. There is NITA. So that over-regulation actually consumes a lot of time. And it is not to say that actually we should be immune to compliance. No, compliance should be there, but also we need to ensure that actually there is a harmonized way of ensuring that you have time for these local humanitarian actors to work. Then the issue of power shift. I think we still have an issue. And for me, I would think that at the national level, so far we are quite doing well. But I think we need also to look at the international level, where we are talking, because see, at the end of the day, the international system impacts on the domestic system. So whether you like it or not, so if we are looking at, for example, in practical terms, we need to see the international commitments enshrined there in the Grand Bargain, Charter for Change, and others actually being reflected in the implementation at the local level. But here you are looking at where, for example, Donna, you are aware that statistics still continue to show that when you look at the Grand Bargain commitments, for example, if you are talking about financing, the target is 25%. But what has been achieved for the last about now 60 years, you have always achieved 3%. So what is it that actually you're talking about? So how you think the local actors are going to work on? Then the other issue is probably when you look at our policy, I think our policy has, maybe let me look at the legal framework. When you look at, for example, the opportunity that we have, like enshrined in the Public Finance Management Act, in fact, Section 26, it shows that actually Parliament shall in every financial year appropriate 0.5% to replenish the contingent fund. But look at the performance. Just look at the performance for the last 5 years. You just wonder. But we know that actually some of these even disasters actually make appointments. They tell you that on this particular day, on this time, actually the disaster is going to happen. For example, in Kasese, those people from Kasese can attest to it.
You have a minute?
Yes, they will tell you that they even have the dates when actually those floods are going to happen. They will tell you in May 23rd. They will tell you on 12th in August. At 11 in the night, this is going to happen. They will tell you that on an annual basis, in Bududa, you will actually have landslides. So why is it that actual government cannot be able to say, oh no, I think we have to come up with a solution. Unless if you tell me that idea for you are interested to respond all the time. Then maybe the last one that probably maybe need to talk about is the issue of accountability versus responsibility. And I think this cuts across. For example, when you look at cuts across at both at national and international level. For example, when you talk about the global compact on refugees, and you are because and that's even by the way, when you look at the refugee Act of 2006, if you try to combine them and look at the principles on both instruments, for example, it talks about the right to freedom of movement for refugees. But how are we actually facilitating this right to be enjoyed? Where, for example, how are you going to ensure that actually these local actors are going to participate in this decision-making, spaces? But also, when you look at, for example, access to justice for refugees, for example, you are talking about freedom of movement, protection. How are you going to achieve that commitment on protection when actually access to bail for refugee is a very problem? You are talking about the aspect of that for a refugee to get bail. They are actual requirements. For example, you're saying, no, you have to have a permanent area of abode. Where is the permanent area of abode of a refugee?
Thank you, Benda.
So I think we need to appreciate some of these issues. Mate, you are disorganizing me.
Thank you very much, Benda. Please, Mate, stop disorganizing our panelists. Let's move on. Madam Ruth. He has talked about contingency fund, and also he said that some of these emergencies we can actually anticipate. But as a country, we've been more reactionary to emergencies than anticipatory. So how is the government preparing to respond or to address the emerging issues like the climate-related events that are actually now causing havoc in our communities? From Western Uganda to Eastern Uganda to the North, we are all seeing a lot of crisis as a result of climate change. We are having epidemics, but also we have increasing influx. I talked about the acute refugee crisis. So how are you prepared to respond as a government?
Thank you.
5 minutes.
This time round, I'll move from Eastern Uganda to go and do in Nzikuru in West Nile. Now, I would say that government, in its strategic plan, NDP4, is coming out to support local governments to ensure that in their district development plans and annual work plans, they integrate issues that are cross-cutting. And many amongst them is the climate change, issues of gender, issues of refugees in areas that always have issues of refugee response. They have to integrate to ensure that they at least make a provision where it is to ensure that such occurrences, when they come, government can always come in to respond. There are other climate issues that are continuous. These are things that are happening on a daily basis. And we know that there is climate change in action, changing environment. We need to plan for that, and we are doing so. We are doing so in collaboration with the other sectors that are skilled in those areas. For instance, Ministry of Water and Environment is coming in to support the local governments to come up with the actionable positions. We need to have a climate change action plan in the local governments. However, there are challenges of inadequate funding where we shall call upon all other players to ensure that we support the local governments and the community to come up with the action plans on climate change. Integration of these things is pertinent. We need to solicit funding and support of other organizations to support the local governments in areas of concern that have been put in this statement. Issues of mass mobilization, awareness, creation, and sensitization of the community. And sensitization is running not only at the local government level, but also at the national level. Because in our ministry, for instance, we have a committee on climate change, and we have to integrate issues of climate change in our work plans at the national level. So this one is also cascaded at the local government level and also at the sub-county levels. I can conclude it and say that at all levels of government, strategic planning at both the national and local level has that integration. Coordination and collaboration with the stakeholders, central government, donors and partners, and community as well is also pertinent. How do we collaborate with this? Central government always allocates some money under its central government grants to the local government to support implementation of the various activities which are prioritized. And climate change is one of the areas that have been prioritized in the NDP4. Partners, how do we come in? Right now, there is UNDP supporting only one local government to ensure issues of climate change and disaster preparedness is being settled. That is the Busia municipality. What about the others? We have a very big role, a very big job for us as all stakeholders to ensure that we support the people at the local level, at the grassroots, to know that there is climate change and we have to change with the changing environment. Like the people in Bududa, they know that these floods and the landslides are there. How do we support them? So government is not only sitting, but using the Office of the Prime Minister under the Department of Disaster Preparedness to prepare for such occurrences, to allocate some funding for disaster preparedness. I can submit for now. I saw Donna trying to peep. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaborate response. I would like to come to Honorable Stephen. Could you make your last remarks in 3 minutes, giving us priorities that government should put in for local governments?
Yeah, thank you, Donna. In the area of strengthening collaboration and partnership in human preparedness and response, as local governments, we need to focus on building resilience in the face of uncertainty. And we do this by enhancing interagency collaboration through ensuring effective collaboration among government agencies, UN agencies, NGOs, and other stakeholders. We also need to develop district humanitarian response strategy, which should be linked to national level strategy. And as we are doing this, at district level, we need to take stock of stakeholders in that area. After taking stock of stakeholders, we need to form and functionalize district disaster contingency coordination committee that should be able to meet regularly. And when we are doing this, we need to also identify and document areas of humanitarian response taking from the previous occurrences. We need to document that and develop budget for humanitarian response. Once you've developed budget, of course, these are always unfunded priorities. We need not to sleep. We need to lobby for funding from government and the donors. We always rely on our sister here, OPM. When a disaster hits us, we document, we communicate to them. And I'm happy that they always respond timely. They always respond. And then we should also ensure we promote community-based disaster risk reduction and management through supporting community-led initiatives. Certain initiatives at community level can also help address this. So we need to be proactive and do the needful as we address disasters in our local government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I would like to request Susan, you make your closing remarks in 3 minutes on how you can, as CRRF, ensure accountability and transparency.
Thank you so much, Donna. 3 minutes. We are increasing dialogue. I said before that we are a bridge. We bring together the different partners, different stakeholders to make sure that the different issues are put on table and discussed and solutions found. And we have done this quite a lot, and we have got a lot of issues sorted and dealt with. So we are increasing dialogue and engaging the local actors, the INGOs, the donors on issues to do with transparency and accountability, bringing them together and having these issues discussed. Because we have before now we had the accusations and counter accusations. You don't have the capacity, the financial capacity, or we have the capacity. What shows we don't have? And at one point I posed that question to the INGOs and said, look, if for quite some time you've been building the capacity of the local actors, how come that for so many years still the local actors are still lacking capacity? Financial capacity, whatever capacity it is, what could the issue be? Where is the missing link? Can we have this put on table and discussed? So we are increasing our conversation around these issues, but also encouraging our local actors to step up their game and be open about these things. Not only the local actors, even the INGOs. If you're having this budget, can you be open? Once somebody made a comment and said, if you go to the INGOs for funding, they do the background check. And I was tempted to ask, do you do the background check as you're going to get the funds from this INGO? Do you do the background check before you get abominable money? So we are working with our partners to do this. And like I said before, we are working towards a more systematic and more coordinated and a very well guided locally led response. Our government has not been so much in that space of guiding, and we are now working out ways. That's why I talked about the strategy that we are developing, and we are engaging with the rest of the MDAs as we develop our strategy. And here we shall have roles and responsibilities of each of the actors clearly stipulated. As you're asking for the money, you also have a responsibility to be accountable, to be transparent, to do the reporting that was earlier talked about. So this is what we are working on, and we are working on clear on our implementation plan where we shall move and together with our actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. I would like to get the last remarks from Mr. Benda. Your recommendations to enhance better coordination, but also driving localization agenda. What do you recommend in 3 minutes?
Yes, I think there's a need for the government and the international organization to review the policies that are intentional to ensure that localization becomes part and parcel of the priorities. So you need to have policies that actually reflect localization inability, the same way with the laws, the same way with the international commitment. The second is fast track the enactment of the law on disaster risk reduction and management. I think you are aware, and I'm happy that the coordinator of the Parliamentary Forum is here, and I think this is something that we can pursue together arising from this engagement today, that ideally the bill needs to be fast-tracked, bro. The third one is the need to operationalize as a matter of priority Section 26 of the Public Finance Management Act. And more so ensuring that actually part of that, it can also be cushioned. That local governments should take probably 50%, given the fact that actually they are the ones on the ground, and they probably will cater for other local actors that are non-state that are actually contributing to this. The first one is the need to ensure that we have mutual accountability. The accountability should not all be one-sided. It shouldn't only be to the local actors. It should also be on the other side. For example, I know that some of the partnerships fail not because of only one side, but also because they are irreconcilable differences, and we do not have an arbiter. Actually, the other day, Donna, when we were traveling to Karamoja, I said actually we need to have maybe a third party that will be dealing with the grievance mechanism in management of partnerships. And I think that's a very, very important. Otherwise, we shall continue to be seeing a boss and what? The slave-master relationship. The other one is move away from projectization to strategic partnership, as such that will improve sustainability of local actors to engage. Because, for example, I mean, was it Mr. Tim or the one in the morning? Michael talked about actually the movement, labor movement. I am telling you, if a staff knows that the project is only 1 year, at 6 months, his mind will be looking for the greener pasture. And then if you have built that capacity, then you have lost that one. So at the end of the day, you are weakening the local actors. The last one is that government should harmonize their system in terms of regulation. Because if you have multiple regulatory centers, then you are confusing the local actor. And the local actor, instead of building the capacity to deliver quality interventions, they are spending most of their time in actually responding to some of these regulatory requirements. Otherwise, I think with that, the last question is probably Donna, and I think the person from CRR almost hinted about it, but I think she was being more diplomatic. The question has been, if donors are assessing you, and the INGOs are assessing you, they are my friends, I'm not attacking you. Who assesses you? I mean, because we all go to the same schools. For sure, we all go to the same schools. And I was giving an example that, I don't know, I think it was Crespo, was saying, you have to ensure, find a way of how these people should be, the boards, for example, they should be consolidated and copy. I am telling you, I have a board chair who is a judge. He has a bodyguard, he has a secretary, he has a driver. And actually, government invests in his security. Now, if we want to deliver quality, we must ensure that bodies are fully facilitated. So how do you ensure that you bring this person from his station, and then he's going to deliberate on institutional growth, and then you cannot facilitate? And then you want to say these people should volunteer. I think we need to be practical.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Benda, and thank you to all our panelists. Members, can we appreciate our panelists before they take their seats? Someone is asking me about question, but I think in the interest of time, we can continue with this conversation either online or you can write your questions and they'll be able to respond. I think the person who was leading this has given up or she has left. I don't know where she is, but the clapping, everything has just affected me negatively. So I'm going to do it. Charter for change. Charter for change. Thank you very much. I think we can have a moment of photo and then we take our seats. Come here.
It's okay, it's fine. Today I've benefited from being very moderate.
Thank you very much, members, for being attentive, and I think we have learned a lot. Have a very good evening.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If we start dancing to that tune, some jackets and shirts will be off. So we want to recognize that this moment, as we wind up, I would like to thank you very much, colleagues, for being with us throughout the process. We clap for ourselves. I know there are energy levels, there are fears, there are lots of challenges, but don't worry. Localization will not come easily. You get it? It comes with persistence, it comes with perseverance.
Doctor,
And, yes.
There's just one request from our online audience.
Yes.
From specifically West Nile. They're humbly requesting that if possible, we have rotational annual meetings so that they can also actively participate next time. I thought it wise to share with the whole house. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Rotational dialogue. We shall push that to the technical working group and the signatories to think and process this. Where they take us, we shall go. Okay? If you want us to be in Karamoja, we shall come. West Nile will be there. Okay? So I think it's a valid kind of submission that will be processed, and then colleagues will be able to make sense and then make a decision based on what it means to be in West Nile. You can imagine all these team members. Well, we are into the closing remarks. As we do the closing, I will request for your attention. One is that we want to get the takeaways from this conversation. But above all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. That I know it's not easy to mobilize all of us in a diversity. We clap for them. I can tell you, if you've not organized an event like this, pray that you organize one. When they ask you, request you to clap, you will clap harder. Because I know what it takes. Well, I would like to invite our colleague, Edward, from Oxfam, to come and give us the parting shots from your end.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change. You know, Oxfam is our grandfather's Charter for Change, so yes.
Yes, I know it is very late in the evening and people are very tired. But I will try to summarize. I had a long list of comments, but now I have to make it very brief. But I want to start by thanking the organizers, indeed, the working group, G4 Charter for Change working group, together with the organizers, the endorsers and signatories who have been involved actively in the process. And this is very commendable. And indeed, I must say, as of course already somebody has said, already requested that it should be rotational. I think that person is also right, because you need to localize this dialogue as well. Because it cannot be a thing for Kampala only. But yeah, appreciated because it provides an opportunity for actors in their different capacities to be able to discuss openly, genuinely, without any hindrance. This space has been very safe, I think. Members have been able to share without fear or favor. And I think this is what is important in our growth. And you might be able to say that, for example, why is really Oxfam so engaged with this initiative of localization? Indeed, our mission is really to end poverty and injustice. And we do this through partnerships. Partnerships with civil society, with government, with private sector, with everyone. And this localization agenda provides a very critical moment for us because it brings power. In fact, it brings power to the people who need it most. You know, it's a process of sharing this power with the community. And we are actually always calling on active participation in decision making. If the best way to do that is to be part of it. And I think this provides that opportunity, the localization. That's why Oxfam is really fully involved from the beginning. And indeed, since we started this process a long time, but from around 2016, we were able to start this ELNA project, and I'm glad I had many of you trying to share how the ELNA project has propelled you to this stage, up to the point where you are at the moment. My colleague will agree, Crespo was with us from that time of 2016 and onwards. And that's why now he's in a different category. But he has been with us all that journey. So I know that's long, but when we started, the focus was on three things. It was on strength, voice, and space. And I can say that there was quite a lot of work done, especially on the capacity. But as you have said, of course, capacity is evolving, and people are going, they are leaving, organizations leave, lose that capacity. So there are some issues, but there is also greatly growth in capacity. That's why we have most of you who have grown from that stage to this stage. The capacity has been useful. But also in terms of space, I think the space is to do with especially us in the INGO and the other platforms, to be able to enable the local actors to participate at different levels, to engage. And I think we have done a lot. That's why, again, there has been quite a lot of platforms developed across the country where the local actors are able to engage. And we are glad that this is yielding into this one as well. But there is still a lot of space there to be occupied. There are still a lot of policies which are still restricted and cannot allow local actors to actively play their roles. So I think that's where there is a lot of need in terms of advocacy. And then we also have the issue of voice. In terms of voice, I think you have done very well. You have taken the voices all over the globe and talking about the local actors. We've been able, at least at Oxfam, we've been able to support refugee-led organizations. We've been able to support women-led organizations to participate in different spaces at different levels and voice the concerns of the affected population. So this is growing. But in the discussion today, I had a lot of issues, of course, which are also challenges. And I think in the morning it was the gentleman from CARE, Michael, who was talking about the thieves, how was it said? That money is stealing, the stealing is still existing in both INGOs and local organizations. I would imagine, of course, it's a blanket statement, but I think what he meant really is that there are still a lot of weaknesses or loopholes. So we are still unable to, we are not compliant enough. And this is a subject of discussion, of course. What capacities do we need to ensure that we are compliant? What legal frameworks do we need in our organizations? What is it that we, and you have talked a lot about this, and indeed, guidance has been provided as well through the panel discussions on some of these points. So we need to look into ourselves. And I also like the idea that the QAM, the QAM process is being re-energized so that many of you can be able to go through it and see how you can comply with some of the requirements. But I think it also enables you as actors to put in place standards, the standards which you can hold yourselves against. So you can also be able to say, as a local partner, I will not work with you if your team is engaged in A, B, C, D, or you do not have ABCD as part of your capacity. So I think we need to have that sort of standard that we as local actors, you as local actors can actually use, hold your colleagues accountable. And that also shows the donors and other community that there is what? There is will to address some of the issues that have been identified. The fear, and in fact most times when we talk with the different donors, the fear is that local actors do not have capacity or do not have systems. They are going to, they are going to lose the money, But we also say that some of the international NGOs, if they do not have certain tools, then they are also not as incapacitated as the local actors. But I think each one needs to be looked at independently. At least what we can commit, I think, from the discussion we've had, is to internally agree how to share capacities. Because you also talked that some of the local actors have capacities which they can be able to share across and use between themselves to enhance their capacity and be able to comply to different requirements. The Charter for Change, of course, continues the struggle, and we want to appreciate the effort that has been put in, the different structures that have been developed. As I think in the morning it was mentioned that there has been a structure, there has been there is a secretariat, there is I've forgotten the breakdown. But the structures have been put in place. And therefore, we are now ready to take off. The C4C, where it has reached, I think, we should not be allowed to go back, the working group. We should be honest and transparent in our dealings so that if there are any issues, we are able to solve them. Because I think we should be united by the common vision and not simple things. So transparency in our ways of work is very critical, and of course, equal partnership. So we want to welcome the local actors' engagement with the INGOs. I want to encourage you to use your voice, because you have heard that sometimes certain partnership or financing agreements remain in the agreement because you have not talked about it, or they have shared with you, you have taken it as gospel truth. So you challenge the INGOs that you are working with in terms of partnerships. Challenge them and also ask them for accountability on issues where they have made their own commitments. That's what we need in the active sort of civil society. So that's very important. And that's the only way that we shall both reach the goals that we have set ourselves. Yes, so as we can do better and more on joint advocacy to promote local action with the local actors leading discussions. And as Oxfam, we have already taken a very good step in this. We have, in most cases, encouraged local actors to lead us, to lead the way, and we support them from behind. In fact, we have a consortium where a local partner is the lead member of the consortium. And we are working very well. This partner is not here, I will not mention their name, but they are the lead of that consortium. So we are trying to put people at the front, and the Oxfam will be providing support. In fact, earlier in the morning it was said that we must find new roles for INGOs, which fit with the current trend of localization. Because other than being thought leaders, conveners and all that, ensure that the local actors are actively the ones at the forefront delivering. So that's, we have started that, and we hope that this can continue to be, the way forward. So I want to, with those few words, I want to thank you very much for your attentiveness up to this point of the evening, and hope that we can continue to promote equality in decision making, so that, it's the true sense of localization happens, because really we want to decolonize all these systems, ensure that the actors on the ground are able to take charge, because we know the benefits of why local actors must be in the lead. You have already been talking about these sustainability issues, you know, and relevance, you know, the appropriateness of the responses. So I think it is well known, well understood. Now what is important are these systems and processes. So thank you very much, and I hope that the day has gone well for all of you. Thank you.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
All right. Okay, thank you, Edward, for surely being candid in your submission to us. You've spoken from your heart. I know you're very passionate about localization, and we are counting on you, together with other signatories. Without any further ado, please, I would like to welcome Madame Olive from CRS to come and speak to us as well.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change. She's a beautiful lady, you know. Yeah.
Thank you for the compliment. I hope it's a compliment. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Olive Di Mello. I'm the acting head of programs at Catholic Relief Services. As I was coming in, I saw familiar faces. I've not been part of the Charter for Change in the past, but I've been in the background supporting the team. And I know Stella and Abdu and Lillian yesterday were here. And they've been here for the last 2 days, you know, and I'd like to appreciate them, but as well appreciate everybody that is here. I know we are well represented, and I'll not go into details of honoring and recognizing everybody. But I would like to bring greetings from CRS. Our country representative was supposed to be here, but unfortunately he got an abrupt assignment and he had to travel. So as CRS, we are really privileged to be part of this Charter for Change Annual Localization Dialogue. And we acknowledge that this is a forum that brings everybody together, the key players, and the energy that I've seen in this room. I believe that you are all trailblazers, you are also change makers. And I know from the discussions we've had, we are going to make change, you know, wherever we are. For me, the few hours I've been here, I've been challenged, and I'm sure everybody has been challenged. Like my colleague Edward mentioned, you know, from Oxfam, the 3 objectives of the Charter for Change. I'll focus more on the space. I think this dialogue where we all come together, you know, to discuss and challenge ourselves and challenge each other, is a very, very important, you know, gathering. It's really a very important act. For me, I've been challenged as an INGO, but I've also noticed that the local actors have been challenged, government has been challenged, you know, the academia has been challenged, our colleague left, and some of the messages that I picked, you know, especially the donors, how flexible can we be, or can donors be when it comes to funding? You know, CBOs, NGOs, local NGOs at different levels. So how flexible can we be if we are to speak the localization language? INGOs, we are also challenged. How transparent and accountable are we to the local actors that we work with? I think that's something that really, sat into my heart, and I was feeling, especially the last panel, a member who we asked for background check, for local actors. How about us? How do you know where CRS gets the money from? Have you done your background check? So I think that's a challenge for us. Government, the MP that was here spoke about strengthening the nexus between government and CSOs. The policies are there, the panel mentioned, but how do we make sure that the policies are enacted? And how do we demonstrate that partnerships? We know these programs, PDM, the youth, how are CSOs involved, for example, in selecting beneficiaries? Because CSOs are on the ground. And I speak, confidently about this as a Ugandan. I'm a Ugandan. Don't look at me as CRS. I'm a Ugandan, and, I think our colleagues' government, how do we ensure implementation of these policies? The local actors, a lot has been said, and I look forward to reading the notes, because I'm sure for the past 1.5 days that I wasn't part of this, a lot, was really said. And one thing that I picked is, how do we make ourselves findable and fundable? All these things that the panelists were talking about, compliance, audit, all the things that we need to make, to put in place, is what will make us fundable as local actors. So how are we ensuring that we are fundable? The academia, we've had a lot that is sitting with the academia, and probably we haven't reached out as local organizations as well as INGOs to the academia. They have innovation hubs, they have research, they have a lot. How do we partner with the academia? Other than just looking for money or writing proposals jointly, how else do we keep ourselves engaged with the academia? I know we don't have a lot of time, so I won't get too much into what has been discussed, but as CRS, I would like to renew our commitment. We are a signatory for Charter for Change, and we are behind you. One of our strategic priority action areas in our strategy is localization. Partner capacity strengthening is one of those. And it's based in our principle of subsidiarity, where we believe that the people that are closest to the problem know or have the solution to the problem. So for the 60 years, close to 60 years that we've been in this country, we've been working through partners. We've been implementing our projects through partners. And we will continue to champion and to mobilize and to facilitate, local actors to ensure that this is achieved. I'll not get into examples. I know Edward kind of preempted what I wanted to say. We've also supported organizations who have transitioned into prime recipients, for example, of USAID funding, and we've stepped aside and taken a sub-role when they are priming. We have, at the moment, we are supporting Caritas Tororo. We've been working with them in responding to humanitarian occurrences, but now we are supporting them to be the lead within the Eastern region. So we are continuing to commit. We are committing to ensuring that, Charter for Change lives and prospers, and we see everybody in this room in the front seat, and we are ready to step aside and take the back seat. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you, and thank you for your time.
Charter for Change.
Wow. As I listen to every speaker, new insights come. And these insights are just pointing at one thing that will be successful on the journey of localization. Where there is a will, yes. Okay, thank you very much, Olive and Edward, for giving us those insights and really committing to promoting and championing this agenda. We are extremely energized to take this journey with you, together with all local partners and other signatories. We appreciate all your efforts. If we had time, we'd give an opportunity to every signatory to say a word. But in the interest of time, at least the two can represent your voice. I would like to hand over this mantle to the chairperson, Charter for Change. You've been a very good audience, and I would like to appreciate you for being and staying around, being very active participants. This has been one of the most successful engagements that we've been having, all national and regional representation. So please clap for yourselves. So I'm handing over to Joyce to take us to the final closing race, and then she will lead to the end. So thank you very much. I remain Ronald from the NGO Forum. We are very strong proponents and endorsers of Charter for Change, and we host the National Humanitarian Platform. You're at our heart. When we see local actors being vibrant and engaging, we say we are a testament of great progress. Thank you, Kathy, for being the most standby generator. Energies are too much.
You're welcome, as always.
Yes, we are looking forward to nurturing you in this space of being the ambassador of engagement at all levels. So thank you very much, and I hand over to Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. Can we give...
Oh no. Charter for Change. Charter for Change. And please send our regards to NGO Forum.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Ronald Matanda. Starting from morning up to now, we don't take it for granted. Thank you. We are so honored to have a National Humanitarian Platform. Briefly, I will not talk anything because everyone has exhausted things here. Allow me to appreciate the few people, the organizers of the event. Please stand up. Great team. Thank you very much.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
Allow me also appreciate the supporters of this event. Those are the signatory committee of Charter for Change Working Group in Uganda. You want me to mention their names? Okay.
Charter for Change as they raise. We are not seeing
Okay.
them.
Let me mention their name. We have CARE International as the coordinating INGO, taking the lead.
Charter for Change.
We have Save the Children. I need to give a special appreciation.
Charter for Change.
Crespo has been a local actor. From nowhere, we found Crespo already international. But we love him because he is still a local actor. Thank you very much, Save the Children. We have Oxfam.
Charter for Change.
In the house. We have Dan Church Aid.
Charter for Change.
We have CRS.
Charter for Change.
We have Action Against Hunger.
Charter for Change.
We have Fin Church Aid.
Charter for Change.
We have World Vision.
Charter for Change.
And then lastly, we have Street Child.
Charter for Change.
Thank you very much, coordinating signatory of Charter for Change, for doing this wonderful and walking the talk. We shall have a reflection meeting tomorrow. It's going to happen at Eureka Hotel, and I would like all the technical working group to attend, and all the endorsers of Charter for Change working group to attend. It's going to be in Eureka Hotel in Tinda. Lastly, we are going to give awards to the outstanding coordinating signatories of Charter for Change. They have done a wonderful job, volunteering, taking the actions into their hands. It is not easy to deal with local actors sometimes, but they have learned, they have got the capacity. Because somebody mentioned that INGOs need the capacity. True. They need the capacity to know how to work with the local organization. That is why if Oxfam, if CARE, if Street Child, they accepted to be the coordinating organization, we don't take it for granted. So thank you very much. I will invite Juliet Donna and Naume Ayot Uyaro to come in front as we award the coordinating signatory of Charter for Change Working Group Uganda. Please come up.
Charter for Change. Some energy in the room. Oh my God. This is a very important session, so let's cheer up. We are awarding our signatories that have been with us through it all. So ladies and gentlemen, one last time. Charter for Change. Beautiful, thank you.
At Charter for Change, a coordinating organization always moves with the chairperson and the organization taking the lead. So I might not be the best person to describe that particular coordinating agency. So I will allow Naume to speak about our experience with CARE as we award CARE as the coordinating agency of C4C Working Group.
Thank you, Chair. It was a surprise. I was now going into the relaxing mood. But I would like to thank CARE International in Uganda for 3 strategic issues. 1, ensuring that we move away from a scattergun approach to a coordinated approach of advocating for localization. Back then, up to December, we would not have resources for this, much as activities would be going on. 2, would succeed in having it, but there was not yet a lot of trust for us to run this by ourselves. So we're having a lot of direct procurement. Right now, as I speak, with the support of CARE International, we have 11 signatories that she has mentioned. They are also on this billboard, coming together to not only provide expertise through that technical staff. Each of these signatories that she has mentioned has allocated 1 senior staff for technical backstopping of Charter for Change Working Group Uganda leadership. I think that's a plus. It is voluntary because they have the other jobs, but they have to give us time to listen to all our sense and nonsense. Yeah?
I was in a global meeting where one big officer with a very big organization asked, is this a safe space to talk nonsense? So we appreciate that. We now have an established coordination mechanism, starting with the signatories steering committee, where the 11 are. You join it when you have committed resources to support Charter for Change working group. So we are not implementing INGO activities where they used to call us, come and take part in this. They are getting, whether it is 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and committing it for us to do our own joint planning for C4C advocacy activities. Through those resources, we have been able to establish a secretariat. And through you, the endorsers, last year, you agreed that at CAP AIDS Uganda, where I work, that employs me, hosts your secretariat. We've hosted it since 2023 to this year. Whatever you decide tomorrow is entirely up to you as endorsers. So we have the signatories steering committee in place. We have the signatories technical working group. We have the secretariat in place. This has given technical guidance to the leadership of C4C to increase momentum and awareness on Charter for Change in the spaces where we are not. In the CDs working groups, in your signatories spaces, in the donor spaces. It has brought on board more signatories to commit resources to enable us have such activities. So I don't think I'm also the same, Richard. Every time I interact with you and your team, you had some of that team speak here. We don't go the same. Knowledge is power. And for that, we are grateful.
Thank you, Naomi. With this honor, I would like to invite Suzanne to come and hand over the award to Care International. Please, can go. Next, we are having Street Child in Uganda. Going to give Juliet a few minutes to speak about Street Child. Street Child Coordinated Charter for Change with Juliet Donner.
Charter for Change.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to appreciate the great service that DJ kindly that Street Child offered to the Charter for Change working group in Uganda. I served as first vice chair when Oxfam was leading as coordinating INGO. Street Child came in to build on the building blocks that Oxfam had laid. Oxfam started and Street Child built on, Care added, and that's why we're here today. With Street Child, we had capacity strengthening engagements. Street Child also undertook a study to understand the level at which localization is in Uganda that Naomi referred to when she was leading the panel discussion. We cannot be talking about localization when we don't have data, and that was a great contribution. And this was also a built on to what Oxfam did on the study, Money Talks. So we have been building on. They supported with coordinating us with the INGO signatories, with the allies to localization, with Hingo fraternity. And that is why we were able to complete some of the achievements during 2021. I would also like to appreciate Street Child for the mentorship they offered to us as leaders. Together with Oxfam, that was there, and we call Oxfam as grandfather because Oxfam has continued, even when they are not in that position, they have continued to support from behind, and we continue to appreciate that. We look forward to working together with more INGO signatories, supporting this working group. Like Edward said, we would not like to see it break, but we would like it to be and continue to be the role model to the rest of working groups across the globe. We appreciate your support as Street Child. I know in your absentia, you'll get our message, but we are grateful to the contribution you continue to make this a great working group. Thank you very much.
Charter for Change.
Thank you, Juliet. Do we have Street Child representative? If not, with great honor, I award Street Child today for their efforts. So Juliet, you're going to pick the award on Street Child behalf.
Charter for Change.
Thank you very much. Next is Oxfam. You can stand. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Next, we were supposed to have a lady, but unfortunately, she's late. She was the first chairperson of Charter for Change Working Group Uganda, Rita. We honored her yesterday. She was the first chairperson of Charter for Change Working Group in Uganda and coordinated with Oxfam. And I'm going to read. During ELNA, empowering local and national humanitarian actors, Oxfam mobilized and started building the capacities of local actors with focus to ensure that they are put in front to work together and support the needs of their own communities, share experience, and hold duty bearers accountable. Oxfam gave spaces and time for local actors, working closely with them through a mentorship approach without fear of risk. Among others, since then to date, Oxfam has supported the localization discussion and has practically worked with several local and national humanitarian actors, including refugee-led organizations, in moving local humanitarian leadership forward by providing funds directly to local actors. Oxfam has been behind the formation of Charter for Change Working Group Uganda and sub-regional platform, such as Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, Acholi Humanitarian Platform, Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance, Lango Humanitarian Platform, West Nile Civil Society, West Nile Humanitarian Platform, among others, to ensure they work together and learn through peer-to-peer approach. Oxfam gives funds and allows local actors to move the localization agenda as it remains behind, providing technical support and or backstopping. Oxfam remain open to local and national actors to ensure ideas and best practices in moving forward the localization agenda, including co-creation. Oxfam does support local and national actors in spaces at national, regional, and global levels to share views and ideas with donors while bringing out their own lived experience. As local actors, we do implore INGOs who are walking the talk to continue. As local actors, we look forward working with all the INGOs, donors, government, well-wishers and allies to localization. Thank you very much, Oxfam. We have had enough testimony about Oxfam in the panel discussion that I will not repeat it. But I would like to tell you one thing, Oxfam. We need ELNA too.
Charter for change. Charter for change.
So with great
Our
honor,
grandfathers, Oxfam.
we are honored to award Oxfam. Please, Madam Ruth, come over.
Charter for change. Colleagues, where is the vibe for our grandfathers? Eh?
Thank you very much, Oxfam, for learning to work with us. We are so honored. Yeah.
Charter for change. A big hand clap to our grandfathers. Charter for change. It's not easy to be a grandfather, you people, but we have Oxfam in the
Next
house.
is Dan Church Head. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Juliet, you're going to receive on DCA's behalf. DCA represented Charter for Change at INGO platform. INGO, it is a humanitarian international NGO in Uganda. And DCA has been a liaison to Charter for Change and the INGO. So we don't take that for granted. You know, in our culture, if you are a go-between, sometimes you're the one who gets problem. But they did incredible work, and they are supporters of localization. And in partnership, I don't know if any INGO beats DCA in equitable partnership. I know partners working with DCA here. I have received very many testimonies about Dan Churchhead. I'm so honored to award them today.
Charter for change.
Lastly, we have a very special recognition for our formerly volunteer coordinator, Raymond Musana.
Charter for change. Wow, where's Raymond?
If you see this, should I add more?
He should dance for us. Huh? Hey, at least shake.
Okay. I want to show us this time. Raymond is an incredible human being, very focused. I don't know how to describe him, but he amazed me. He has been volunteering as the coordinator for Charter for Change. If you see the communication team, that is Raymond. If you see anything to do with communication, this is Raymond. And all the time he's quiet, and you will never ask for that space. He's just doing his work. Raymond, thank you very much for supporting Charter for Change. If you go on our Twitter right now, you see, I think we are the 6th in trending. That is Raymond for you.
Raymond is heaven sent. Charter for change.
Yeah, I've just requested before I give Raymond the award, I would like to just add on something about Raymond. I think Raymond is the person that I've known with the most calm demeanor. Even when you have stressed him with calls, you'll never hear that voice that is actually irritated from Raymond. And any small occasion for C4C, you'll see it online because he's very proactive. maybe this is not the most significant award that he deserves. He deserves more than this, but this is our humble award to you for your contribution. And I really urge you to continue with your spirit of working very hard. You don't know where that is going to take you, and thank you for serving as a volunteer.
Charter for Change.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Thank you very much, Raymond.
He's going to dance calypso as he goes back.
You got me.
Raymond, where's our calypso?
Something everybody else can see. Me. I got you. We got a good thing, honey, you know we do. Friends, they all know.
Okay, everyone awarded, please take a photo. Then I will invite Suzanne to launch.
All our INGOs that have been awarded, please come with those beautiful awards to take a joint photo. Should Raymond join them too?
Yes.
Raymond, please. I don't know why he ran away. He was supposed to dance calypso, but then, hey, okay, you were handing over.
Let's save
Raymond,
time.
the function has not yet ended.
Let's save time. All the coordinating signatory, please come and have a photo moment.
I hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears only whispers of
Madam Naomi is coming, yes.
Next, I will invite all the technical working group to join them.
stars that guide me towards salvation. I stop
Technical working group, very fast,
technical
very
working
fast.
group walking in front. Just know that these are the people we call in the night, sent them WhatsApp, disturb them, giving the backstopping to us.
Hurry, boy, it's waiting there for you.
They're the technical working group. I'll invite the steering committee. Any member remaining in the steering committee of Charter for Change? Can I invite the coordinators, the regional coordinators, to join them? You can stay there. Just stay. The regional coordinators, please join them. Okay, regional coordinators, please.
Lately there seems to be some insecurity about the way I feel, where I wanna be. But you know it's with you, no one can do the things you do to me.
Can we have seats?
I would request the government officials at all levels, please join them right from the district to the ministry.
Don't believe in, that's just what I'm giving. I'm gonna keep it strong. I'll be holding on to you. No one can do me like you do. It's true. Sure as the sun is shining, our love will keep on climbing. There's gonna be some rain. Gonna be
Thank you very much. I will request you to stay where you are. I'm going to ask Suzanne, who is representing the director of CRRF, to launch the 16 days of activism. You're launching it. Please bring it. Good. Thank you very much. We are saying no to sex.
In the middle, please. Thank you very much. Yes. Middle. Technical working group. We are going to have our own picture. Purely, no awards.
Ruth, you can join her to launch. Please, Ruth, join and say no to GBV on our women and girls. No violence against women and girls. Thank you very much. Give it to few men to demonstrate that care, to demonstrate Oxfam, to demonstrate, yeah. Thank you. There's no excuse to
So we hereby launch the 16 days of activism. Please join us, everybody join us and say no to gender-based violence.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Can we have men holding that for us?
Could we have the men in the house,
Can we
please?
have
Okay.
men?
Yes.
If you know you are a man, please. Please tell your fellow men no to.
Those are model men ready to end GBV by all means.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the steering committee, please, to also launch the 16 days of gender activism. Yes, there's one also from Liron.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Apparently, the men are still.
I think we are going to use only 2 minutes and we shall get out from this room.
A photo with the steering committee.
Please just come and say closed.
Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism, but we still got
Wow. Just wow, we are closing. We are closing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience and for all the discussions. It has been fruitful. Wow.
Can we close this event? I like the men behind.
Okay, so I was just saying.
Allow our guest of honor to close the meeting officially. And now we dance. I'm going to also show you my style. DJ, you get ready for your lane.
All right. All right. A lot has been said. I'll not say more, but I just want to bring you greetings from I bring you greetings from the CRRF Secretariat, from my director, Madam Helen Bugari. She should have been here. She actually is the one that was supposed to be here, but she's also down. a bit, and she wasn't able to come. She sent in her apologies. A lot has been said, and I don't think I want to add anything else, but I can only say, let's move away from the Book of Lamentations and move to the Book of Acts. For those with whom we share the same faith, you understand. Yes, so that is what I'll close, and I hereby declare this meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.